Almost ready, guys. Just a little bit more time. Gonna get myself a little dibble ready, and then we'll get into some shit. How's every Wednesday going? Anybody here care to talk? Are we non-talkers, or it's probably just me and a bot? Oh, there's people here. Well, whatever. Let's keep you entertained here in a minute. Man, it's just warm in my room. Holy hell. Oh man, I'm taking 2 songs. I need to get my shit together. It's taking too long. Oh, actually, it's not. It's still going. It's still got a minute. Almost here, boys. Oh. Well, ran over. Oh, I don't like this song. Oh, I got them all to leave. Taking too long to get ready. My bad. Sorry, people are impatient. I am too, I know. Wow, 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 wow. Don't need that. Oh. Didn't I make a full cam? Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright. Oh, I missed it. I missed my dibble because I'm a dummy. Oh man, I need to get a new fucking one of these. This thing is not good. What is this brand? Cheap shit. I don't even know. Newer? Yeah, it is. Oh, my shit's newer because it's cheap. What do you want me to say? I'm not rich. I just get something that works. Hold on. We're getting to the business here in a minute. I'm trying to get myself nice and sober to digest reality real quick. Because reality's a bitch. These jams aren't too bad. They could be better, but it's fairly relaxing. You can't see what I'm doing. Oh my God, I need water. Oh wow, that was a lot. I'm gonna get some water. I have survived. I've gotten water. I am rejuvenated. Now let's be back. Wait, should I go full cam first? Yeah, I'm gonna go full cam for a little bit. Let me get some stuff up to look at here. What do we need to do? What do you want, kitty? Get your face away from here, you little goon. You little goon dogler. What do you want? This guy has been hounding me all day since I got home. And he was hounding me all yesterday while I was streaming too. I feel like he knows that like this light is like now my attention source or something, and now he's trying to distract me from it. I have no idea. He is way more in my shit as soon as I turn this fucking ring light on. Huh, buddy? Why'd you do it, buddy? Okay. Let's find something. What were we gonna look at? I had something that I wanted to look at. Where was it? Ground news. Okay, here it is. Let me see. Let me get a good source for it. Let me turn the music down. Oh, it's actually a perfect time to cut it. Actually, we'll do that for now. Cut the music there because that was muy bien timing. But let me switch. Now we're gonna check out some weird shit. All right. Oh, I have to. Man, I'm bad at this, man. Sorry. You gotta give me a little break here. I'm learning. Okay. Kitty, what do you want?
Many of you have asked how many U.S. citizens remain in Afghanistan who want to leave the country. Based on our analysis, starting on August 14, when our evacuation operations began, there was then a population of as many as 6,000 American citizens in Afghanistan who wanted to leave. Over the last 10 days, roughly 4,500 of these Americans have been safely evacuated, along with immediate family members. Over the past 24 hours, we've been in direct contact with approximately 500 additional Americans and provided specific instructions on how to get to the airport safely. We'll update you regularly on our progress in getting these 500 American citizens out of Afghanistan. For the remaining roughly 1,000 contacts that we had who may be Americans seeking to leave Afghanistan, we're aggressively reaching out to them multiple times a day through multiple channels of communication, phone, email, text messaging, to determine whether they still want to leave and to get the most up-to-date information and instructions to them for how to do so. Some may no longer be in the country. Some may have claimed to be Americans, but turn out not to be. Some may choose to stay. We'll continue to try to identify the status and plans of these people in the coming days. Thus, from this list of approximately 1,000, we believe the number of Americans actively seeking assistance to leave Afghanistan is lower, likely significantly lower. Having said that, cut the clip. What the fuck did he say?
Who's a good one to go by? I've been feigning Reuters lately. Reuters has been kind of weird, in my opinion, on what they don't talk about is really more my issue. Not their reporting, but anyways, the United States has evacuated at least 4,500 citizens and their families from Afghanistan since mid-August. Antony Blinken was aggressively reaching out around 1,000 remaining contacts. Yep. Then they said they added 500 from that to that number, didn't they? Because they said that they got 4,500 out from the 6,000. That leaves 1,500. And they said they added 500 more contacts, or maybe that means that the math would show that they got 500 more out, if that's what the list is, unless they're doing the math wrong, but I'm not sure. Maybe it was just his wording. He also said 45% to 46% of the more than 82,000 people who have been evacuated have been women and children. Boom. That's really cool. I approve of that message. Western countries rushed to evacuate people from Afghanistan with less than a week left until all foreign troops leave, acknowledging that many Afghans who help them will be left behind to an uncertain fate under the Taliban. That's kind of, I mean, it's obviously very true, but because we don't know what's gonna happen, but like it makes it seem like dun, 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 spooky, spoopy. I'm casting you to an unknown fate, or an uncertain fate, kitty. Although the airlift is due to last until Tuesday, the United States military said it will shift its focus in the final 2 days from assisting fleeing civilians to evacuating its own troops. I need to get a cat cam. What do you want? Can you guys see this? This guy, man, like, literally right on my hand. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bop you there, buddy. I'm trying to read this article and he's just sits on my hand. Oh, now you're shy. Now that you see the cameras pointed at you, you little goon. Said it will shift its focus. Okay. In the final 2 days from assisting fleeing civilians to evacuating its own troops. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to scuff up evacuating their own troops. Let's be quite frank here. And that's also, I'm confused about that too. Why haven't we seen like are there numbers of like people, cat blocks, people killed during Afghanistan extraction? No, that's too military. During what is it called? What have we been calling it? I don't know, man. I'm so depleted on my own brain power at this point from so much of this ridiculousness. Withdrawal. I didn't even see it on here, but yeah, like 7 people, flies 2,000 out, timeline. Since Tuesday, killed at least 17 people. Okay. So okay, here it's an EDU. So, this is from 2015. Jeez. I don't trust factcheck.org. That sounds fishy AF. Why am I? Oh my god! I hate. I don't remember. Is it Avast? I think it's Avast. Like antivirus BS, whatever. It constantly changes my search engine to like Yahoo or some BS. Hold on. Jesus, Jesus, Mary, and Mother of Lords. Yeah, changes it to secure search. We gotta use secure search because it's ours. Gosh darn goons. Oh wait, this isn't what I was gonna use. I was using something else. Did I just close it? No, there it is. And boom. Okay, pull this back. Afghan. Man, I'm so dumb. Why is that? Oh my god. Withdraw? Yeah. Alright, whatever, I don't care. You'll tell me what it is. Maybe it wasn't wrong. I'm not worried about that. Not worried about that. Here, from CBS News. What the hell do they say? In the first 6 months of the year, a war-torn country saw a 47% increase. Where is this cited from? Okay, so these are killed and injured. 16 total civilian. This was from June. Wait. 1st of January to the 30th of June. Okay, so it's only counting the first half of the year. It's very strange, I guess. I don't know. I have to look. Yeah. Right here. And the total number of civilians killed increased 47%. But the withdrawal didn't start until, so this isn't very great. Well, actually it is pretty good because they I don't know, not when did the actual withdrawal start? Was it supposed to be like August something? March. That was whenever they first declared it. And then didn't Biden move it up? I think that's what it was supposed to be. Or no, he moved it back, didn't he? He moved it from June something to Okay, okay. I'm following you, Mr. NBC, Mrs. NBC. They, BC, a war-torn country, blah, 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 Afghanistan, first 6 months for the last year. I implore the Taliban and Afghan leaders to take heed of the conflict's grim and chilling trajectory and its devastating impact on civilians, said Deborah Lyons, a UN Secretary General's special representative for Afghanistan. What? Okay, so you're just threatening. But so this is okay. This is very, very curious. But these are civilian casualties. But do they say how they were killed? Targeted killings by anti-government elements continued at similar high levels. Airstrikes by pro-government forces caused increased numbers of civilian casualties, attributed to the Afghan Air Force. Increasing number of civilian casualties that have occurred since announcement. The military forces in April. Interesting. Rural areas fighting on the outskirts of districts and provincial centers. Guerrilla warfare out in the boonies, kind of, right? I think that's what they're getting at. Civilians report provides clear warning that unprecedented numbers of Afghan civilians will perish. Okay. What about all the Americans perishing? I mean, I understand, but, you know, at this point, I feel like if you're not going to get out, it's not going to get any better. I feel like at least we're getting out. But they're not giving numbers on, like, people dying during this withdrawal. It's all previous stuff. I don't know. Gosh darn cat. Look, that's good. Particularly sharp increase in killings and injuries since May. International military forces began their withdrawal and the fighting international intensified following. My bad. The Taliban offensive. The UN mission in Afghanistan reported in its Afghanistan protection of civilians in armed conflict middle year update. Okay. Yeah, it was supposed to be finished for August 31st and they pushed it back. Or no, now it's supposed to be August 31st, right? Because this was July, yeah. Alright, I don't know. I'm confused why everybody's like talking shit on Biden, or at least the media's talking shit on Biden and the withdrawal. Because it seems like it's going as well as it could go for all parties involved. It was going to be a shit show. You know, it's like the Band-Aid effect. I'm going to call it that. Like, rip the Band-Aid off. Just get it off, and then we can sort out the damage after it's done, because the Band-Aid's not helping. We need to look at the actual problem. And by we need to look at the actual problem, I mean we need to get the fuck out of there and just continue international discussions with the Afghani people. I don't think that they want us there, and we are wasting a lot of resources being there. But I feel like anybody could fucking tell you that, and I shouldn't be the first one to tell you that. There's many other people that I feel like feel that way, especially like in a time like this. At a time like this, in this economy. Blinken. What a Blinken. Okay, let's see. Is there any more interestingness? Oh, the viral and risky TikTok milk crate challenge. Why people are falling off. This is great. This is wonderful. Oh my God, this is beautiful. Look how dumb people are. Look how stupid people are. I don't know. FDA discourages it. Dude, the FDA had to come out and say some shit about TikTokers, man. Is this for real? Is this actually real? I don't believe you, News Santonio. You must be lying. Where's the FDA statement? What in the actual? Although we regulate milk, we can't recommend you try that. It's just a fucking joke, dude. It's just a shitty throwaway joke. Yo, what up, Eisenberg? I don't know. We just went over some of the stuff on Afghanistan and trying to decide whether we're doing poorly with it or if it was just going to go poorly regardless, and we just needed to, just get things running and just get the hell out, which is what I think it was. Yeah, dude, that's what we were just looking at it. I can't believe this. I don't know, man. The FDA had to. I mean, I guess like, haha, funny. It's Twitter, lol. But I don't know. There's like this stuff. There's like this stuff going on, and then the FDA is like, I don't recommend you do that. Like, what is wrong with you? You need to focus. Hey, kid. And then I've been dealing with this dude constantly getting in my face. Warns, emergency rooms are overloaded with COVID cases and you can get seriously hurt trying this trick. Hey, don't step on the keyboard, man. You're gonna scuff something up. Hey. Little goon. I want to find some of these. Like, is this gonna play? Oh, it's just gonna load up. God, no, not doing it. All right, here. People are bored. Yeah, you're. There's so much interesting stuff that you can do and or look at, research on the internet and or outside and or in real books, but people are bored because they don't don't have the attention span for, I don't know, more than like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But it's like, it's not that hard. Anyone can, if it's something you're interested in, you should be able to spend lots and lots of time on it. And I feel like it's just a problem of getting people interested in everything, because everything is interesting. You just have to take the time to figure out how it clicks in with your life and how it makes sense in your life. But this doesn't make sense in my life. I mean, I could see some of my friends doing this. Let me be quite frank with you. And I'm sure if I went on to like a couple of their fucking Instagrams or something. No, this is a TikTok challenge. There's probably, I don't even know their TikToks, so I don't know if they're TikTok creators or content creators on TikTok or not. Oh, but it says Twitter and IG too. But yeah, I'm sure I know some people that have done this by this point. Like, this is just, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. And that's what passes for news now. That's the news. TikTok challenges, not, I don't know. I'm trying to even find something else that's somewhat. There's nothing that happened today. Pain compliance, video shows, trooper. What? Hold on. When did this happen? 3 hours ago. Oh, wait a second. It's all right. So this I might not even be able to look at this on Twitter or on stream. Hold on. Let me do some research here on the sidelines. I'll put on a YouTube video or something here. Oh, why you get ghosted? I'm interested, Mr. Russell of the brand Variety.
You get ghosted. Have you got ghosted? Have you been ghosted? Is there a ghosting happening? Is there a ghost on the loose? Is that what's happened to you? Like, firstly, let's see. Is it an actual ghosting, or is it like people just get so many messages? Don't you get inundated on your phone? Like, I think, I can't. I've got quite a lot of WhatsApp messages that still got that. I've not done let them have their blue ticks yet. I can't open it. I'm just. Is that the beginning of a ghosting? That's the beginning of a ghosting. Because there's too much communication going on, isn't there? So you might not be being ghosted. You might be dealing with someone that's got a lot on their plate. Now, if you are being ghosted, if it's like, oh my God, this person has disappeared, there's probably different levels of it, isn't it? Is it someone you've slept with? Then you might feel a little bit more.
Oh yeah, no, I
given
can't put
of
this on
yourself to
stream.
them, and you feel a little bit. You've invested.
Oh my
emotionally, you feel a
good.
bit more
Oh
proud.
my
I'm looking at you,
goodness.
'cause you seem like a sort of person
All right, hold
who
up.
needs a good
All right, I can do
ghosting.
this. I can do this. Here, I can watch it and we can listen to the audio. I will post the AP article in my chat, and you guys can follow along if you would like. It is the video in there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start watching this. I'll pull it over here, and I'm just gonna mute my display. Main display. I'll just get a fucking full cam. That's smarter. Wow. All right. So unmuting. Here we go. This contains graphic scenes of violence and strong language. Monroe, Louisiana. This was June. It looks like June 31st of 2019. Body camera video kept secret for more than 2 years shows a Louisiana state trooper striking a black motorist 18 times with a flashlight. The guy's literally like this. And they are, imagine this is a very big black flashlight, and then he's jamming it into the side right here. Hold on. His hand, that is so strange. That is so weird. His hands were like this above his head beforehand, and while they were beating him, saying, "Give me your hands," and then he like was hitting him in the side like this, so he's inevitably going to break off these hands and try to protect his sides. It's like that's what happens when you get hit in your kidney or something. And then they're trying to like pull his hands behind his back, and then they get him cuffed back after. But and then he says they hit him in the head with a flashlight after beating Aaron Bowman with left Aaron Bowman with a broken jaw, 3 broken ribs, a broken wrist, and gash to his head that required 6 staples to close. Trooper Jacob Brown faces state charges in this beating, and 2 other involved black motorists. Wait. So, oh no, this and 2 others involving black motorists. So he has 3 cases against him. I thought that was saying like 2 other, because there were other people on top of him. Let me go back and check that. Can I find out? It doesn't really show well. I think there's already 3 officers on the guy. Don't quote me on this. I am just guessing. It looks like 3 or 4. Like one guy's already got him like straddled around his back, and then there's an officer trying to grab his hands from up top, and then one like around his leg ankles, you know, the leg ankles. Wait, was he even handcuffed? What was he even handcuffed for? He wasn't handcuffed. I guess they had pulled him over following a traffic stop, so they pulled him over for some reason that is not disclosed in this article, or at least that I haven't read into it really. I just saw that there was an actual video for it, and I was like, all right, I need to see the footage first before I go off one way or the other. But yeah, that's not looking nice. It's not looking nice for the guy. I can't tell what was going on there. Ah. Yeah, his hands were already okay. I'm sorry, I'll mute this. I know you guys don't want to hear it. But I'm trying to hear it, like, yeah, that's strange right there. That kind of looks like he's trying to get his hand in his pocket. I don't know. But that was after. That was after the repeated bludgeoning with the flashy light boy. Yeah, okay. 2 others. He did not respond to AP request to comment.
I kept thinking I was gonna die that night because
Okay, I could show this now. Live scene. So this is the man.
all I can do was breathe. I'm scared.
Anytime that
No, God. Mother of piss. Why do they do this to me? I'm just trying to be responsible. And they tie it back in.
an officer utilizes an object to strike an individual in the head,
I don't like
they must have
that might be usable because I don't think I see any blood, but like I don't want to test it.
striking somebody in the head with a flashlight
Yeah, they keep cutting
can
back to it.
cause
God damn it.
serious, if
Whatever.
not permanent, injury and or death to the individual.
You know, but when I seen that tape, it was like reliving it all over again.
I mean,
ain't gonna lie,
that's scary,
I couldn't
dude.
help myself.
Look at this. Hold up. I see a DEA officer. All right, hold up. I see a sheriff's department. I see that looks like to be a city cop uniform. Look at this scene. Oh, you can see him on the ground there. You can't really see much of him. Let me go back to it. I think we can use this. We can go with this. Main display. All right. You see him there on the ground. You see how many? Let's try to count this through. 1, 2, 3. There might be a 4th there. I can't tell. I'm just gonna go with 3. 4 here on him. 5. What looks to be a 6th here. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th.
I couldn't help myself. I was watching it, I broke down
This guy, DEA.
all
This is sheriff.
over again. You know, it's
Sheriff, I believe too. And there were not state cops, city cops it looked like. City cop uniforms. But I don't know. Maybe not. I might be wrong because I don't know. This is in Louisiana. Initially stopped for a traffic violation. Aaron Bowman faces charges of battery and resisting officers but denies hitting anyone. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be quite frank with you. It didn't look like he hit anybody. It didn't look like he could hit anybody. But then again, this is the only footage they're showing. They're not showing any of the pull, like the pullover or the first, like the initial officer encounter. Like, but this does not look good for anybody. Like, you know, especially if this guy didn't have a gun or anything, did he? I don't think so. Came less than 3 weeks after troopers from separate. That's separate. Yeah. So I imagine, judging by how many officers were there on the scene, is he probably did do something wrong. Like I don't know. I don't know. I just don't see that many officers, especially I don't see a DEA officer on the scene unless like there's like there was suspicion beforehand or something. But then that could be completely separate. I have no idea. Maybe that didn't even read DEA. Maybe it just said, maybe that's the guy's name is Dia. You know, who knows? Yeah, this is weird too. Why is my chat box thing not showing up? I specifically have a chat box so that I like my chat will come up in the stream. And it's not. Oh wait, it is. Oh, it is, but it's just super tiny. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, I'm just so dumb. I am just so dumb. JK, I figured it out. Oh, and it doesn't stay up very long. Well, whatever. Okay, at least now I figured out that it actually is working. But yeah, so this is wild. This is wild as hell. Wild as hell. I'm gonna see Donut have a breakdown on this one. I'm sure he will eventually, but it'll probably take time. Interesting. All right, let's get something lighthearted after that. That was a heavy one. We'll go to. Didn't I have a YouTube up? Yeah. This is lighthearted, but Bang Bang. Bang Bang's cool. I like Bang Bang. Oh my god, I don't like his beginnings, so they're silly.
Service. Go to Simple Ranch. Welcome to Matt's Dragon Skin Emporium. Come right down. So this is the video we made the other day. This is, I already forgot the name. Pinnacle Armor. So for those who didn't watch our other Dragon Skin video, this was like the craziest armor anybody had ever heard of back in the early 2000s. It was one that I wanted to get for a really long time. It was just super hard to get because it's not sold to civilians. And then the company went bankrupt. Well, I think they got sued by a bunch of people because they were lying about their armor. It was a huge thing back in the 2000s, and I finally got one. Yeah, like 15 years later. And we shot it. It actually did pretty good. The problem with it, well, I guess, let me go right to the beginning. Dragon Skin body armor has a bunch of...
I got vapes, so I'm going to open these, I think.
These little ceramic discs. This one got hit with a couple bullets. But they have these little ceramic discs, and they overlap each other like that. And they have a bunch of them, so they basically make dragon scales. And so the thought is you have ceramic, and then behind it you have Kevlar. You can see this Kevlar in here. Behind the ceramic is Kevlar. Bullet comes through the front, hits the ceramic, it breaks the bullet apart, the Kevlar catches the bullet. And the beauty of it not being one solid piece of ceramic is it's not only flexible, because they all kind of bend independent of each other, but it also, if you hit one plate, it'll shatter that one, but it doesn't hurt any of the other ones around it. So a big piece of ceramic, it can shatter the whole plate, or at least the area around it. So that was the benefit of Dragon Skin. But it was really heavy because you can think, it's overlapping. So you have like double ceramic in a lot of spots. So very heavy, and it ended up letting a lot of bullets through that they said it wouldn't let through. So there was a little bit of lying in their company. So this company, Pinnacle Armor, went under and is no longer around. And that happened, I think, back in the early 2000s. So we did this video. It was super fun. I was super pumped about it. And it did pretty well. I do want to give a shout out. There was another guy who made us some homemade dragon skin body armor with some ceramic tiles and some, like, I think it was some kind of Kevlar material in the back. And I did not remember his channel name. It is State Fun. So thank you, man, for making that stuff. Now, Dragon Skin Part 2 is about to commence. We have this and this. We'll talk about this one first. This is from a company called Safe Life Defense. This is brand new, and I bought it, and it was like $500 or $600 or something. So not sponsored by them. I bought it, and we are going to try it out. So this one, it's can kind of see it. If you get the right angle, you can see that there are little segments. It looks like it is dragon skinned out a little bit. We will cut it open and look at it in a minute, but I think it's dragon skin is the reason I bought it. You can see like little, it looks like hexagons actually, little scales, and it's flexible. So it's a bulletproof plate. It says it will stop 5.56 and 7.62 by 39, so an AR-15 and an AK-47 round. So it does not actually say an NIJ level, which either means they never got it tested
books into,
for that,
I think.
or it means it just isn't an actual level, because a level 3 NIJ level 3 would stop at 308. They don't have that listed, so I'm assuming it will not stop at 308. A level 3A is the level right under that, will stop at 44 Magnum, but a level 3A won't stop these 2 rounds. So I'm guessing it's somewhere in between a level 3A and a level 3. We're gonna test that. This is a commercial product that anyone can buy right now.
Boom,
and then we're gonna test this, which is actually pretty cool. This is made by another YouTube channel called Voodoo Tennessee, and he actually put the making of this on his channel. What it is I think oxygen or acetylene cylinders. He got them, he cut them. Oh, here we go.
Oxyacetylene.
If you're gonna send Demolition Ranch something, put your channel and everything on the back. That's actually really good. Voodoo Tennessee on YouTube, voodooforgebusiness@gmail.com. Too easy, dude.
Much.
All right, his name is Brandon. Brandon, thank you. So he got some oxygen cylinders. He cut little squares, and then he
They're very strong.
bolted them
very,
all together.
very
and then he
strong.
actually heat treated this. So this is not just an oxygen cylinder. He flattened it out, and then he heat treated it, so it is armored steel now. And he's got him a nice little skull right there. So we're gonna do his dragon skin as well. It too is flexible, both this way and this way. So that's the beauty of dragon skin. Flexible, hard armor. Now let's test it. We have it sitting on this guy, and then there's a cinder block behind him. So we'll be able to tell if it goes through and busts that cinder block, then it was hitting him pretty hard. First up, 22 long rifle. If this goes through,
this is educational purposes, by the way, guys.
All right, let's see what happens. I thought, should we practice shoot this and make sure it's sighted in? But I was like, nah, I'm sure it's fine. We did hit it
Still
fairly.
hit it, yeah.
Nothing
Nothing
even
to it.
close to
So
coming
whatever,
through.
doesn't matter.
This is a 9mm, and this is a gun that we haven't actually showed in a while. It's a Zev.
It's a Glock?
What is it? OZ9. So had this gun for a while. Really cool gun. Kind of racy.
Looks like a
You can
Glock.
see it's got a threaded barrel out here.
With that, like,
Pretty neat. Takes Glock mags.
That, like,
Very
Exode
cool
upper
9mm pistol.
slide.
Got him.
Oh, that hit hard.
All right, that one maybe a little deforming there. The dead center hit, but nothing bulging on the back.
Yeah.
Nothing coming out at all. We're gonna step it up to something even bigger. 45 ACP this time. This is a full metal jacket. These rounds we don't expect to go through. We're just kind of testing.
Yeah, so I could toss this one now. I don't know if I'm gonna toss them now, because I could still use them as like extra baits, because I could still pop them open and put normal liquid in them.
So there's a little bit of ceramic coming out.
You can't tell I'm a hoarder.
Right there. And nothing through. Let's actually take this time to cut it open and see what this actually looks like in here. 'Cause I also have not seen what is inside this. So it looks like the first layer is some sort of fabric. You can't actually see the scales. Yeah, let me go do a little surgery. Here's the jacket, real torn up.
What's up, Katie?
There's the lead still stuck in there. So on the front here, it does have like some Kevlar looking stuff, really finely woven, tight fibers. I cut the back open too, just to see. It also has that on the back. So we'll see when we get a little further into it what the inside looks like. There's definitely ceramic coming out of here on these.
I don't know why it does. It resets it to that every time.
Pieces of hard ceramic coming out.
So now I can step back a little bit.
I haven't actually seen a whole scale yet. We'll shoot it with something a little bigger now. Something that it's actually saying it will stop on the back, and see if it actually stops it. Next up is 5.56, and I feel like some people are going to say, like, Matt, you're shooting a weekend's plate. You've already hit it with 3 rounds. Like, of course, if this thing goes through.
No, but they're separated.
But this company said, they sent a little pamphlet that came with this thing that said it stopped 8 rounds of 5.56. And then they shot a different plate with 8 rounds of 7.62 by 39. So it can take.
Did he only say it was 3A?
According to the company.
Or it hasn't been rated yet. Oh, it's not rated. That's right. It's just
Okay.
a guy made it.
Wait, no, that's a 9. Where'd we hit? Oh, right here.
That's what
Okay,
split
so
it.
we hit right there.
Oh
That's
no,
our
it was
5.56.
under the split. It
It
bulged
bulged
in.
here, and definitely crumbly in there. But
Whew.
not that good. Well,
Ooh, that would
let's shoot
hurt
the
so
7.62
bad.
39 now. It's a
Oh
much
my
heavier
god.
bullet,
I'd be getting.
so it
That'd be like a Harry
possibly
Houdini
carry through,
punch.
But I don't think so. 7.62 by 39 out of the mini AK.
Oh, I love
We're gonna
that.
shoot a few at it and see if they go through.
I'm pretty sure that's going through. Yep. Yep. I don't know about that one.
Oh no!
I don't know. It looked like they went through. Looked like they definitely went through.
Okay.
Ooh.
Let's see what we got.
Gang gang. Yep. That had to. What, kitty? You can't be doing this to me like wanting in and out. You gotta stop this, man.
Okay.
I don't
Not
know.
looking good.
I think yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Multiple of those went through.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take it over and do a little bit of surgery and figure out what's going on. Interestingly, these ceramic plates
Oh, they
are
missed.
not overlapping like they are in the dragon skin and the homemade ones we have. They're just butted up to each other.
Yeah, because I imagine
looks
that
like my
they're
AK
harder.
was shooting a little low.
There'd be
Snuck
stress
several bullets
fractures.
in right here,
Or
but
like
we
it's
did
easy
have
to make
one
the,
right here in the middle. Unfortunately, it was right next to where.
If they were overlapping, if one gets hit, it's a much more likely they would snap. All right, man. I'll let you out. But I'll just leave the door like halfway open. Gotta stop yelling. I don't think you're getting picked up, but you're bothering me. I'm trying to focus. Well, not really focus, but kinda.
That's a 45 ACP that went in.
All right,
So
let me get
that one
this.
actually did go through. That's right there. We did get a bullet straight through. That's the one that killed a guy. These all hit low, and it looks like they were going through the same piece here. So once it gets hit, that's the problem with ceramic, is once you get hit, it's gone. So where that bullet goes through, for instance, that 9 hit that piece right there, then you don't have a ceramic
This is
plate
supposed to
there
be
anymore. These are
a
still
decent
good. As
book,
long as you don't get hit in the same spot,
as
you're
recommended
good.
by
But
the
if you do,
PewDiePie.
like 45 hit here.
And then I wanted to
and
read.
then
I wanted to
our
get this for a while.
7.62
This
came
is
through here,
this is an
and
old
tipped
school
that one,
Johnny. This is
but it went straight through.
This is
Kevlar.
some-
So you have.
some based
This
shit,
was not a
bro.
whole layer. I didn't know what this was. That's just
If you ever
a
wanna
flat
you ever
piece
wanna
of
try to believe in
white, some
dragons,
kind of fiber.
here's your
Then you
first
have
reference,
your
dude.
Ceramic. Then you have a yellow piece of Kevlar, and then you have this a bunch of these really.
Oh man, I shouldn't say
thin
things
fibered
like that.
sheets back here.
You're
We're
gonna make
shoot it
people go
again.
crazy.
I'm gonna aim on this side where we haven't hit anything, and I'm gonna shoot 4 rounds and see if I can get them to stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. I'm gonna shoot right side over here. Stay up. Good job.
Cyanide, wasn't it? No, I can't remember what
Okay, we're
what it
just
was
shooting
from.
2.
I'll have to go through it and I'll find out
That's
later.
what we're doing.
I'll probably Google it. I don't know if that'll actually show it though, or if it would show the whole thing.
It's looking good. So when they're really fat like this, it usually means it caught them. I don't see any extra holes. See that one that we had earlier.
How do
So
you spell his name? I'm
they're
so
open.
dumb.
Look into that.
I know it's
So I
Herodotus.
think these are the 2 spots. I think here and here is where those 2 bullets went. So we crumbled
Dragon.
2.5 of these plates. It looks like. Oh yeah, that's hot. So there's that's real hot. There's a piece of it. So it is crazy. Like it made it through whatever the yellow Kevlar is, and then
What?
yeah. So there's a hot thing here and a hot thing here.
What?
So they're here. Yep.
There it
There's
is.
a bullet.
If his claims were truthful. So the thing with
There's one
Herodotus
of
is
them?
is he recorded everything that he was told. So he didn't have like a bias or some. He didn't put his own bias into it. He just recorded what was told to him by the people. So they're like, you get some crazy ass out there stories, like some religious ass stories, some like military ass stories, and like he just recorded it all as histories, as in, shit that people have said has happened. like, but you got to think, it's like this was written, was it 300 BCE? Histories. I can't even see if I spelled it right. Herodotus, yeah. 430 BC. So I was 100 years off. Yeah. It's an old ass book. Old ass shit. But the stories are some of them are hilarious apparently. I only remember reading a few that that I had to read in college, that they like handed them out to us. And then some stuff, like after hearing some shit about him on Joe Rogan, the one of the guys that came on that has been writing a book on wines and brews in early Christianity. I can't remember what the guy's name is. This is probably it. Yes, this guy, I think. It is this man. Yeah. So he's an interesting fella, but he references histories because histories has a lot of it was like the first book to reference the Scythians and their drug use, which would be cannabis. I believe they would hotbox. I'll have to go through it and highlight some things, and I could have I'll do a little video or something on a talk on it, because I think that shit's so interesting. Like the goonery that we got into in ancient times, I believe is very interesting. But yeah, good reads, bro. Let's get back to
Right there.
This is American entertainment, brother. American entertainment. We don't want none of that liberal pussy shit.
I'm not
Get
sure
that shit out of here,
I don't know
brother.
where the second one went, but you
Yeah.
can see here.
Yeah, that's right, kitty.
Only that one from earlier went through. Nothing
You
else
just
went
went
through.
out.
So
You're
it did
back
stop
again?
them when we weren't hitting in the same spot. But the problem with this, as you can see, is once you hit it, your protection is gone, which I think will serve this one well because it's armored steel. So now we're gonna try the homemade one to see if it's better than the $600 one. I feel like I'm a knight going into battle.
God damn it,
I mean, it does actually conform well, even though it just has a strap. Like it's a little uncomfortable because it's very heavy hanging on my neck. But it does, you can see it bends to my body. Like giant pecs and tiny waist, it just kind of curves around. He also put a nice little clasp in here. It's fancy. We are going to put it on the mannequin and destroy something that this dude worked very hard to create. But he wanted me to destroy it. So what am I to do? We're gonna start with 9mm. It's not gonna do anything. But if it does, that'd be very bad. So we got it just hanging over there.
Ooh.
Okay, let's see what happens.
I don't think that has a chance of going through that. Let me be quite honest with you.
Did he survive?
It would hurt really bad, but I don't think it's going through.
Hit. There's a piece of a jacket right there, actually. Nothing went through the metal. I was kind of worried if anything would go through the cracks, but it doesn't look like anything did.
I think they're all overlapped pretty
if it would
well.
go through the cracks, it would be going sideways instead of out at you. So I think we're good. So now we're going to actually step it up to a rifle threat and see if it will stop.
I'm trying to remember whenever he shot the
5,
tanks if
6.
it went through. I think it did. What? How am I supposed to do anything when this little guy's just
Those
bumbling
two
around
hits,
on my
I
desk?
can't really tell which one of the other ones was hits. They all three hit and did nothing. A tiny slight dent here in the front. But what's interesting, this one hit here, and so when it hits hard steel like this, it goes flat. It spreads out in all directions, which one of those directions is up. and so it would have gone right here under this one, where it actually went up and hit his business card right there and tore it. So
it did come through.
Paper, but I mean, much better than
That
getting
could be
hit
really bad
with
if it
a
went
5.56 going this direction.
up,
You're gonna get a
though.
little shrapnel going up and down.
That could be
Actually going
bad.
up.
That could be
Which
bad.
Probably, if you have some thick clothing, would get stopped by that. So far, I
But
like
your
it though. I'm gonna
neck,
shoot a
your
7.62
neck is
39,
right above
which our
that. I
other
don't
one
know
did
how
not
he doesn't
stop
think of that.
well. It did sort of stop it, but didn't stop multiple well. We'll see if this one does. 7.62 by 39, coming in hot.
It's going through, I think.
Shoo! That really pushed that plate a lot more than the 5.56.
I think that's going through. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
Of it. There's one hit. Pretty good dent
I
there.
think they just
There's a
exploded.
chunk of, looks like jacket underneath that. Nothing going through.
Well,
these
I'll
plates.
be damned.
So let's try something that has a little bit better chance.
What,
at finishing.
300 blackout?
So these are 7.62 as well, but these are solid copper.
Oh,
So they will penetrate a little bit better, go a little bit faster, have a better chance of getting through that plate. Okay.
maybe. I don't think. I don't think so. No, I saw that one explode. Oh,
Oh wow.
it's hitting it hard as fuck
What the
though.
heck is that?
Did that one go through?
Oh no, it didn't go through.
Oh, it popped the
That's a
rivet
bolt
off.
Fell out.
Okay.
I was like, how is there a hole through there? Yeah, that. So we must have hit. Yeah, this one right here, hit right next to a bolt, knocked it out, and then we hit there, there, and there. And so when they hit, they go flat. You can see this piece got stuck under the bolt there. So that does not count as a pass through because we hit there, and then the bolt fell out, but did not. I mean, that
That's
would not
looking
have
like
enough
some
energy to
good
go
ass
through.
armor, dude.
So we are still
Like,
trying to
to be
find
quite
something to do
frank,
this, and I have
that
an idea. Green tips. 5.56 green tips. For those who don't know, they're very good at penetrating through armor.
Oh. Those look, yeah, those look like they. No. No? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just, it's shredding them.
We lost the skull. It came off and hit there. Obviously, it bent that a little bit. Nothing went through though.
That's kind of insane. Kind of
So hit
insane, to
there.
be
That's
honest.
a big dent. That's a big dent. It's trying, but nothing is going through. Safe to say that's way stronger than the Safe Life one because we've shot it with way more rounds and nothing has gone through yet. I have a gun that I'm pretty sure is gonna go right through this.
Yeah.
This is a 375 Shytac.
Oh,
Giant
I don't know that round. I've never
going
heard of that.
Super fast. There is absolutely zero way that this plate system will stop this round. Right? Probably. We're gonna find out. All right, 375 Shytac going hot.
I think it went through. Or did it knock it over? I didn't see.
Yeah, there's a straight up plate missing out of that thing.
Mm. Oh. Holy shit. Yep. 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 It got it. It got it for sure, dude.
Bad.
That one just ripped
Crazy.
through it.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
All right, so this is
That thing
how
is
you
destroyed.
know something's armored when it's super brittle like this. So it's
Yeah.
really strong until
It'll hold
something
up
strong
until-
enough hits it,
Pop.
and then it shatters. So this was. I'm gonna try to pull this back together. Okay.
It's like a weld.
So our bullet went straight in there, right in the middle. No big deal, but this gun was sighted in. I know. We really upped the value for you guys here. And the pieces are gone. So right in here, it broke 2 plates. So it actually hit at the best possible place. It hit at a place where this plate was overlapping this plate, but it shattered both plates like glass.
That's scary.
Right through. Luckily, missed our tree. Went right there. So yeah, can't stop at 375 Chi-Tech. Weak. So check this out. You can see where it broke. Like, it doesn't look like metal. Like, it snapped it so fast, and this stuff was so hard and brittle. It looks like concrete. Like, it's not like a nice smooth metal bend and then it break. It literally just snapped. Like, and so this guy, Voodoo Tennessee, I watched his video of him making it. He actually did a really good job because he tried different ways of, I guess, quenching the steel, of hardening the steel, and he went out and shot it to see what worked the best. So he made like 4 different panels and went and shot each of them to determine which one was the best armored steel. So this guy actually worked really hard to make this plate for me to destroy. So I appreciate you. You are awesome. But anyway, okay, it's a collapsible, so you can carry it in your backpack easier. So we found out that this guy's homemade, blacksmith-made body armor was better than this one, which was the commercial grade. This one, though, I will give it to it. It's much lighter, and it also would not have stopped 375 Chi-Tech. But that one, every time you hit it with anything, it was weaker. This one, I don't think it was weaker until.
Let's talk about the collapse. So you said, you just mentioned Soviet Union collapses just after
These
Afghanistan.
guys, be careful. They're a little bit out there.
An empire of sorts.
I just want to see what they have to say.
We've become an empire, yes.
So is Afghanistan going to be our demise, do you think?
I think that unless working class people step up and look at what's happening in the Rio Grande Valley, if working class people step up and say no more, not my kids, not my money, we're going to take charge of this. We're going to get back to some basic fundamentals, and we're not going to retreat into Fortress America. I'm not a retreat to Fortress America. We've got to have we will be throughout the world, right? But not like we are today in everybody's business, spread out all over hell's half acre, sticking our nose in everywhere. We will be, and we have to confront the existential threat, which is the Chinese Communist Party. Okay, we have to do that. And by the way, I've said, and their philosophy is unconventional warfare, right? You have economic and cyber. You have information and cyber and economic, right? Then you have kinetic. We are hurtling towards kinetic war in the South China Sea and Taiwan, even as we speak.
So I want to bring up this.
Looking for
tweet from
something
Elon
real
Musk
quick
that we saw earlier. Daily Mail says Elon Musk posts cryptic tweet about the, quote, son of the old world setting in a dying blaze of splendor. He tweeted The Guns of August. It's a book about the early stages of World War I. He followed it up with a tweet with a Lord of the Rings reference. Oh. He's not responded to comments about what he meant, but he said 9 rings for mortal men following after he said that.
Well, the Guns of August are very prophetic. I mean, the following quote was one of the guys trying to negotiate a peace to make sure we didn't go to war said the lights of Europe are going to go out never to be relit in my lifetime. Remember, 1914, what happened with the assassination in Serbia in late June. Basically 5 weeks later, they had these treaties and the mobilization. It kind of took on a life of its own and inexorably were drawn to a war. From August of 1914, that war did not end until the fall of the Berlin Wall. That's why the 20th century is the most bloody century in mankind's history. When they look back at it, we lived it. You in this audience, were some of you.
Oh my God, I was talking the whole time. I forgot I was muted. I've just been trying to pull up this map.
250 million people died
military bases
in the 20th century through war,
U.S. military bases across the world.
What happened in August? That's why the Guns of August. Anybody who wants to read Barbara Tuchman's book will see when the experts know everything. Remember, Europe has 100 years of peace since Napoleon was finished. It was a great industrial. Remember, the steam engine.
America, that's us.
Industrial production.
We're the ones fucking up all over the world.
The world's ever been, the most united the world's ever been, a globalized system. The world, It cratered. The Victorian values cratered before our eyes into a sea of barbarity.
Think of that, 148
That
just in
ended
Germany.
with, you know, the Khmer Rouge and Mao
Crazy.
Zedong,
Why
and all that, and
Germany?
eventually Afghanistan, which brought down the Soviet
'Cause it's the
Empire,
middle
and
of
eventually
Europe.
to the Berlin Wall. That from 1914 to 1989.
Strategic.
The short
It's
20th
right next to
century is
Russia.
The bloodiest century in mankind's history.
That's
and Elon Musk,
the thing.
who's a smart guy,
Japan,
I think he's sitting
India,
there, is
Germany.
this new globalization
all
order
right around
is
China,
gonna be-
Russia,
is-
China,
is-
Russia. We
is
even have 30 in China.
Afghanistan.
Look at that.
Is that
Look at
the
that.
guns of August? In other words, is that the assassination?
Oh my God, you guys are just conspiratorial nut jobs. I get it. Like, it's funny, but like, yeah.
Serbia that leads the dominoes.
Stephen is not
and
nearly.
Quite frankly,
All right, let's see. What the hell did he
united
say?
the steam engine. We exploded on industrial production, everything. The wealthiest the world's ever been, the most trade the world's ever been, the most united the world's ever been, a globalized system, the world. It cratered. The Victorian values cratered before our eyes into a sea of barbarity, okay? That ended with, you know, the Khmer Rouge and Mao Zedong and all that, and eventually Afghanistan, which brought down the Soviet Empire, and eventually to the Berlin Wall. That from 1914 to 1989. The bloodiest, the short 20th century is the bloodiest century in mankind's history. And Elon Musk, who's a smart guy, I think is sitting there. Is this new globalization order? Is it going to be? Is Afghanistan? Is that the guns of August? In other words, is that the assassination in Serbia that leads the dominoes to? And quite frankly, people ought to be very concerned.
Hold
And
up.
right now.
Hold
He said
up.
9 rings for mortal men. The quote, son of the old.
What the hell did he say? Mr. Elon. What did you say? The guns of August. And then the 9 rings. Okay. And then Mr. Bannon goes off saying that is going to cause World War III.
1989. The bloodiest, the short 20th century is bloodiest is Afghanistan. Is that the guns of August? In other words, is that the assassination
Really?
in Serbia that leads the
No.
dominoes to?
No, it's
and
not.
Quite frankly, people ought to be very concerned.
No, if
And
you
right
let
now,
that be,
you should be
if
cutting
you
off
let
the
it be
football
that,
and cutting off the
no, shut the fuck up. If you let that be the case in your mind, that if getting out of Afghanistan, if we fuck something up in Afghanistan, if that's going to start World War III, well, I don't know what else. I don't know how to you know, like this asshole says, the possibility is there. But the possibility only will come to fruition if people believe it as the possibility to come. The chances of that, probability of that, gotta be under a percentage. Under a percentage. A fraction of a percentage maybe. God, I don't know. But, and obviously I'm not as clued into the military shit as this goddamn asshole is, but that doesn't mean he should be hyping up World War III. Like, am I the only one that doesn't see this as just? It's not just fear mongering. This is hype beast. This is hype
baseball,
beast.
you
He's
should be
hyping this
watching
shit
the
up.
news, you should be thinking, what is going on here? What is going to change in my life? What's going to change in my children's lives? Right?
Have you been tracking the food shortages?
Pretty scary.
Yeah.
Food shortages.
How does it affect you? A lot of people might not notice, depending on what. I think a lot of people might be noticing. You go to Taco Bell, for instance, and they got a sign up saying
This is
you
true.
don't have these food items.
That
At
is,
Starbucks,
they
you
have
don't
they
these
have
food
some
items.
food shortages.
I'm trying
it's-
to order
some places.
food for my pets, and they're like, "This is out. This can't be bought." Went to the pet
Nice,
store,
turn
and
us
it
down
was
a
like
little bit.
$50 for cat food.
I forgot that
It's
I
getting
tuned up
harder and
the
harder
gain
to,
a bit.
to secure and supply these things. You know, combined with a
We've
labor
had
shortage.
the greatest increase in prices, I think, in 50 years, right? And it's not transitory. The Federal Reserve says, like, oh, it's all transitory, don't worry about it. What ain't transitory, particularly if you're working class, you're getting eaten alive.
We knew it wasn't. Those of us who have been tracking this, I'm sure you, knew that these prices would stay up. The idea that, oh, don't worry, it's just playing catch
Your
up.
betters, you say that, but your betters, the governors of the Federal Reserve, all the economists, they sat there a month ago and said, no, you're wrong, Tim Pool.
Lying.
This is transitory.
Right.
It's just a slight blip.
Lying.
Everything's fine. You're not an expert. Go back in your cave. Go back and shut up and
change
sit down.
whatever.
Pay your taxes. Put your pension money in. That'll grease the system. We'll control all the assets, and you're going to pay us rents because you're going to pay the carrying cost.
This is one of the reasons I.
So, this is why I hate this. because he says things that are somewhat accurate, but he is giving he's not even really, I mean, he's kind of giving a solution, but the solution is war. And of course, who else but Steve Bannon would it be to give the solution of more war for more money? Or he's at least scaring people into, scaring people into equipping themselves and at least ratcheting it up to be, more susceptible for a match to light the initial flame that turns into that's a good one. The gender reveal firework that unleashes a whole wildfire of destruction. That's what he is. He is adding kindling all around it, and just trying to wait for one person to just go, oh, well, I'm mad at you. Flick, boom, bang, 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 and then chain reaction. But hopefully people can, understand that this guy is trying to hype this up, and we shouldn't take it as seriously as, he's making it out to be. I don't know, at least my opinion.
Got out of the cities.
Sure. I feel like if you will it to be, it's more likely to occur. Like if you believe that this is going to occur and you're preparing for it, like the likelihood that it will occur is more likely. I think. I feel like it's you're like cutting down other opportunities. You're removing other opportunities so that this is the only opportunity left in your life. And then if everybody is doing the same thing of narrowing all their opportunities down to the same thing in life, then eventually everyone's opportunities are going to align, and then someone's going to be an opportunist. They're going to take advantage of a situation, and then it's going to go back and forth.
I lived in
That's
New
kind of
York,
just how it's been
and
going,
then there was
but just
protests
on a
and things
political
went bad,
manner.
And then some cops got assassinated in front of my apartment over on Myrtle and Nostrand, right on there, Tompkins, I think it was. And so I said, maybe it was political. It was a black nationalist killing cops. He said, "You take 2 of ours, we take 2 of yours." And so I said, maybe I shouldn't live in this city because, I've already seen the protests and I see the escalation happening before my eyes. I move over to the Jersey side. I'm like, I'll still work in the city, but I'll stay out of the. This is one of the reasons I got out of the cities. I lived in New York, and then there was Nostrand right on ours. We take 2 of yours, and so I said maybe I shouldn't live in this city because I've already seen the.
I don't remember. Oh, he lived in New York.
Escalation happening before
probably when he worked for
I move over to
Vice.
the Jersey side. I'm like, I'll still work in the city, but I'll stay out of the dense thick of things. And then there were bombs planted in Manhattan and Jersey City, and I said, okay, maybe I should move a little bit further away. Then I end up going to South Jersey. I see the riots, the Black Lives Matter riots, the George Floyd riots, and I said, yeah, well, we're on the other side of the river from Philly, so we're fine. Then I heard the helicopters, and they started coming into the suburbs, the protests, the riots, and I was like, they crossed the bridge? You know what? I'm not going to sit around to wait and find out where the escalation leads to.
He's making it sound like there's all these offensives, like in a military sense, like there's like this new offensive front approaching, or like he was being attacked in this location, although he wasn't being attacked, but there was violence occurring in this location, so he moves out of it, and then it slowly the front is attacking. Then he has to move to another location, and this is now a separate front that is occurring over here, and then this front starts to advance towards him again. He's making it sound like he's like, in military action, and like he has to, and he's just like, and not to, I don't want to like put it as like it doesn't, that because it makes it sound demeaning or something, or like negative, like, but like it makes it sound like he keeps retreating or something, like, and he's retreating to a newer, safer place, because that's what I do, that's what I've been doing. I lived in Philly for a long while, but like, I just couldn't afford it, to be quite frank, and I kind of got in trouble, so I had to move back home. And now where I live, I'm more left wing than most of the people that live around me. So like, I don't want to be around here. So I built a little like, or I'm building currently a little cabin out by the river on some property that my parents had. And I'm going to hopefully move to there, and hopefully I could stream from there and stuff. Cause I don't know if I'll feel even safer there because it's already been broken into. That's a whole nother story, but like, I understand like the trying to isolate because you don't want to. I feel like there's less likely things are going to occur because there's less opportunity for things to occur because there's less people around, i.e. that means there's less transactions, like good trade and bad trade. There's less, drama between people because there's not as many people to cause drama. All of this commingles, and then that's why rural towns suit well with themselves, but to an outsider, when an outsider comes in, they're very standoffish, I guess. And I guess that's probably what's going on with that little cabin that I've been trying to work on. Is like I don't know, like we've had the property for 13 years, maybe something like that, but we never really did. Well, I mean, we did try to do something with it. We had a stand-up paddleboarding and kayaking and biking spot that you could like rent bikes from and stuff, but the business didn't last long. I guess like it lasted a year or two, but and other things occurred, but it's more or less we were seen as outsiders there. Like, we didn't grow up there, even though we grew up 20 minutes away from it. We're still seen as like, oh, these big city slickers trying to come into here, when like we're coming from a small town then you're just going into a smaller town, and then it's just still big town dynamics versus small town dynamics. It's just, they just get amplified as you get to a bigger area, which is what I feel like he's getting at.
Ultimately end up going out to the West Virginia, we're in the Harpers Ferry area, which is not the middle of nowhere, mind you. It's like an hour from the airport. But I'm still thinking, like, we need space. We need to have our own water source. Because the world may not be ending, I don't know. But the point is,
it's not.
I want to just make sure that
we're just trying to kill ourselves.
Be it a disaster or crisis or something in the United States, I have taken responsibility for myself. Because the worst case scenario is, we got a great place. We got trees. We got deer walking around. It's beautiful. It's fresh air. We have our own well.
See, that's the one thing that I agree with him.
Maybe it's good.
Like, I think that's a good way to go about this. It's just like, just be self-sustainable and understand nature around you, and then learn how to not manipulate nature, I guess. It's like I'd be a loaded word to use, but form nature in the manner that you wish, rather than, making it conform. You feel what I mean? Like, I feel like that's the big issue with what humanity's been going on for the past, since the Industrial Revolution, really, and now even advanced into like cyberspace, where you can get away with doing a lot more nefarious things in cyberspace because it's not seen as reality. It's seen as ones and zeros, but those ones and zeros change people's minds and give people emotions. So it's still it all ties in. It's all together, that hippy dippy bullshit. There it is. But
about cities.
Well, I think, look, people have to make
always do that
decisions, individual choices. I think one of the things that people have to do is to get sources of information and check them out and verify them. But much of what you're being told is just not accurate. 30 days later, it changes. 60 days later, it changes. We're told this inflation's transitory. It's just not, because asset classes, and by the way, people are putting money into commodities, food price.
All right. This is what I was going to say with this motherfucker. He's actually right about money stuff, or at least he knows about monetary policy and how money works, because I've heard him talk about this shit before. At least he knows that. At least I think I know this as well. So this is coming from someone, I don't know. I went to school for business, so I know a little bit, got some credentials on the shit, but you can't but notice how the inflation is only affecting certain asset classes, and those asset classes being the real stores of wealth, the things that actually retain value, and you can put back into the market after you've already used it, and either like make some money back, make your money back that you invested in it, or in like the very high asset class stuff that I would say has been being abused recently is the housing market. That asset class has really seen inflation because of the mass amount of money that has been generated in the stock markets. Like the exponential amount of money that you can make just from owning like shares of a stock is insane. The amount of money that you can generate if you can pump a stock and then get out beforehand. Like that's the thing, is it like if somebody doesn't have like the understanding of just like how exponential, like a fucking exponential curve goes real up. Like look at like an exponential function is literally this. So it starts off like relatively slowly, and then it gets really steep. And then it gets really steep. Really steep. Really expensive. Or lots and lots of money that you now have made from this little investment that you put in. So you put in not even a full block initially, and now you're at, say here at this last dot, you're now at 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks up, and you were only at maybe a half of a block before, so that's 8 times your input. Think about that for all of the stocks and all of the availability on the market with that, and then realize that you can't actually do anything because there are quant trading. There are these guys, but yeah, what are quantitative trading firms? Quantitative analysis implement complex models that allow financial firms to price and trade securities. Bullshit. What they're doing is they have a high bandwidth connection to the markets. They intercept what trades you are going to make. They buy that trade before you can actually make your transaction go through on your shitty broadband server or your internet service. They buy it and then sell it back to you for a small portion. A very, very small portion. It is a fraction of a penny probably. It is unnoticeable by anybody. But when that happens on every single transaction, you start to amass a lot of money. Okay? So, yeah. These guys are interesting characters. And most of the time it's not really a I mean they are financially minded obviously, but these guys are more comp sci minded. They are programmers that know how finances work and can they know how to finagle, I guess is an easy way to put it in layman's terms. They know how to finagle with a computer and with markets. Yeah, Investopedia is okay, but I forgot who did a good video on quantitative trading. Maybe it was Coffee. Yeah, I've seen this Coding Jesus guy. I don't think he's Coding Jesus. I'll be quite frank with you. Economics, here we go. Yeah, these guys know what they're talking about. Fucked him pulling his fear mongering for right now. Holy shit, that's wild.
This is the New York Stock Exchange, the largest and most liquid securities market in the world. Here is where a good portion of the world's largest companies have their stocks traded amongst millions of investors worldwide, ranging from small individual investors to major banks and financial institutions, and even entire countries through things like sovereign wealth funds. This is not the only exchange. There are hundreds of similar exchanges around the world that work to raise capital for productive corporations that will design and build the products of the future. Classic imagery of loud, bombastic traders in bright uniforms tends to be the images that come to mind.
That's
when
not
we
what it
think
is
of these
anymore,
kinds of
bud.
exchanges. But the reality today is that most
They're
of the
nerds.
action on Wall Street looks like this.
Yep.
The age of automated trading machines is upon us. Most trading today is happening to, from, and between computers that all have very clever programs to consistently and reliably invest into the stock market better than a human could. These computer programs come in all shapes and sizes, but the most controversial amongst all of these are high-frequency trading algorithms. These machines trade hundreds of thousands of times a second, making
This isn't
tiny
what
slivers of
a
profit
quant.
over a very tiny sliver
This
of
isn't a
time.
quantitative
These
trader, but
machines
these
have
are
been
the
very
systems that they
profitable
work
for a
with. They
lot
write the
of firms
software
that
for
probably
these
employ this
systems, I
technology.
believe.
But it has to be asked, what are the lasting consequences of these types of systems? We have effectively handed control over the most important markets in all of our economies around the world to machines that are basically just playing robot wars with each other. In this video, we will look at the many weird and wonderful ways that algorithms use lightning speed to get an edge over the average participant in these markets, and then assess the many weird and wonderful ways this can all go wrong.
Many ways, to put it lightly.
There is an old legend about the Battle of Waterloo, that a Nathan Mayer Rothschild of the Rothschild banking family had scouts at the Battle of Waterloo. As soon as the battle was over and the British were decidedly victorious, this scout raced back to London to be the first to deliver the news to Nathan Rothschild himself. Upon learning of the British victory, Nathan knew that British government war bonds would spike in value. So, in a cunning attempt to take advantage of this, he very openly and very publicly started selling off his British government war bonds. This sent the market into panic, and the British government bonds plummeted in the few hours before Sir Wellington could arrive to deliver the true story. In secret, Nathan Rothschild ordered his agents to buy up these war bonds for pennies on the pound, and by the time Wellington did arrive to announce the kingdom's glorious victory over Napoleon's forces, Nathan had bought up thousands of these government war bonds on the cheap and reaped the massive rewards of the ensuing price spike. Now, this story is actually not true. It's a fun little piece of storytelling, but most historians today realise that Lord Bathurst was the first person to deliver the news to London, and no such securities manipulation actually took place.
Yeah, I've
What
never
does
heard
show,
that,
though, is
but
the
that's very
power
funny.
of speed in information.
Yep.
Had Nathan actually had the fastest horse and ship to deliver the news, it is
It's like
very
that
likely
shit that
such
we
a scheme
watched yesterday
could have actually
on
been pulled off. The same is true today.
the
Whoever gets access to information
atomic
first has a
clocks being
huge
put into
advantage in
computers
these markets.
with the
The
GPS
logical extent
location
of
so
this
that they
is
could
getting
update
information
their systems basically in real time, where it was like less than I think it was less than a millisecond, or less than it was like 500 nanoseconds or some shit. They were saying that it was the latency that you would have from this computer to the next, because they are instead of each system sending out like, is this the most updated, and then the system sending back a yes or no, the main system sends out just the one that it has as the most updated and says, hey guys, this is the most updated one, and then it asks for checks from everybody instead. And I think that like what that atomic clock would do would make it so that everybody would move in lockstep. Like, think about it like the Chinese army videos, or the Democratic Socialist Party, the Nazis, whatever the hell, how they always used to like walk in lockstep. Like, imagine that type of like uniformity among the computers, but on a super minute scale. And that's obviously bad imagery to use, an army thing, but they're always just so very on point with their actions in comparison. So think about 50 different server stacks in like a data center, and then all of them now are, instead of being, 20 milliseconds behind, depending on how far it is connected to the main like brain board of it. I don't exactly know how servers work, if that's not immediately apparent, because I'm kind of an idiot. But if some of them are like 20 milliseconds off or 30 milliseconds off or something, if you could cut that down to, half of a millisecond, or I think that's what it was, like 500 nanoseconds or something. Atomic clock in computers. Think. No. I'm bad at Googling right now, or at least with that. I could just go to the Linus thing, but it's okay. Nobody's watching me right now. I'm not going to go into it.
Public. If you had a friend who worked in the accounting department of Goldman Sachs, let's say, and they told you that their quarterly earnings report were going to show huge profits, you could then go and buy up that stock, wait for the report to be released and massively increase the demand for that stock, and then sell at a higher price. Unfortunately, this whole scheme has a name. It's called insider trading, and it is super illegal. Like, even rich white people go to jail for it levels of illegal. What low latency news bots attempt to do...
Martha Stewart! Martha Stewart! Martha Stewart! Jail! Financial crimes. Even she went to jail. That's why she's so tight with Snoop Dogg. I shouldn't do that, but I had to for the joke. Wasn't she charged with stock trading case? I don't know. I know financial crimes are bad, and I'm just glad that people actually get in trouble for it. It just sucks whenever it's like a cool person that gets in trouble for it. Why not like the assholes on Wall Street?
Same thing, but just in a slightly more legal way. Say Bloomberg releases a report detailing huge fraudulent activity within a company. If that kind of report gets released, it tends to create a mass sell-off of the stock. All of these people selling increases the supply of the stock in the open market and hence reduces the price. The average human could take 5 or so minutes to read the average Bloomberg article, digest the information, and then decide on how to trade stocks based on that information. Low latency news bots do it in a fraction of a second.
Jesus.
Low latency or high frequency trading bots will scan articles, business reports, and even tweets to detect positive and negative words. These algorithms assign a positive or negative value to fraud, growth, losses, layoffs, profits,
so then
suits,
media could manipulate the
overall
systems
of goodness or badness of the news, and then
so then
buy
operate
or short the stock
opposite
before
of the
regular
news
readers have
cycles.
had a chance to react. If an article is written about, say, Johnson & Johnson and is filled with words like cancer, allegation, class action, recall, cover-up, and plaintiffs, an automated system is going to basically say,
given those negative values.
that's bad, instantly.
And then start to sell stuff.
Sure
Yeah.
enough, 2 seconds after this breaking news is released, boom. The market
Well,
has already
short.
been adjusted due to
That's the thing
a
that's
wave of high-frequency
shitty is you can
trading
bet
bots
on people
crashing
failing,
the
but
market.
I get it. I
The
understand you
example of
need
Johnson
to.
& Johnson's talcum powder scandal was one of the more obvious instances of these kinds of bots. But realistically, they work day in and day out ingesting huge piles of data and very quickly making snap decisions on if this is good or bad before anybody else has had the chance to react. What makes this all the more interesting, though, is that these types of low-latency market bots are not limited to just typical financial markets. There are low-latency news bots operating in sporting markets around the world today as well. Something like the news of an injury of a star football player can massively reduce the odds of a sports team winning an upcoming game. These types of news bots can even operate in these markets to very quickly put bets on the opposing side in these instances.
Now, if that doesn't fucking tell you that the stock market's gambling, I don't know what the fuck does.
To profit off the price change caused by the news hitting the mainstream. These news bots were the first kind of high-frequency trading algorithms to be released on the world. But from this, they have grown and adapted into a range of weird...
They have grown, formed with it, become one with the
High-frequency trading turned quickly from reactionary systems making predictable trades into complex machines that ingest hundreds of points of data in real time, run regression analyses on that data, and then make microsecond trades to make thousands of tiny little profitable exchanges throughout the day. These data points go from simple stuff like order volume, current price, and
You can
price
even
of
look into
similar
Lux,
securities
and
to
it's
far more
basically
obscure
that
data points
algorithm
that are, for the most
that
part,
allows
closely guarded
you
secrets
to
of the firms
make
that
your
trade
trades,
these
make the trades
algorithms.
yourself. So it shows you
This
whenever
has done
there's
a few things.
buy signals
Firstly,
and sell
it has led
signals.
to a massive arms
If you're
race for
interested,
speed.
it's
High-frequency
expensive.
trading firms were,
But
up
like,
until recently,
if you have a
increasing
lot
the
of
value
money to
land
put in,
around the new
if you have a lot of money to put into it, you could honestly, you could probably manage a lot of money through it, like manage to make a lot of money with it if you knew what you were doing and you had a decent amount of capital put into it. But you have to be, you know, that's a daily thing. You know, anytime the markets are open, you need to be focused and on it and ready to buy and sell whenever things are occurring. But I don't know. It's called Lux. Lux, I think, right? Lux Trader, something like that.
New York Stock Exchange Center so that their fiber optic cables would be closer to the exchange server.
What the fuck did I say?
Of light through 100 meters of glass fiber cable could have meant it has done a few things. Firstly, it has led to a massive arms race in speed. High-frequency trading firms were, up until recently, increasing the value of land around the New York Stock Exchange Center so that their fiber optic cables would be closer to the exchange server. The speed of light through 100 meters of glass fiber cable could have meant the difference between your firm or a competitor firm getting the trades in to make the profit. Today, these firms just pay to keep their servers in the basement of the New York Stock Exchange, and every firm gets exactly the same length of fiber optic cable connecting it to the node itself to make sure that all of the servers are operating within a billionth of a second of one another. So, you know,
that sounds
pretty good ping overall. All of these algorithms
squeaky
are
clean to me, guys.
a reactionary algorithm. They are simply looking at data, interpreting it very quickly, and acting on it before anybody else has had the chance to do the same. But they get even weirder from that. Some algorithms have been designed to basically prey on other algorithms, detecting the data points that they look for, feeding them false data points like bogus bids or low value, high volume trades to get
So
them
now
to
they're
react in
developing
such a way
software to
as
fuck with the
offer
other
a security
softwares.
for less than it should have otherwise been traded for, and then selling it back to the regular market at a markup all within a millionth of a second. The basic techniques of these aggressive predator-style bots are spoofing, putting orders into the market to give a false impression of
fake market.
demand and then cancelling them a billionth of a second later before they are filled, and quote stuffing, which is basically very quickly throwing up a whole lot of crappy low-value buy or sell offers really quickly. They won't get filled, but they will slow down other high-frequency trading algorithms that now have to analyze all of these new crappy orders while your algorithm can ignore them and gain a significant speed advantage. These aggressive techniques have since been made illegal in most markets around the world, as it has been determined that they effectively amount to stock manipulation, which is again, super illegal. But it doesn't mean that high-frequency trading firms aren't experimenting with new and similarly aggressive techniques. Because if you can be sure of something, it is that laws will struggle to keep up with technology, especially if there is money to be made. Otherwise, regular reactionary high-frequency trading algorithms remain at large throughout most markets today, which begs a pretty big question. What does this actually mean for the foundational purpose of most of these markets? All of these kinds of high-frequency trading techniques are all very fun to explore and certainly have been very profitable for the firms that have utilised them well. But what does it mean for the greater economy? At the end of the day, stock exchanges are basically the markets for companies to trade their stock with the general population in order to raise capital to build factories or develop technologies or research life-saving medication or whatever. What happens when these markets, a cornerstone of modern world finance, get turned into the most boring episode of BattleBots ever? Well, the first major drawback are flash crashes. Effectively, high-frequency trading algorithms are
That's what happened in
a set of instructions if X and Y equals Z,
2012, I think.
Now, of course, modern
With the
algorithms
Hong Kong
are
market?
extremely complex, but it doesn't mean that they can't fall into the same kinds of problems that any other computer program does. Most notably, endless recursions.
Am I right on that?
Let's say one high-frequency trading bot is programmed to short shares for Citibank every time that there is a new sell order for Citibank. This is called front running, and it is a super common strategy. Basically, the bot will short shares and get its order filled microseconds before a larger sell order comes along to the market and pushes the whole market price down. The bot then buys out its short position and turns a tidy little profit. The problem
it was
arises
this one I
when
was thinking
another
of.
high-frequency trading bot decides that this front-running business is a good idea.
No, it
Some
was
average
2010.
trader will sell their Citibank shares, and bot 1 will see that order
Anyways.
and front-run it, shorting Citibank. Bot 2 does the same, and then suddenly
Well,
bot
looking at
1
that, there
sees
was
it
a
goes
lot
up
of them
the order
happening, so-
and shorts the shares again. Bot
Man,
2
that
sees
sucks
the
the
order that
AC's
bot
fucking
1
broke
placed and
down there.
shorts the stock billions of times
Piss.
over in a fraction of a second. This is obviously
I don't
an
think I could fix it,
extremely
too.
simple example of a recursion loop.
I don't know
And
how I
in
would-
reality,
I
most
would've
decent
broken
trading
on it.
algorithms have checks in place to stop something as simple as this happening. But it is
But-
impossible to create a system that will react perfectly to everything all of the time.
And
you
there's
can ask
people
anybody
working
that
on
works in
breaking them
development or
at all
software,
times.
Recursions happen all the damn time. Only in this case, you aren't Control-Alt-deleting your Python script, you are Control-Alt-deleting the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. These flash crashes have hit many markets all over the world as high-frequency trading becomes more prominent. And it was kind of a big red flag that said to investors, hey, you know this securities market here? The market that is supposed to be, secure? Yeah, well, it's actually just a playground for software nerds who got bored of writing PyAuto GUI RuneScape scripts. I have said it over and over again on this channel, that confidence is the basis of any market or economy, and it is difficult to have confidence in a market that could literally fall apart in a billionth of a second. In response to this, many exchanges around the world have put strict limitations on these kinds of trading patterns. But when there's a will, there is a way, and if there's a dollar to be made, it will be made.
Absolutely. These are interesting. I don't know if he
This
explains
is
these well.
Robinhood, a stock trading platform that services billions of dollars worth of trade in any given day, the darling of Wall Street bets, and it seemingly does all of this for a far lower price than traditional brokers. How do they do this? Well, they operate as what is
They
called
were.
a dark pool. Most of the fun stuff that high-frequency traders try to pull is not really feasible on major exchanges anymore, due to regulation, minimum latency restrictions, or straight-up competition.
It's not just
Platform like
Robinhood.
Robinhood is big enough that it kind of exists.
Most firms work with dark pools. Dark pools, all it is just a market that only firms can trade in. So it's only these are like the market. I guess kind of the market makers are the only ones that are permitted to buy and trade in those markets. So that's why they're called dark markets. It's because they're dark to the public, but if you work in one of these market makers, like you're allowed to trade in their pools. So you can buy different rates, you get different pricing, You can sell things in bulk for way cheap on the market that you need to get like shoved off slowly and no one knows because it's not recorded until 2 days later because they're still on T plus 2. I believe, yeah, right. We're still on T plus 2, aren't we? Stock T plus 2 still in use. Stock. I think it's still in use, right? Like for the New York Exchange. Yeah, it still is. Okay. They were talking about reducing it to T plus 1, but it really needs to just be reduced to T plus 0 because, I mean, look at what we just discovered, that these market makers they have their servers in the basement of the stock, like the stock market, and they all get a certain amount of fiber wire so that they are all equally latency dependent. Like if they get to have that, like we should at least get like proof of trades the day of. Like, I mean, come on, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just a baboon out here, but I'm just saying, it would make
its own
sense.
little ecosystem. Typical stockbrokers will pass along their clients' orders to the primary market. In this case, let's say the New York Stock Exchange. But Robinhood has enough clients that it can just keep the trades internal, passing the cash and securities from one client to the other without the need to go through the main market. This is known as a dark pool, which is just a scary way of saying a stock market that forms separate to the primary stock market.
No, that is not a good way of... No, it is not. It is a market that only market makers are allowed to trade in. Right? Dark pools trading. I'm like 99% sure. Privately organized financial forum or exchange for trading securities, dark pool. This is Investopedia. I don't know. They're kind of good about it. Private assets exchanges. Yeah. Dark pools provide pricing and cost advantage to buy-side institutions such as mutual funds, pension funds, which claim these benefits, and retail investors who invest in these funds, or that ultimately accrue to the retail investor who invests in these funds. So it's like mutual funds, pension funds. It's institutions. Big institutions get to work on these things, not just like the normal retail trader. You're not allowed to see this stuff.
Market like Robinhood, though, does not have the same kind of regulations around high-frequency trading. So, for a price, they will let high-frequency...
They buy and sell your data before you do it. And this is where, I'm going to let him do it. I'm going to let him do it. He'll go off.
Back end of the exchange and front run and news react and spoof to their heart's content. A market filled with average non-institutional investors with high liquidity is fertile ground for high-frequency trading firms, and they will pay big premium to facilitators like Robinhood, which means that firms like Robinhood don't need to charge their regular clients as much.
Which he didn't even know this at the time, so we got to give him the benefit of the doubt. But Robinhood was accused, and I believe they admitted for pay for order form. Pay for order Robinhood. Robinhood. My God, I'm terrible. Yep, right here. Wall Street Journal. Clouded by SEC scrutiny of payment for order flow. So this is how they were able to not charge you very much, even though they did charge you fees. They also sold your data that you were going to purchase that stock to somebody before you even got your trade, and then that other person facilitated a transaction, bought that stock, and then sold it to you, and then they made a gain on it. Like that's what I was saying earlier, but it's just like exponentially you can make so much more, even though you're making fractions of pennies. If you're making millions of transactions like per minute, I don't know how much. I don't know how many Robinhood had. I don't think it was that many, but like on like a very large exchange, like you could see where you could make a lot of money. This is exactly what wasn't it what the penny stock guys were doing? Like back in the 80s or whatever, they were just like peeling off little bits of pieces of everybody and then letting it accrue into one of their accounts. First quarter revenue came from sending its customers stock. Look right here. This is it. In its IPO filing, released Thursday, Robinhood disclosed that 81% of the first quarter. I don't know what you're saying. Selimarian. What language is that? Is that just spam? Are you trolling me, bro? Turkish. I wonder what it means. I must Google. Oh, I can't do it on this. You could be saying bad things. Hold on. I don't think you are, but it'd be funny. Turkish translation. Translates English. Greetings, good post-Turk. good post Turk. I'm a post Turk. Is that what you meant? Like a after Turk? I'm kind of, I don't know. Like I'm Croatian. That's not Turkish, but it's like it's close by, you know. I'm over there. Where were we at? I was on something else here. Robinhood disclosing 81% of its first quarter revenue came from sending its customers stock options and cryptocurrency orders to high-speed trading firms, a practice known for payment of order flow. So you got to think, 81% of the money that came in their doors was just for payment of order flow. So you weren't the customer, or you were the product being sold to the payment for order flow people, the big firms. Yeah, Google Translate is pretty bad at translate. I don't know. You probably said something like "hello, good friend" or some shit, but I don't know. What is it? Is this like a Hassan retreat now? Everybody, no, that's rude, because I can't assume that because you're Turkish you watch songs. That's just mean. That's just racist, right? I don't know. But yeah. You're not the only Turk view I've had, which is funny. Zero commission stock trades helps the company win millions. Yeah, exactly. That's what bothers me. Yeah, where are we at?
If anything at all. Which is yet again another example of a solid business saying. If you are not paying for a product you are using, chances are you are the product.
Yep.
Now, a huge disclaimer here is that this isn't to say that there is no money to be made investing through Robinhood. Just keep in mind that every time you do, chances are you are making a high-frequency trading firm somewhere out there just a little bit richer.
Not wrong. Not wrong at
High-frequency
all.
trading is the modern incarnation of the race to be the first to the market. It is a battle that has been going on for as long as economics has been studied. Is it healthy? Well, no, probably not. It does severely throw the stability of major world markets into question. But as always, it's likely to be around until regulation has a chance to make sense of this new reality and catch up with innovation. Hi guys, thanks for watching my latest video. We will be live streaming.
That's the real problem, is the regulation around the markets has to catch up with the technology that the markets are utilizing now. So that requires a whole new, I don't know, because I'm not quite sure how. I'm sure by this point in time the SEC has gotten around to hiring some techie-minded individuals that kind of could understand what's going on, and then maybe even get those guys to hire out experts that would be able to tell, what kind of software they're using, what's the difference between hardware that people are using, and then somehow regulate that for into a retail system. So like that everybody has to trade at a certain time, like how computers have to send, like how we were going with the timing of the computers and how they all need to be timed incorrectly, or timed incorrectly, not incorrectly. Don't get that twisted. They all need to be timed in and synchronized. It's a better way to phrase it. So if we can get that to happen for like traders as it were, because I could use my device right here and trade right here, trade stocks right here on my phone. If we can get everybody on the same time scale, or time, I guess not time scale, time frame maybe, instead of having to wait 2 days to understand that you to get the updated information that you actually purchased the stock, like it would be instantaneous, like how these market makers have it, because these market makers have connections to the system where you and I don't, and they could. It's I don't know. where that's where a lot of the wealth is being built in that and within those markets, not amongst the retail traders. You see what I'm saying? It's it's wealth changing hands between wealthy people, just making the other wealthy people more wealthy. Like that's kind of the way things are moving with the high frequency traders, because if you are one of those guys, you're not you're not anywhere near making like minimum salary, like the median salary in America. You're going to be on the scale of like, you're at least in four figures. Some of them could go into five figures for high up executives and stuff. But I think like the average salary for a quant trader is like 400,000. Oh no, it goes up to wait. The middle 57% of quantitative traders make between 178, yeah, up to 383,000, with the top 86 percentile making 795,000 per year. The series of quantitative traders in U.S. range from 36,000. Okay. All right, now that he probably is just like, that's like intern pricing. Like, that's an intern there. They just get paid like 37,000 a year, but that's an intern. So think about the scaling on that shit now. Yeah, the rocket scientists of Wall Street. Yeah. Anyways, they make a lot of money. And they all make it. They keep making it within themselves, not spreading the wealth as Hassan would. Oh, I can't do that. I can't. Hassan's cool. I like him. He's funny. I should just read histories on stream. That'd be like really fucking boring for people, but I would love it. Let's read this one because this was a cool story. I like this. Let me go grab some water real quick actually and go to the bathroom. Hold up. Ow. Oops. I clicked the wrong one. Okay. All right. This is a good article. We can already see this is gonna be a good one right here. Fire. Okay. In the new book, The Immortality Key, archaeology sleuth Brian Murarsuku. Oh man, I'm bad at this one. Murasku. Damn, sorry for trying so long. Suggests that religious wine might have been spiked. Could the communion wine of history's earliest Christians have been hallucinogenic? This is the question that The Immortality Key, a new book, the religious scholar, archaeologist, sleuth, and classicist Brian Murarsuku aims to answer. I'm just going to be like Brian M. now. Drawing on more than 10 years of research across 6 countries, M links the drug-fueled rituals of ancient Greece to the Mediterranean, the simultaneous outgrowth of Christianity in first century Israel. Yes, there were lots of rituals occurring in ancient Greece. Oh man, this is a terrible. Why would I expect Vice to have like good citations, man, or even good links? It just links to like a internal Vice search of ancient Greece. God damn it. And the Mediterranean to the simultaneous outgrowth of Christianity in first century Israel. The bottom line is, it's far from absurd and perhaps entirely reasonable to think that some early Greek spreading Christians had hallucinogenics in their ritual wines. Armed with Vatican archives, Greco-Roman texts, and the innovations of archaeochemistry, a new discipline that can isolate the exact chemical makeup of ancestral food and drink, Murarsuku, I'm going to try to say this, man. Murarsuku. I'm going to go with Murarsuku. Traces the rich and vined history of spiked wine throughout the ages. He suggests that the wild parties of the Greek mystery sects, which occurred thousands of years, Eleusis, I think it was called. Eleusis. Spelled with an E. Yep. Yeah. See? Eleusis. This is what he's referencing, or what was supposedly referenced in some of these texts, but they wouldn't say it outright. He suggests that the wild parties of the Greek mystery sects, which occurred thousands of years before, at a time of Jesus, were powered by wines likely imbued with drugs, later making their way into Christianity's early sacred cups. 600 BC. So this is where this was occurring, supposedly, from the Greece. And then the old GB. GB's supposed to be over here. Our boy GB's supposed to be over here, and then gets on a boat. Hangs out here with the boys. Gets all trippy with the boys. And then comes back home. And then he's just a hippie. And they kill him. Prove me wrong. Just kidding. But it's funny to think about. It's a controversial claim to make. The communion wine has been a fixture of Christian worship since the Last Supper, and stands as a core ritual for its 2.5 billion adherents around the world every week of the year. Called to sip the wine and invite the presence of Jesus, Christians believe that the wine becomes the body of Christ, metaphorically or literally, depending on the sect. Like that it becomes it, not that they actually use blood. Let's calm down. But then again, I don't know. They could be out there, bro. During the Eucharist phase of a church service, when special biblical blessings are cast on the drink by the vicar, priest, or pastor. Yeah. Of course, the vast majority, if not all, of Christianity's predominant sects would place strong injunctions against hallucinogenic drugs altogether. But as researchers continue digging up the boozy remains of our ancient past, it may well be that the church is in for big and truly shattering surprise. Vice spoke with Mirescu about the immortality key, the LSD rituals of ancient Greece, and trippy wine. Edited for length and clarity. Okay. Take a drink here. Get ready for this. I could probably answer some of these questions too, but this guy's gonna know the real answers. The immortality key makes a complex case. Could you outline your basic thesis? The ancient Greek world was full of secret rituals called mysteries, where the sacrament of one kind or another was consumed. I question whether some version of the pagan wine sacrament of Dionysus, the Greek god of ecstasy and mystical rapture, was passed along in the earliest Greek-speaking Christians. The wine of the ancient Greeks wasn't really wine, was it? No, ancient Greek wine was nothing like the wine of today. He didn't say no. They took it out. He probably did say no, because it wasn't. Ancient Greek wine was nothing like the wine of today. For a period of over 1,000 years from Homer to the fall of the Roman Empire, wine is constantly referred to as pharmakon, drug. It was routinely spiked with plants, herbs, and toxins, making it unusually intoxicating, seriously mind-altering, occasionally hallucinogenic, and potentially lethal. No less than 56 detailed recipes for spiked wine can be found in the Book 5 of Dioscorides, Materia Medica, an ancient pharmacopoeia, ancient pharmacopoeia, whose author lived at the exact time that Gospels themselves were being written in the 1st century AD. Interesting. So the Greeks may have been sampling something far stronger than wine, but why would Christians have wanted to follow a Greek or Greek-tinged lineage? What's the connection? See, that's where it ties in with the texts. The world in which Jesus and the earliest Christians were born was swimming with Greek influence, especially around Dionysus, the quintessential Greek god of wine and ecstasy. John's Gospel goes into great lengths, as a matter of fact, to portray Jesus as a kind of second coming of Dionysus. The well-known water to wine miracle, for example, has been described by biblical scholars as the signature miracle of Dionysus. I dedicate a chapter to comparing the wine of Dionysus, which was described as blood by several ancient authors, including Timotheus of Miletus, I'm not sure, 400 years before Jesus, with the wine of Jesus, which becomes the literal blood of Jesus during the Mass. So this was the predecessor of the blood is wine. Which becomes the literal blood of Jesus during the Mass. Some Greek Christians would have interpreted the Last Supper, which occurred indoors, as an invitation to bringing Dionysus' spiked wine sacrament into their own homes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I swear I'm not 13. The book discusses an unusual finding in Pompeii dated to around the time of Mount Vesuvius eruption. It's 778 AD. Why is it so important? In 1996, a farmhouse named the Villa Vicario was excavated in Scafati. It's in Scafati, on the outskirts of Pompeii. Sorry. 7 large vessels were unearthed, with a thick organic deposit at the bottom of each. The yellow foamy matrix from one vessel in particular, contained something fascinating. The archaeologist Marina Caraldi found over 50 species of plants, herbs, and trees in the sample, all in these 7 vessels. 50 different plants in 7 vessels, and they were all mixed about. So they were all different things. Alongside remnants of willow, beech, peach, and walnut, she found distinctive melody of opium, cannabis, and 2 members of the nightshade family, which are psychedelic, white herbanane and black nightshade. The nightshade plants contain many tropinane alkaloids known for their hallucinogenic effects, including scolopamine, which is known rather ominously as the devil's breath. That's the things that they blow into people's faces in Colombia, I think it was, that I saw. I don't know, I saw a documentary on Vice back in the day, whatever. They actually did good stuff. This is probably going to link to that. Yeah, this was a while ago, wasn't it? 2007. Yeah, so this is back when they actually did good stories. Sorry, Vice. I don't mean to hate on you. The presence of grape remains suggests the whole Recce mixture was steeped in wine. So it was like they'd mix it all together, and then it would be, it would be X mixture. They'd have a name for it or something, and it would be used for this ailment. Like how we have our pharmacopoeia today, where you would go to the the doctor's office and be like, "Hey, I'm sick. I need something." They'd be like, "Okay, well, let me give you this. This is a pill that's been made in a pharmacy that I'll give to you. I'll give you a prescription that you can go get now." But back in the day, they would just have a bunch of shit that they knew would work for whatever, and they would mix it up right there on the spot. There you go. Some of it worked, some of it didn't. I don't know. But, with these things in it, I imagine they had some sort of basis behind it. They probably weren't just like, there probably were people that would just feed people whatever and be like, "Yep, this will help." Ha, ha, ha. But I'm sure the person that writes a whole book, Materia Medica, probably understands a little bit of what they're fucking talking about. So, but cardiology found lizard bones present in grapevine. There isn't enough context to prove why the wine would have been consumed, but it does demonstrate the existence, I believe, of the kind of potentially hallucinogenic potion that texts like Dioscorides, Materia Medica have only ever hinted at. Yeah. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first hard scientific evidence of psychedelic wine in classical antiquity, and for some reason has gone unreported. The spiked wine is dated to a time when the earliest Christians were just beginning to fill the house churches and catacombs of Rome and southern Italy, a region known as Magna Graecia, or Great Greece. Yeah. Perhaps this was a thing of Eucharist that would have suited with some early Greek-speaking followers of Jesus, a congregation that wanted the wine of Christianity to resemble the wine of their Greek ancestors. How far back could this tradition of spiking drinks go? Perhaps all the way back to the Stone Age. We just don't know. But it raises the prospect of what I call religion with no name, a prehistoric tradition of ritual plants, herbs, and fungi that seem to have survived our cave-dwelling ancestors to the civilizations of ancient Greece and Rome. There's some evidence for kind of infused beer being consumed 13,000 years ago in Israel. This would have morphed over time into hallucinogenic kuchen of the Eleusinian mysteries. Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. This was the place of the Eleusinian mysteries, whatever. But by adherence to the first Greek-speaking Christians. How did the spiked wine tradition and the religion with no name evolve with the growth of the church? And why isn't spiked wine anymore? Why isn't wine spiked anymore? I can tell you that. But then I'd have to kill you. No, they just probably don't like people getting fucked up because it's harder for people to work when they're fucked up. They just want workers. But you don't tend to learn much when you're just doing one activity over and over again. You know what I mean? From the very beginning of Christianity, there was always a right Eucharist and a wrong Eucharist. St. Paul, for example, chastised the Corinthians for drinking from a cup of demons, a glass of wine that was apparently lethal, and later church fathers like Irenaeus and Hippolytus, Hippolytus would rail against the love charms and love potions, see, used by heretics and other splinter Christian groups like the followers of Simon, Valentinus, and Marcus, who all became saints, didn't they, I think? The right Eucharist was dispensed by men for formal congregations. I'm kidding, they probably aren't. The wrong Eucharist, one that may have been spiked, was unacceptable to the church in the midst of finding its feet. So there were two separate Eucharists going on at the time of early Christianity, like probably like the first 100 to 200 years. With communion wine so powerful in the past, could we call the wine of the church a mere placebo today? I'd say yeah, but no. I would be careful about calling the Eucharist a placebo. In its present form, the Eucharist works for many people, but it doesn't seem to work for 69% of American Catholics who say they don't believe in the Catholic Church. Because what you're looking for, at least even if it was just alcoholic, okay, we'll just say that it was alcoholic at least you're getting a mindset change. You're getting different wires are firing that normally wouldn't fire without the addition of alcohol. So at least it's providing a new experience, and it adds to the ritual. That's why some people like to they'll say like they socially drink or they socially smoke or something like that, because it's like it has an effect if you're doing it with other people, but they're still not like, if it's not going to be changing your headset, you have to use your mind to change it. So you have to believe that you're consuming like the body and blood of Christ, so that you would have that emotional shift without having to change, without having to like artificially stimulate that part in your brain with the alcohol or other stuff. You can still have those, like how people still have crazy like religious experiences without consuming anything. They could do like yoga and stuff. Well, some people could probably have a similar effect from like he says, like a placebo, but not from the Eucharist as it is. Like, just thinking that you're consuming this, if you were of the religious tendencies, if you fully believe in Jesus and all of the stuff around it, it makes it a lot easier that you would have a emotional reaction to consuming it. For many years, the power of the Eucharist has lost its meaning. How could that kind of Eucharist have converted half of Roman Empire, some 30 million people, to the few Christian faith in only 350 years? How did early Christianity compete in a world filled with magical wine? Well, because now it isn't magical wine, and all the magical wine is of the other things, like of the devil stuff. What's the next step in uncovering psychedelic wine and its connection to early religion? How can scholarship proceed from the immortality key? The aim of the book was to amass the hard evidence, mainly from archaeobotany and archaeochemistry, that provide proof of concept for much further study and analysis. It doesn't claim anything definite about the earliest days of Christianity. Science will have to lead the way. But we should all be paying attention to Andrew Ko, the MIT scientist who's researching spiked wine and other pharmacology and medicine across the country, or across the ancient world and beyond. Parts of his work is tracking down fresh, uncontaminated vessels in Galilee and elsewhere across the Mediterranean, where the first Christian communities took root. To me, the ergotized beer at Castellar de Pontos and the psychedelic wine at the Villa Vesuvio are some of the most compelling finds that have ever emerged in the hunt for the original sacraments of Western civilization. I think they are game changers, not because of their intrinsic value or our ability to speculate on the wider use of psychedelic potions among the ancient Greeks and early Christians, but because they should excite the academic community, our religious institutions, and the public at large to find out more. Yeah, right? That's what I hope. I hope more people are interested in research and get involved in it and like go out and do stuff about it, because I'm too dumb to do it. JK. Over the next 10 years, this new science may actually find the Holy Grail, so to speak. I don't like how he says that, but okay. And Andrew Coe is the guy who's going to do it. But actually, I mean, the Holy Grail technically would just be like, to some, like me, it would just be a proof of some sort of grail with thing in it, some biochemical stuff in it. That'd be interesting. That'd be fairly interesting. But yeah, we killed that. That was a good story. I think. This was from 2020, but a rough year, man. Didn't get to go through everything. What? Alright, I'll go on this journey with you, Muda. Please advise. Trigger warning.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Muda Hark. Today we're doing a
Hello,
gaming
Muda.
video. I know. Roast me all you want in the comment section below.
Oh, it's just a
But,
game?
I have this giant, fetish for PlayStation 1 style horror games. If you ever know something about this channel, anytime that I really, really get enamored by recording any type
Alright,
of game,
I'm interested.
especially if it's a horror game, and especially if that horror game has a PlayStation 1 aesthetic. To this day, trying to play games like September 1999, or anytime we play any horror haunted game demo disc, I absolutely get blown away by the fact that when I'm playing anything that resembles the PS1, somehow people pull the horrors and the visuals to no end degree. It's perfect. Now here's Filthbreed, a game that is a short horror FPS developed as a student project. It's actually quite a great student project, but we'll get to that. Homeless shelters all across the state of Michigan have reported the disappearance of several people in the past few months, with rumors pointing to the involvement of the cult. You've been tasked to inspect their lair, oblivious to what may lurk in the dark. Now, it's a Michigan-based horror game, so ladies and gentlemen, let's get involved. I know you played SWAT before, but back then I had a whole team. Commander Muda's budget has dropped down to absolutely nothing, and now I'm sitting over here with a trusty Glock and a cult lair to delve into. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen, and launch this bad boy. I am, in fact, running this under a virtual machine because I don't trust anything out of itch.io, but hey, that's a whole different story. Here we go, Filthbreed. Let's get started. All right, I got some insect phobia. Would you like to read the tutorial? Well, I actually did read the tutorial before I started this, so we don't really have to worry too much. Homeless shelters have all across the state have reported the disappearance of several people in the past few months. Investigators are pointing to Michigan truck driver Louis Burton as a prime suspect, having a well-documented track record of smuggling coke across the border.
Sick, dude.
Michigan? Someone should have told our boy.
Nice. What a stand-up guy, man. Stand-up guy.
Has confirmed Burton's involvement in the case, but remains adamant that he's not absconding. According to his testimony, Burton's been recruited by a local cult and held captive in an unknown location. Now, since this takes place in Michigan and having lived there, I can probably tell you that this is a very likely story. So anyways, we're on a warehouse in the outskirts of Detroit. Good shit. Higher up
sounds likely.
Skeptical, but you've been tasked to search the area for any evidence pertaining to the case. What a... Makes sense with Michigan, all right? You know,
never lived in Michigan, but I have family members that live in Michigan, and they say it's
the aesthetic is there,
interesting.
See, right? Now, of course, if you hit exit, you get the wussy ending. You get the little
but they live in like far north
ending.
Michigan.
Here, okay? We're gonna continue.
They live out in the boonies.
Now, it's interesting enough that I don't have a single sidearm, and I've already walked in and seen one animal skull, so it's already not a good sign, I'd say.
This is probably that kind of boonies, close to the border.
Right,
oh, it's a gun.
Inspect.
I took the gun right out of his pocket and the idiot didn't even flinch. If only I'd had the balls to do it before. It's too late for me now. Whoever's recording this, I pray you can make better use of it. Just don't bother coming for the head. Oh wait, just don't bother aiming for the head. It seems these freaks last well over a week without it. Well, I'm shooting for the head, man. I don't give a fuck. We found an old Glock. Scroll up to equip it and click to shoot. Alright. Oh, what the fuck? Woo! God damn! These crackheads eating well, dude. That's like a 7-foot crackhead. Alright, well, that's actually surprisingly very unnerving. My god. Alright, whatever game project you found that on. Ah! I'm wasting ammo. Not good. Wait, can I pick it up? Oh, it's not pick up? Oh, come on now. Get out of here. They all, like, you can't use the same paper texture and expect me not to do anything. Alright, there's no, like, run key on this, so you're pretty damned. Let's get down here. Whoa! Get down, sir!
What the hell?
Bro, they're, like, feeding them, like, what are they eating anymore, man?
How is this a
Crackheads
cult
are
game?
living large.
Oh.
Can't use that paper. Alright, now I've got, like, no ammunition.
Wait a second. I think I've seen someone play this before, maybe.
Okay,
Oh, maybe
there,
not.
touchy-washy.
No, this is new, I think.
I think it's a graphical bug. Wait, can we open that?
Is it?
Whatever's behind there, man. That's where they're hiding the real meth, dude. Right. Oh, you have to unequip to pick things up. What? That is so bullshit. That means I can pick up a lot of the pieces of paper that we were reading before. Okay. So if we go back in here, I can pick... Okay, cool. Every time I wake up, there are roaches in my mouth. Are they getting in? Are they coming out? Clever little buggers, pulling out my teeth, laying eggs under my tongue so I can't chew and spit. Every time I wake up, there are roaches in my mouth. Are they getting in? Are they coming out? I can't take it. Oof. This place has definitely got some health hazard issues. What the hell is this, man? Can we... It's like there's a weird graphical bug going on. What is that? Maybe it's something to do with the VM that I'm using. Okay. It's definitely a visual bug. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, whoa! 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 Get out of here! Okay, that actually sent chills down my spine. My god. Every time I play a game like that. Okay. Okay. Okay, what the hell is this? Ugh, there's like weird faces. Okay, so that's a visual bug in the game, and I'm probably gonna have to tack an epilepsy warning onto this video just because, like, I don't know if that's intended or if it's not. That does kind of seem like a visual bug. If you ever played like Xbox One games, sometimes I think I've seen it on.
Looks like the LSD game.
That tends to be an issue. Okay, all right. Well, let's go down here. That was like genuinely unnerving. Whatever face I've seen, I'm probably gonna look at that in like the post edit. Full shutter. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I'm done.
Alright.
My dad was talking to me.
Real man. So if we go, I can't shoot this man. Oh. Oh, whoa!
Oh, it was just that.
What is that?
It wasn't very scary.
I think I recognize it. It seems like it's like, I swear, I think, what is that language?
Sanskrit.
That is an interesting language, actually. I swear, I can almost pinpoint it. It's like some old, like, what is that, like Gaelic or like, interesting language.
Nah, I'm dumb. That's not Sanskrit at all. Latin, maybe? I don't have a clue.
Actually, I swear,
I'm a baboon.
Pinpoint it. It's like some old, like, what is that, like Gaelic or like? It almost looked like Greek to me. Whoa, okay, wow. You know, it's like little tiny like J.J. Abrams effects like that is what I can totally get down to. That looks really,
cool.
really nice. Like, see, it's like
It looks dated, but it looks
like, it's like,
neat.
I know this is low poly visuals, but
Yeah.
it is like genuinely gorgeous looking. Whatever light's peering out from the outside. And that is actually not a bug too, given that it's reflecting off of my firearm. All right, let's just go like fucking. Let's go into the corner over over there. I always keep my back to the corner in these video games because I know with a room like this something's going to attack. Thus spoke the slumbering prophet Gorgoren. It took a sick god to imagine a world this filthy. And yeah, look at this crack den you're living in, Christ. It took a vile god to shape a world this cruel. It takes a world this filthy to shelter us all. In its putrid bosom, it takes a world this cruel to nurture us all into an existence of agony. We are but mold on the rotting apple. We are but the shadows of a madman dances in the fire. Man is not doomed, but destined to ruin. Man is not to purge, but to fester the world. Witch innards reveal the path, bring forth the lice mother. I'll be honest though, you see a face like that in one of the doorways, you just... Alright. I don't have enough ammo to fight back, dude. This is like the one thing that really pisses me off in this game. Ooh, I hate it when they have photos of like little children like that, dude. Like, kids are cute and all, but like in a crack den like this,
Oh god.
Ooh, this boy had a far better time.
He's alive.
God,
He's not
dang.
dead.
Look
He's
at that,
moving
dude.
his
Look
neck.
Look at that little man pussy right there, bro.
Is he
That is
moving his head?
disgusting. What is this? Jesus, no doubt this is the guy. His
No.
gut is burst open and full of maggots, but the body shows no signs of rotting yet. Were they nesting inside him? This guy, that is abnormal.
Ew.
I don't think you can have that many maggots, but I'd love for somebody to let me know. And, you know, jumping down here, ladies and gentlemen, that's already a bad sign right here. There's already a
But
million
you gotta
reasons
progress
why
in the
you should
game.
know. I think I could, you know, I'm going to have to ask, like, Donut Operator this. Like, if you were to, like, raid a cult shack, you don't jump into a fuck den like this, but sure. There's no way to proceed now, isn't it?
The fuck are the bugs?
Got some big roaches, bro. This is like some Australian like roach fit. God.
Oh, those are
damn,
all
the
eggs,
Lex mother's
dude.
having a time. Let's go down here. Pull shutter. Oh no 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 no!
Bitch. He's out of ammo
I'm
now.
out of ammo. I'm fucking out of ammo. This is like a really unnerving fucking game, guys. Oh, they got more lore dumps. I took the gun right out of his pocket, and the idiot didn't even flinch. If only I had the balls to was reading this. Oh, wait, are we in the beginning again? We're, like, in the beginning. You were right, Sally. I should never have trusted these crazy fucks. They keep it all down here in the dark. Trapped like cattle. We're just animals to them. Some of us are even starting to act the part. There's this Lucas guy who walks on all fours and bites you when you're sleeping. Yeah, bro, you better run the fuck. If you see somebody on all fours running around like that, you get out, okay? You book it, Chief. What's down here? It's a barricade. What's here? Oh, wait, no, we're back in, because that was the original shutter. Well, I guess I'll just fuck right off. You block the old iron door and take a moment to bask in the sun. Out of reach of those creatures. Back at the station, you debrief your superior on everything you found. You don't even bother trying not to sound crazy. After a moment of awkward silence, he finally congratulates you for the good work. He then suggests you take a couple-day break. I think I need a month break after the Michigan police team sent me in there alone, okay? What kind of a sick department does that? You go home and try your best to get some sleep. Come morning, you wake up at the news of a fire at the warehouse. The place went up in flames well before a team could be dispatched to check in on your findings. It's all gone. 12 bodies have been recovered so far, and police are hesitant to identify them as human. They're hard and hollow, like man-shaped chitin shells. Yeah, exactly what I saw! Thank you for playing. You got ending 3, pest control. What? That's the one ending? What's the good ending? Is that the good ending? No. Ah, so thank you to a channel known as Little Fire who ended up giving me the all endings video. Apparently one of the endings was literally at the first actual encounter we had. If I had logically booked it back to the beginning of the area and not have delved further into the house, I would have gotten the tactical retreat ending. Now that's the smart person.
That's a smart ending,
given
yeah.
The fact that I'm a full balls to the wall kind of guy, I'm gonna go rush through. So we got the best ending as far as I know. Now that was a little short game that I wanted to kind of play and show you all because it kind of popped up in like my feed, and I wanted to record it because I genuinely love games with this kind of a style. That said, though, ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think. I actually have a few more of these up and coming as well too. I've got an entire like dump of PS1 horror games to really dig through. So actually, given that we've done this, the next video I do in this style might be like an hour and a half long, where I kind of just sit down and play like 6 of these games back to back. But this is a nice primer back into it, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, I can finally say that I have done some gaming.
The Joe Rogan Experience. But, you know, since we're on this topic, can we talk a little bit about vaccines? Because it's something I have seen a lot of misinformation, like, on everywhere. Facebook, on, you know, different news media outlets, and I think there's really, like, some main ones that I just feel are causing harm. And so, there's really 8 of them. We don't need to talk about all of them, but I think the 8 really are that, you know, SARS-CoV-2 is not that bad. COVID-19 is not that bad. And, you know, vaccines basically don't prevent transmission. Spike protein from vaccines are cytotoxic, therefore they're really bad. That vaccines are going to cause something called antibody-dependent enhancement, which is going to make you have a more severe disease. There's the vaccines are going to cause infertility. There's the vaccines are going to cause a more virulent strain
version
or variant
of it. Yeah, I've heard it.
And then there's one more that alternatives to vaccines exist right now that are just as good. And I think that there's a few of those that are really, I mean, just like blatantly, they're wrong. All of them, I think they're. But I mean, you know, there's some that are more important than others, and I think that I would like to talk about them.
Yes.
You know, I think first and foremost, there's like 2 groups of people, mostly. One thinks COVID-19 is bad, doesn't want it, wants the vaccine, and the other one that thinks it's not that bad and that the vaccines may be harmful. And there's also
Do you think that vaccines are harmful to anyone?
Well, of course. I mean,
do you know anyone that's had bad reactions to vaccines?
I personally, interestingly, I know a lot of people that have gotten vaccinated, and the only person that I know that had something was like, she had a headache for like a week and a half, and then it went away. Oh no, another person I knew had like nausea for like a couple of weeks. They were like nauseous more frequently, but it went away. You know.
Do you think you would feel differently if you knew someone that had had a stroke, or someone who's had heart attacks, perhaps young people that have?
Well, it's hard to say. So, you know, people react differently, obviously. When you're giving, you know, more than 169 million people are vaccinated, right? I mean, that's half our adult population is vaccinated, fully vaccinated with COVID-19. And it's not zero risk. Some people are going to have an adverse reaction. And they do. It's a big world out there, you know, like if you were to give 169 million people a peanut or a shellfish, like some people are going to have very adverse reactions. Some people are going to die. Like it's a big world. But, you know, with the stroke or the heart attack, you know, you have to like, so if you're trying to compare, for example, let's say, you know, you're looking at actual COVID-19 deaths and from heart attacks and strokes, and you're looking at the vaccine adverse events reporting site VAERS, right? And that as well. You know, you have to realize that basically in the United States, like in 2017, there was a publication in the Journal of Circulation. Someone dies from cardiovascular disease every 30 seconds in the United States. Like every 30 seconds. Most of those people are above the age of 50, and certainly most are above 65. But every 30 seconds, someone's dying from cardiovascular disease. Every 40 seconds, someone in the United States has a stroke. Every 4 minutes, they die from a stroke.
But this is also very, very rare in young people, particularly young, healthy people. But one thing that has occurred in young, healthy people that have been vaccinated is myocarditis. And some people have had blood clots, like quite a few blood clots. And there's speculation, right? The Salk Institute released that paper about the spike protein causing some sort of deterioration of the blood vessels. Did you read that?
I looked at the spike. I've been looking at a lot of the spike protein, and
that's from COVID-19. They're discussing it.
They're talking about from
right. From the actual disease.
I looked at the spike. I've been
blood clots, like quite a few blood clots, and there's speculation, right? The Salk Institute released that paper about the spike protein causing some sort of deterioration of the blood vessels. Did you read that?
I looked at the spike. I've been looking at a lot of the spike protein, and
that's from COVID-19. They're discussing it.
They're talking about from
right. From the actual disease itself.
Yes. So, first of all, like there.
Who the hell was it?
There's speculation, right? The Salk Institute released that paper.
Salk? Salk Institute? The novel coronavirus spike protein plays Salk. Salk.edu. Who are you? Who the hell is Salk? I've never heard of Salk. Excellence in biomedical science. Oh, this is kind of scary. I'm going off randomly, whatever. It was published, but is it? What kind of reviewed? Man, it just Interesting. Vascular. Triggers mitochondrial reactive oxygen species production and glycolytic shifts. Paradoxically, ACE2 is protective in the cardiovascular system, and SARS-CoV-2 or CoV-1S protein promotes lung injury by decreasing the level of ACE2 in the infected lungs. In the current study, we show that S protein alone can damage vascular and endothelial cells by down-regulating ACE2 and consequently inhibiting mitochondrial function. So it makes it function worse. You get less energy from your lungs, I guess. We administered a pseudovirus suppressing S protein spike to Syrian hamsters intratracheally. Lung damage was apparent in animals receiving pseudospike, revealing by thickness of the alveolar septa and increased infiltration of mononuclear cells. So you're not getting as much protection from exterior cells coming in. AMPK, AMP activated protein kinase, photophosphorates, ACE2, SER680, MDM2, murine 2, minute 2, ubiquitinase, ACE2, lyse 788, and crosstalk between AMPK and MDM2 determine the ACE2 level, or determines the ACE2 level. Okay, so that's how they're figuring out what the ACE2 levels are. and the damaging lungs levels of phosphor blah 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 decreased, but those of blah 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 increased. Furthermore, complementary increased and decreased phosphorylation of enos endothelial no synthase. I don't know, blah blah, indicating impaired enos activity. So is it like your conversion of gas into oxygen? These changes pace 2 and pace captured artery infected and pseudospike treatment. A reactive oxygen inhibitor. Yeah, okay. So, all right, I don't know. Interesting.
About the spike protein causing some sort of deterioration of the blood vessels. Did you read that?
Not blood vessels.
I've been looking at a lot of the spike protein, and
that's from COVID-19. They're discussing it.
They're talking about.
So he was wrong with that. It wasn't blood vessels.
Yes. So, first of all, you have to you're
really.
either going to get infected with SARS-CoV-2.
I don't think so, but maybe.
Most people are going to.
Maybe I'm an idiot.
Eventually, we're all going to be exposed to it. So you're either going to be vaccinated when you're exposed to it or not. And
maybe the blood system in the lung.
People are dying from
wait, maybe
heart
that.
attacks.
Maybe that's what he means. Maybe that's what he means. Like the oxygen pickup from your lungs through the blood vessels. Okay, so he could be beating around the bush correctly, kind of how like I'm beating around the bush, maybe just another direction.
Blood clots, and even people are getting myocarditis like 100-fold times more than vaccines. Like the myocarditis link from the mRNA, specifically the mRNA vaccines, is real. And I think the last I saw it was like 50 per million, which it's still rare, and it's
happened to 2 people that I know.
Up until then, and actually now that you asked me, I forgot. I had someone who's a supporter. I talked about vaccines in one of my Q&As I do, and they went and got it, and they were younger and ended up having some kind of myocarditis. So I do know someone that had I don't know them, but they emailed me.
There's no evidence.
What happens if you have that? And like, how do you recover from that?
But you realize it's happening to young people. So myocarditis is caused
Nature.
by 2 things. One, by inflammation.
Hold the fuck up. Nature. Don't be fucking around here. COVID vaccine and blood clots, what researchers know so far. Scientists are trying to understand why a small number of people develop a mysterious clotting disorder after receiving COVID. So it does happen. Okay, so you health desk are bullshit. You're immediate bullshit. This is a scientific magazine saying otherwise, at least in their headlines. It was when the second jab, when unusual clots came in that Philip Nicholson knew something was wrong. Blood clots are uncommon in young people, and it's even rare to see a combination of blood clots and alarming low levels of platelets, cell fragments that help form clots. Yet in the space of 1 week in March, 2 young people with pairing of symptoms had arrived in Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham, UK. In the UK, using AstraZeneca. I'm not allowed to, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that. Where Nicholson works as a hematologist specialist, and both had recently been given the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine. Coulson had been on call at the hospital all weekend and had been looking forward to a rest on Monday. Instead, he found himself rushing around to get consent to collect samples and study in the laboratory. By the time he arrived at the second patient's bedside, a third had been admitted. That week, Nicholson was among the first to witness what researchers now call vaccine-induced immune thrombotic thrombocytopenia, a life-threatening and mysterious condition that affects a very small number of people who have received the Oxford AstraZeneca or Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccines. These are not mRNA vaccines. These are not mRNA vaccines. These are the old form. I forgot what kind. Whatever. No, not whatever. I need a fucking. What are the types of vaccines? Vaccines. Not, I mean vaccines. Oh my god. No. Inactive. Yeah. So I think that's what they're using. The old style that they're using is the, or no, are they using the live ones? I'm not sure. But these are not mRNA vaccines. These are. These are our mRNA vaccines. Yeah. People with moderate to severe compromise should receive additional doses of mRNA COVID. Yes. So these are the two mRNA ones. Life-threatening serious conditions affects a small number. It's estimated that VITT occurred in about 1 in 50,000 people aged under 50 who received the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. And similar observations in other countries have led some officials to delay and then scale back the deployment of these vaccines. When did this come out? August 24th. Yesterday. Literally yesterday. I wonder if I can talk about it then now. Because this is actually posted on here. I don't know. Look into the trials that AstraZeneca did in, I believe, South America. Look into the trial runs they did, and look into how they did their control group versus their experimental group. So all I'm going to say, because all that is asking you to look into the scientific research, because that's what that is. That's scientific research. Suspect ingredients. Eventually, his team was able to find 5 samples of people. When researchers characterized antibodies in samples, they found some were binding to the PF4 at the same site. These activating platelets. Vaccine, but the trigger seemed to be the vaccine rather than heparin or whatever. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, adenovirus-based vaccines were being developed against infections such as HIV and Ebola, but it had not yet been used in large populations. There have been no reports that these vaccinations produced VITT-like conditions. However, they were not tested in nearly as many people as had received the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine. Oh my God, hold on. Nice, dude. Yay! You're funny, man. So funny. So funny. Reports many people have received, yeah. So this type of vaccine hasn't been tested on a lot of people, but then AstraZeneca, Oxford AstraZeneca, because it's in partnership with Oxford. Yeah, this is a weird one. This is funny that this is the one that is causing the issues. Hematologist Mishboard and the Mayo Clinic. What do you mean I have no emotions? Come on, man. How am I supposed to react to like a fucking 12-year-old meme? I was around when Rick Rowland was truly Rick Rowland, boy. Gotta come up with a better meme than that, dude. Give me a funny TikTok. Even if the adrenovirus is to blame, Barad says, even if it is to blame, advocates of the vaccine developers stopped using the adrenovirus in vaccines. Some adrenoviruses could be engineered to reduce their negative charge, he says, and some are less negatively charged than others. The 8026 adrenovirus used in the J&J vaccine doesn't have as much of a charge as the chimpanzee virus, which might explain why VITT seems to be... What? The chimpanzee? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe it was... I don't know. Maybe I skipped something that should... Yeah, right here. Yeah. So it is... Okay, so they're using a chimpanzee adrenovirus. Man, that's so weird. I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it. Screw it. I'm pulling it up. AstraZeneca vaccine trial, South Africa. Remind me later. Look, my computer's trying to get me to not do it. Yeah, so this is a full text article. This is accept all cookies. Oh boy, go away. Okay, so this was randomized control trials in Brazil, South Africa, and the UK. Okay, what we're gonna look for, I don't know if it's gonna, I don't think it's gonna show the whole thing. Received here. Are they actually gonna show it? Okay, so they received 2 things. So hold on. I'll just read it from the top. The analysis included data from 4 ongoing blinded randomized controlled trials done across the UK, Brazil, and South Africa. Participants aged 18 years and older were randomly assigned 1-to-1 Chadoxil-01, which is nCoV-19 vaccine, or control meningococcal group A, C, W, and Y conjugate vaccine or saline. So that what they're saying right here is the control, depending on where the location was, they used different controls. So from what I understand, in I believe it was Brazil and South Africa, they used a meningococcal, or whatever that word is, meningococcal group A vaccine, which is for, yeah, I know, right? For what was it for? Meningitis, I believe, right? I think I had it written down. Hold on. But yeah, that's not what you use in scientific studies as a control. You know, you use something that is not going to interfere with the study. Like you need to do something like a saline solution that's like basically a placebo. So if they have a reaction from a placebo, then you can see that the drug's not really, if the reaction from the placebo and the drug are very similar rates, then you can see that the drug's not working very well. But what the hell is it called? Hey, Lava Dude, thank you. Oh my god, I can't remember where the hell I wrote it down. It's gonna bother the ever-living piss out of me. Yes, it was meningitis. It was Pfizer's Nimentrix. So let me pull this up. Pfizer Nimenrix control trial. AstraZeneca. I don't remember how you pronounce it, whatever. Oh, see? I'm not the only Nimrod. Yeah, so it literally was in that article. I just didn't read far enough. Where the hell did I go with it? This. Yeah. Including 1 death. Yes. One of these man, 28 years old, I believe, died from, I think it was a heart attack, wasn't it? That sounds, I didn't write what he died from. Yeah, I don't think they said, to be quite frank. I think they just said one death. But yeah, it's strange. Strange to be curious. To be curious is fine. Be curious, but don't make statements about what you know and
It's
don't.
an enlargement of the heart.
It's inflammation of the heart can lead to that, yeah. But it's happening in young athletes with COVID-19, and it's happening more frequently than people that are getting vaccinated. So it's still if the person that got vaccinated,
It's much less likelihood that it's going to happen.
Pretty rare, and it also is treatable. In most cases, they treat it within a few days, and it's isolated.
Why do you think that people there are people that are completely asymptomatic when they get COVID, or if they do get it, it's very mild? Do you think that's because they have a lower viral load that they've been infected with? Or do you think it's their immune system that fights it off?
I think their immune system's just better.
It could be any
It's working better.
all of those things, a combination of them, and
But no one
so,
fucking knows.
Even if you
But you
think,
still should.
if you're looking at just the most extreme part of the deaths, right? You've got
Like-
over 600. And
Like that little Metheny stead. If people, I don't know. I'm a very competitive person in games and stuff. I'll fight. I'll get that extra 5% damage bonus to do a little bit better or some shit. I'll try a little bit extra harder just to end up better. Might as well just get that 50% chance that it's not going to hurt yourself. You're not going to hurt as badly. Or you're not going to suffer as much.
Most of those deaths are happening in people over the age of 50. And if you look at
most of them have 4+ comorbidity factors, right? Isn't that the average?
I don't know if it's 4+
I think
for average.
Oh, now I feel bad for timing the lava dude out, but
comorbidities increase. Yeah, I think they
find out what the number of comorbidities are in terms of the deaths. It used to be 2.6, but I think they raised
I don't know if he was trolling or not.
Really, the number of them are 4. Okay,
I think so.
So
I might be wrong, but I know it was at least 2.6.
Right. So then there's the argument. Well, I'm healthy. I don't have comorbidities, right? I mean, so what should I do? Should I, get vaccinated or should I be exposed to the virus? And I think there's a lot of evidence, and there's multiple lines of evidence. One, there are people with mild symptoms that are getting post-acute COVID syndrome. They're getting this, what people call long haul COVID. And the majority of people.
What do you think that is? What is long haul COVID?
I don't know what it is. I think it depends on the symptoms. I think there could be a variety of causes for it. So there are people, and most of this is happening in teenagers to 50. Most of the people that are older are not getting this long haul COVID. It's happening in people that are mostly not being hospitalized. People that don't get hospitalized originally, they have mostly pretty mild symptoms, in some cases even asymptomatic.
Mm-hmm.
There was a study published in the Lancet last year showing there was a 7-fold increase in stroke incidence in people under 50 in the United States compared to the year before that, before the
I don't know.
pandemic
It wasn't this one.
And that is probably because the spike protein that causes this deterioration of the blood vessels and blood clots. Is that
But it
what
was
it
the
is
Lancet.
from the virus?
Well, I don't know what it is. I mean, there's lots of things. Viral infections themselves can cause hypercoagulation. They can cause blood clots, that's known from other viruses. There's inflammation
without the spike protein.
Without the
right.
spike
It's just
protein.
inflammation,
So
yes.
Okay. I feel like I haven't got to address everything, but let's.
But
talk about
clots
the
are
spike
usually caused by something else. Your blood's clotting, obviously, to try to stop the bleeding. But if it's just inflammation, it should. I don't think it clots. Unless I'm understanding that incorrectly.
Real quick, I think this 4 points out where I would find.
I think it has to be another trigger that causes your immune system to try to kick in that mode to clot your blood, because I feel like that's a separate action. You clot whenever you're. I don't know. I'm an idiot.
Find this information. I hope that's the spot.
I'm not a doctor.
There was an average of 4.0 additional conditions or causes of death for data on deaths involving COVID-19 by time period, jurisdiction, and other health conditions.
For death.
This is only 5%. The COVID was the only cause. And
Hey,
So
thanks for the
only
follow,
5% of the
Gibbies.
COVID deaths, COVID-19 was the only cause mentioned.
I
So
think
out
that's
of
how
those
I pronounce that, Gibbies.
600,000 people that died, only 5% died just from COVID-19.
Well, I mean, so you have people that are
Only 5%.
COVID-19 is going to make their comorbidities worse, and that
Yes.
could be the same
Yeah.
for a vaccine. It could be the same for anything, right? I mean, so like something that's going to activate the immune system.
What do I
Yeah,
think of
but,
Tesla?
The concern is with vaccines, the negative effects that what people are worried about, I think. is
Tesla, the
young
company,
people that are healthy, that have negative effects.
Mm-hmm.
Like that have
It's
had
fighting,
strokes or have had
hard against right to repair.
thrombosis or myocarditis and those issues.
I like the
right?
cars.
Well,
I
you
think
know,
it's great
again,
technology. It's
if you
great
look at the
advancement.
data, you know,
And I'm
young
also
people
waiting
are
on one of those
also
gosh
experiencing
darn
those things at a higher.
Starlinks I signed up for in February for the beta. Still haven't been able to get my satellite now. Going on 8 months. But, you know, hopefully whenever I can get it, I will try it and it will work well. And then I'll be back in the good graces of Tesla. At least Tesla. Elon is a whole nother story.
Higher rate.
He's
And
a-
are those all the
he's
people
a whole
with comorbidities? Like
conglomerate
I don't know, you know,
of
like,
feelings
I'm not sure,
and
but it seems as
logistics
though
that
no matter which
don't
way you
make
look
sense.
At it, like it is worse to be exposed to that virus. And like,
I
how
bought
do
a
you know
Tesla
the person
Model
that
S
had that
supercar.
myocarditis wouldn't have had it exponentially
Supercar.
worse with
the plaid.
COVID-19? Because it's been shown to happen in young, healthy athletes. You know, and people
Has
are
it been shown in large numbers? Like the athletes?
more
is
so.
it
More so. It's
more so than the vaccine? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
saying that it's happening. Myocarditis from the vaccines is happening in younger people at a higher rate than from the vaccines.
Do we have accurate data, do you think, about how many myocarditis instances we have from the vaccine?
Well, you could argue there's
I'd
an
hope.
underreporting. I
But
think people.
probably-
So anyone can submit data to the VAERS, and I think when it comes to someone who's younger, they're more
Turkish
likely.
Army.
I mean,
I
so
don't know.
healthcare professionals have
I don't
to
know much
submit
about 'em.
to the VAERS if there's like something that's life-threatening, which myocarditis could be.
I know
or
Turkey's an
death, or
interesting
something that's,
place
like, you know,
with-
changes their daily functions, like congenital effects. Like
have
they're
Interesting.
Yes, they are.
Interesting geopolitical location, and I don't exactly know their political goals. So I don't know. I like the Turkish people. I like all people though. I think I like all people. I've yet to meet a group entirely that I dislike, and that would be really weird because I don't think that people are. I don't think groups of people act the same. You know, I feel like there's definitely individual characteristics between everyone.
If they are,
Even
they're
if,
But yeah, I don't know. I like Turkey. I'd like to visit.
How do they know that
I'm-
myocarditis is caused by?
I'm Croatian, so like we're close. I'm close, kind of, right? Like there's like couple countries in between. I think
the vaccine.
They don't, but if the person had gotten vaccinated, and by the way, there's no time constraint. Like it's not like, oh, if they've only been vaccinated within like.
Which country would win if there was a
like,
third
they're
world
supposed
war?
they're supposed to submit to
Ooh.
VAERS. Like if
Heavy
someone was
question.
vaccinated
They're
and then
supposed
something.
to. Is there encouragement?
There's a
or
third world
discouragement
war.
to submit to VAERS?
I
I
don't
know
know
if there
but,
really
I mean,
would be a
you know,
victor,
if
to
you-
be quite
again,
frank.
Even just looking at the deaths in
It-
every age group, even.
It would. I mean, like World War II kind of established this a little bit of mutually assured destruction. So I don't think a third world war is coming, and the fact that you're imagining it to come to fruition is only giving it more credence. I think the percentages of it actually happening is extremely slow, and if it were to happen, nobody would really win. We'd all lose. It is basically what I'm getting at. I don't think anybody would be able to survive a full-on world war with the types of technology and weapons that we have right now.
Like, people that are in my age group, 40 to 49, there's 20,000 deaths that have been linked to the confirmed COVID-19 cases.
Right.
Whereas,
So
in
for
VAERS,
people
it's
with-
200.
With
And even if you triple that.
comorbidities, for people with comorbidities, obviously it's a real issue.
Yeah, I don't know if that's always the case, but yes, definitely with people with comorbidities.
Because
it's an
according to this, what we pulled up, it's 5% that are dying just of the COVID. 95% have an average of 4 comorbidities.
Okay, well, if that's true for all ages,
An average.
then yes, people with comorbidities are more likely to die.
Yes,
but
that's what I've heard as
also,
well.
younger people, like I said, they're more likely to get these long haul symptoms. Where I've known so many people, that they've gotten like their loss of smell or taste has been like several months.
I mean,
and there's now studies
I've known a
showing
few.
that,
Okay. I've had a couple friends that said that their sight it's not sight, their smell and taste went away for a little bit, but not for very long. Like not like months at a time. It was like a couple weeks, a week or two.
There was a huge study out of the Biobank, UK Biobank data, where right before the
UK Biobank, anything that's coming from UK is probably AstraZeneca virus, or is the AstraZeneca vaccine.
Pandemic started, MRIs were done, brain scans on like almost
It's a separate
1,000 people,
it's a
like
separate
over
vaccine.
800. And then
people
the
need to
pandemic
understand
hit.
that.
People got COVID, some people didn't, whatever. So they brought the same cohort of people back in for a brain scan.
Hold on, before I say
And
this,
they've gotten like their loss of smell or taste has been like bank. Study out of the Biobank.
Biobank. UK study. What did she say it was about?
UK Biobank data, where right before the pandemic started, MRIs were done, brain scans on like almost 1,000 people. It was like over 800.
MRIs.
And then the pandemic hit. People got COVID, some people didn't, whatever. So they brought the same cohort of people back in for a brain scan, and basically they corrected for people. So they had people they compared people that were the same age, same gender, same sex, and then they also time between scans, and they found that both mild and severe COVID-19 cases caused a atrophy in the gray matter region of the brain. It was worse in people that had it more severe.
Whoa, woman. Okay, so she's not even talking about vaccines. She's just talking about COVID. MRI assessment of the heart chamber diameter, the volume of blood flow, and how the heart changes as it pumps blood around the body, thickness of the heart and wall and size, shape and stiffness of the thoracic cell and vessels that derives blood from the heart. So what did it show? Capturing such a vast number of images of the human body. Okay. What are you? Let's try and tell his brain anatomy. What? Okay. All right. I'm obviously not looking at the right thing. Oops. I don't know. I'm skeptical of this
People that had
now.
mild cases that didn't go to the hospital had
Yeah,
it.
I know she's not dumb. I know she's a doctor, but
It was over 800.
I can't find that.
Yeah, I mean, it's you need more data to confirm, but I mean,
were these people? Did they stratify it by age?
Did
they have
age,
it by
gender,
health?
ethnicity, health? I don't know.
Did they have comorbidities? Did they factor that in?
They had people that age the same age, as as people didn't get COVID and they didn't have it. I mean, this is several months. This is just months after. I don't know about that.
Did
No.
they monitor their nutrition?
That doesn't look right.
Find out what kind of supplements they were
I
on
don't
or
know.
not?
I don't know if any of that data was in it. But
do you think that data would be a factor at all?
Is that?
I don't know, because I know people that supplement,
I don't know.
that
Hold on.
exercise, that have had.
I'm just skeptical of clicking
were
links. Give me a
diagnosed
minute.
with. They had a mild case
Okay.
and they were diagnosed
Okay.
with.
Sorry,
POTS,
my bad. I didn't mean to judge you. Preemptively.
Postural
Thank you.
orthostatic tachycardia syndrome.
There's strong evidence for brain-related pathogens for COVID-19, which coincides with the vast majority of brain imaging studies have focused qualitative gross pathology and moderate to severe cases carried out in hospitalized patients. The UK Biobank scanned over 40,000 participants before the start of COVID-19 pandemic, making it possible to invite back 2021 hundreds of previous image participants for a second imaging visit. Here we study the effects of the disease in the brain using multimodal data from 782 participants from the UK Biobank COVID-19 re-imaging study, with 394 participants having tested positive for SARS COVID-19 or CoV-2 infection before their 2 scans, or between the 2 scans. To compare longitudinal brain changes between these 394 patients and 388 controls who were matched for sex. Okay, so this is what she's saying. Patients had been hospitalized 19. Okay. We identified significant effects. Brain loss, gray matter. Oh yeah, I am reading this off page. My bad. Sorry, I got worried that I was pulling it up. Funny statement. Okay. The availability of pre-infectious imaging data helps avoid the dangers of pre-existing risk factors or clinical conditions being misinterpreted as disease effects. Since a possible entry point to the virus in the central nervous system might be via the olfactory mucosa and the olfactory bulb, these brain imaging results might be in the in vivo hallmark in the spread of the disease or the virus itself via olfactory and gustatory pathways. Okay, I see. Yeah, greater loss of gray matter. Okay, interesting. Thank you for that article.
Where their heart was
Here
racing,
we go again.
like
Here's Shawnee.
tachycardia was racing, just uncontrollably. They were dizzy, had no energy. I mean, this was months, and they finally got diagnosed.
I didn't think
Like
she
a lot
wasn't
of
saying
people
correct
freaking
things.
out.
I just
But,
couldn't find
you
it.
know,
Do you know anybody that had COVID and got through it with almost no symptoms at all and was very mild?
well, yeah, no symptoms at all. But the people that I do know, most
You're
of
the
them
man.
had some kind of weird taste issue, or smell thing for like weeks and weeks. But
Yeah, a couple weeks.
But
You
yeah,
don't know anybody that didn't have that?
I don't, because most of the people I know that had it lost their smell.
Watch the entire
Yeah,
episode for
I
free
think all-
only on Spotify.
All of my friends that had it lost their sense of smell. Not all of them lost their sense of taste. Oh, Coffee's got a new video. Can't wait for this one.
This picture of a tulip bulb costs more than your car. This rock costs more than your house. In fact, you could probably buy 5 houses for the price of this virtual picture anyone can download for free. And I know most of you are thinking right
NFTs,
now,
bro.
wow, I don't even have a house. But homeless or not, today we're going to unpack what the hell is going on with NFTs. Thanks for coming to the TED Talk. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thanks for
welcome
coming
to
to my
the
TED Talk,
$10 million
Brock.
studio. I'm your
I've only got a $1 million studio here, so I can't
host,
really
the
compete.
non-fungible detective. And today we're talking about why Logan Paul just spent $600,000 on a JPEG of this and why that's idiotic. But first, let's talk about NFTs more broadly. We're going to start with the basic assumption that most of you
this guy's
guys
good.
know what a non-fungible token is.
He also
If you
just-
don't, here's a
He
wonderful
just cracked off really hard on FaZe Clan and got a bunch of people kicked, or not a bunch, like 3 people kicked out of FaZe Clan. And I think got an SEC investigation started on what was it called? Save the Kids. Yeah. Oh, that was coming out. My bad. So I'm pretty sure. But yeah, he just popped off on some people.
full video by Johnny Harris. WTF is an NFT. But basically, NFTs are a technology
I don't
that
know
allows
about
you to make a digital
Johnny
asset, like a
Harris.
song, picture, book, whatever.
Mr.
They allow you to
Sketchy.
make it unique, to make it scarce. So far, this technology has primarily been used in the art world. CryptoPunks, pudgy penguins, whatever a beeple is, the industry has been going insane, and there's been an absolute run on the market,
it's a-
with prices exploding in a
It's
way
a zinger.
that frankly makes it seem like it's never going to stop. Everyone
Probably-
seems to
I don't know
wanna
if
get
anyone
in
else
on
has seen it in here or
NFTs,
not. If we haven't,
especially
I'll watch
the
it again.
famous projects like CryptoPunks.
Yeah.
Even Visa couldn't resist the FOMO. They recently threw their hat in the ring by paying $150,000 for this image, which I copied just now. This has left many people suspicious, some of them dismissing all
Why
NFTs
would they do it?
sort of as scams. People are calling it the 21st century
Not
tulip
scams,
mania,
but
which is a callback to a famous speculative
it's
bubble
an easy
where
way
people started
to
to pay
scam people.
insane prices for tulip bulbs
It's a
in the
difference.
hopes that other people would pay even higher prices, and so on until the bubble popped. And it's easy to make that comparison partly because people are literally selling NFTs of tulips now. Because yes, ladies and gentlemen, I showed it at the beginning of the video, but
Yeah,
this
I
is
heard about
completely
that.
real. This is an NFT
That happened a while ago,
collection
though, I
called
think, didn't it?
the Dutch Tulip Field, which is a callback to that exact speculative bubble, and they're like self-aware of it, and people are still paying insane prices for these things, with this one selling for $57,000 for this picture, which is the price of a very nice car.
I mean,
look, can you imagine, like, you're going out
this
to
is
get
just
a,
like
get a car,
crypto
but you come back
kids
home with a
needing
JPEG
to
'cause
get
you're
their
like, "That was
money
a better investment."
into like different assets so that
you
the
can
feds
understand
don't
why
come
a lot
after
of
them.
people see this as
It's pretty
a
much what I see
scam.
this
So
as.
things like this succeeding, it's hard to blame people for being suspicious, and I think we should call these things out as scams. But this isn't what NFTs are actually about.
Yes, they
NFTs
aren't scams at
anymore
heart.
than actual tulip bulbs are scams. It's only when people start acting irrationally
Exactly.
then it becomes a scam, because yeah, there's no way a picture of a rock is worth millions of dollars.
Think about the pet rock that they sold in the 70s. If you guys never heard of that, I don't know, I might have younger people here. The pet rock. Boom. They literally sold you a pet rock, okay? And it became $1 million company. So, you could start your own pet rock business. And that's what this guy did. His rock NFT business.
But this is sort of what's
Do I
so
invest in
annoying
crypto?
right now about this new wave of influencers.
Yeah,
who
but
are making waves
it's not
by
an
announcing in
investment.
massive
I wouldn't call it an
headlines that
investment.
They just purchased super
It's just an
expensive
asset.
NFTs like Logan
It's
Paul.
I wouldn't use it
just
to
dropped
I wouldn't use it to speculate because you don't have like
$623,000.
you and I do not have enough money to really make the correct moves in a crypto. Like you can get in early on things and stuff, but that's that's 1 in a million. It's like it's just gambling. It is gambling, but it's just a stock market. It's just a stock market that everybody can just download on their phone pretty much. And you could vote on this coin going up and down. It's
dollars on this one
relatively
Bumblebee,
similar.
Probably
but
nothing, and this is
it's hard
a
to tell
JPEG.
what
And this whole
actually is
attitude and
worthwhile
approach
in
is
it.
about flipping NFTs
Unless you
for
actually
profit and
know,
eventually making money. And the
coding and
endless
whatnot, and can tell the
speculation on
differences
what's gonna be
between
next hyped
the
up
actual
NFT.
coins.
And that's where the scam is. But there's this whole other side to NFTs that have hardly been getting any press, and I want to give you that side of things too. And that's NFTs from the normal artist and collector perspective. And that's 100% not a scam. And this actually hits really close to home because, guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but roll some of the B-roll. Guys, as CoffeeZilla, I rely on digital artists.
There
for
was
what I
Save the
do.
Kids.
Now, I'm not going to get into why. Not here in the $10 million studio, you understand. But needless to say, this show wouldn't be possible without our amazing digital artist, Ed, who we sometimes refer to as Little Pixar. Instagram link
thanks
down below.
for the follow,
But what
Johnny,
I've
and also
realized with
thanks for
working
the
with them
article.
Is that most 21st century artists don't work on canvases anymore. They work on computers. And the great side of this is that you can design amazing, immersive 3D environments like never before. But the downside is, well, it's hard to get anyone to value that and pay for it. Even though it can be way more detailed and accurate than any paintings from the 1600s that go for millions, it doesn't matter because there's no scarcity. I'm going to play some digital art from another guy named Jonas that I really like. But artists like him, artists like Ed, who are insanely talented, they really have no way to sell their products in the way they could.
Because it's a digital art. It's you see the point. It's not It's like someone building a Minecraft world. Like, it's very creative and it's very unique, and there's a lot of people out there that want it, but it's not, it's not physical. You can't hold it in your hand except like in a flash drive,
Back in the day, if they were painting, right, selling canvases. And so the options for them are limited. Maybe they have to go work for a studio or a video game company, and they can't be an independent artist like they might want to be. And this is where NFTs come in. For the first time,
they can sell their work online.
Who don't use a physical brush can now be properly valued because they can make limited copies of something. And if they're popular enough and they have rarity and value to collectors, they'll get paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you have physical art collectors, now you're going to have digital art collectors. And it's just opened up the ability to make a living for these people in a way that didn't exist before. And that is the amazing part of NFTs. So, ladies and gentlemen, how do we merge these two ideas? The tulip mania that some influencers are promoting, but also this new awesome way for artists to get paid for their work now. Can we reconcile it? And should you?
I think you should.
NFT?
I don't know if you should buy it unless you like the artist.
It's going to be healthy for
and
your
know the
wallet
artist beforehand.
to ignore people like Logan Paul that
Yes.
act like this is a surefire way to make you rich, right?
It's not.
If you weren't already the type to go to galleries and
Mhm.
look for rare art pieces and flip them on the weekend, in other words, you're not an art dealer, why would you act like one now? Like
Exactly.
literally you have these people who've never been interested in art in their life suddenly acting like they're the director of Christie's. Like, stop it, okay? You're
Yes.
not. Instead, I don't know. I think it's pretty simple. I don't even know why I have to explain this, but like,
Find an
if
artist you like,
digital art, you're inspired by
support
it,
that
go
artist.
Find a piece you like, and then ask yourself, if I could never sell this, would I
Or-
still
yeah,
buy it?
or find a
And
piece
if
that
the
you
answer is
like.
yes, buy it. So there you go.
I would say find an
NFTs
artist that you like and
solved,
support
ladies
that
and
artist,
gentlemen.
but
not a
he's
scam.
going
but
around
being
the same way
treated
about
like
it.
a scam by the broader internet community. Because honestly, there's nothing we can't mess up. You know what? That's the truth. Give us an amazing technology. We'll price
Excuse
the
me.
rock at $1 million. Not that rock, this rock. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, the other rock.
thank you for watching. Thank you
The
for
other
coming to my TED
rock.
Talk. If you enjoyed it, pump the stock. It's free. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you, and I will see you in the next one.
Aw, shit.
What's up, Graham? It's Guys here. So here's
I
the thing.
do not like him. I mean, I do, but he is so smart, but he gives out advice for people that already have equity, not for people trying to make equity. If that makes any sense. Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's what he does. That's what the man does. But I don't know. He's definitely smart with his money, I will say that. He knows what to do and when to do it, but he doesn't put the videos out for the normal people until after he's already done his moves. Because he doesn't want to influence the market with his stuff. And then he'll influence the market after his stuff's already out. Because you have to, I mean, he gets millions of views, but whatever. Let's find something good. I'm questionable on this, but we'll bite.
Hello, everybody. It is that day when we post realignment clips on the Breaking
I'm gonna
Points
run to the
YouTube
bathroom
channel. If you
really
guys haven't
quickly,
checked out the
so
podcast yet at the
hang-
realignment, I
hang-
really
hang in
recommend
there.
that this is the one
I'll be right
that you
back.
check out the full episode. General Bolger served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He gives us a very good perspective. Why did we lose this war? He wrote this book 5 years ago. So he's somebody very much ahead of the entire conversation. And I could not recommend his analysis enough.
Because you're here at Breaking Points, you are looking for a place that gives you the news day to day. You trust Crystal Saga to do that. And at the realignment, the thing that's different about that show is that we're looking at the deeper facts. We're talking to, once again, a retired general who helped train the Afghan army. So everyone who's wondering, why did the army collapse so fast? Why was there corruption? Why is the US military seemingly unable to win wars the way we used to? All of these questions are answered here. It's the perfect episode to get into this. And like Sagar said, General Bolger wrote the book, Why We Lost, about the war in Iraq and Afghanistan 5-6 years ago. So he's not someone who's giving a quick hot take. He's really earned the credibility for everyone. So this is the right episode to drop in. You can follow the link to the full episode, listen to it on Apple or Spotify, or, and most importantly, go subscribe to our channel. We'd really appreciate it. Let's go into the episode.
All right, I'm back.
Let's define what victory looks like. Because in the story you've told, there's a way of arguing that in some ways we won, other ways we lost. So, most obvious way, Osama bin Laden is dead. He did not achieve his objective of causing the U.S. to collapse much in the way that the Soviet Union did. You can say all you want about the various disasters of the Afghan occupation. Our country still exists. NATO still exists. The U.S. is still successful as a country in the sense that after 1975, you could say all these terrible things about the U.S. global world presence, yet 15 years later, you have that presence in Desert Storm, obviously. So my question for you then is, what exactly do you define a loss as? Because it seems like you just said a loss was the fact that we can't stay in these countries forever. They're going to collapse.
This is odd hearing this coming from this guy because he's fairly right wing, and I thought that he was fairly interventionist, but maybe I got him wrong.
But going back to 2001, the objective initially was not let's reconstitute a democratic government in Iraq. It wasn't let's constitute a democratic government in Afghanistan. So just help us understand winning and losing in these weird, irregular wars. Because, by the way, you said this earlier. I want you to define irregular war for our listeners because that really gets to the nuance we're trying to get to.
Oh, one that was, actually submitted by Congress.
Regular versus irregular war. Everybody knows what regular war is. It's what you play on Call of Duty. It's what you see when you go to a movie like Saving Private Ryan. Both sides line up and wear uniforms. World War II, Iwo Jima, the Japanese are wearing brown uniforms, the Marines are wearing green uniforms.
Retired general?
Fighting in a style and a disciplined manner with a clear chain of command.
That's not war anymore, dude.
And by and large,
that's old
the civilian
war.
population is off the battlefield. They've been evacuated. Maybe they've been killed by pre-attack bombardment.
Like really old war.
The local population is not part of the issue. So for most of us, regular warfare.
The local population is not part of the warfare. Yet, oh man, how many of the civilians were killed by our bombs? Wasn't it like 70%? %, of all civilian casualties from airstrike. My bad, not 70. That is way high. Oh no, it's gone up. Oh, but that's just civilian casualties. It doesn't show why, even though they probably were from drone strikes.
Is what we think of when we get an image in our head of war, of weapons, discipline, leadership, all that kind of stuff. We see the U.S. Army marching down the street on 4th of July in our hometown.
This dude is bullshitting so fucking hard right now.
Irregular war.
We haven't fought wars like that since World War II.
In some ways, the antidote to regular war. If you're a poor country and there's no way that you can field a bunch of tanks,
and he calls it irregular war,
submarines, and all this other stuff. You say, well, what?
Yeah, right. Does he?
Well, what I can do is
I'm sure he does.
Sure
he does.
I can wear the same clothes they're wearing. I keep my AK-47 under my cot, and I only pull it out at night when I need it. I use weapons that I can make in my backyard from.
He seems like one of those people that still see the world as an us versus them. That's what this is seeming as. It's like he's like, there's a proper way to do war and there's an improper way to do war, and I do war proper.
From fertilizer and from gasoline and things like that. And my goal is not necessary to beat these Americans in a or British or whoever you're talking about in a stand-up fight. It's to wear them out in a protracted war. And again, U.S. history, we do know something about this. This was the way we fought the first half of our American Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we love George Washington and all these guys, Alexander Hamilton. They made the musical.
That's also what happened towards the end of
was a very brave
the
soldier.
revolution or the
But
Civil War.
what we forget sometimes as Americans, maybe we don't like to think about this, we got our butts kicked in every major battle by the British till the French showed up. Yes, the French bailed us out of the war. And they bailed us out not because they loved American liberty, far from it, but because they hated the British. It was done for big power politics.
Yes. Sure.
Nevertheless, we benefit from it. But
And
much
because
of our
they
war
wanted
effort
more
consisted of
control
guys
over
who
here,
weren't in
and
a
they could press
uniform,
us down
who took
more.
a
At least they
squirrel
thought at the
rifle
time.
off their fireplace and went out and sniped at British. You know, it was very much a sort of insurgent terrorist war. That's irregular war. The Minuteman, the Bushwhacker, the guerrilla. Guerrilla comes from the Spanish word for little war. When the French went into Spain and they defeated the Spanish regular army, but the Spanish population took their weapons and fought back. And so that's regular and irregular war. So
I don't
then
know why
victory,
it's
you
called
say,
why you
okay,
call
well,
it that.
Great, you got all these
Regular and
terms laid
irregular.
out. How do I know if I won?
It seems like one's proper and one's improper.
Historically, there's always two indications of victory. Two indications of victory. And if you get both of them, you know you've won the war. If you get one, then you can argue about it. So here's what they are. First one is one that we don't like to talk about, but frankly, we do all the time. And that's how many people on each side got killed in the war or in the battle or in the engagement or whatever. In other words, if I lose 10 and you lose 20, I won in that component. But there's a second component as well. Because I would tell you in the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, the numbers, brutal though they are very much in our favor. I mean, sadly, though, we've lost about over 6,000 people in both countries. We've probably killed 5 to 10 times that number of terrorists. Okay.
And even
There's
how many
another
more
component.
civilians?
And that's known to use
And
the
I think they
oldest
just
term
call
going
it.
all the way back.
I think he literally just blanketed them all as terrorists when probably a large percentage of those were civilians. Keep that in mind.
To early historic times in Sumerian stuff like that, is who holds the field, who holds the ground. In other words, when the dust settles and you've counted up the dead on each side and all that, who's left there with their flag raised over that town? So in Afghanistan today, that would be the Taliban. All right. You know, we saw over the weekend our ambassador and our team at the embassy literally lowered the American flag. And yes, we've still got troops there doing an evacuation.
Still
but
1,000.
We're out of there. You know, our effort is over. The government we supported is gone. The Republic of Afghanistan, they're gone. And there's a Taliban emirate now in place there. So those two things you look at for victory. And as you all both know, and I think we should understand, you often get a split decision. So you get this situation where America, like you said, Marshall, Americans would say, hey, we prevented a big terrorist attack since 9/11. We killed bin Laden. We killed all these terrorists. There's Al-Qaeda guys, these ISIS guys, these ISIS-K guys in Afghanistan. Yes, that's true. But you didn't hold the ground. And I know, admittedly, we still have troops in Iraq.
So what is? So wait a second. Is this guy now? That's what he's doing. That is what he's doing. He's trying to argue that we still won this war, even though we completely lost this war.
The president's already announced they're going to be pulled out.
This is American exceptionalism at its best.
Wrap
So we
up
can't even admit our own
next few months,
defeats.
too. Now, that may
We just
get
have to
relooked
like
at based on what
strategically argue how we kind of didn't
here's
really
the big follow-up,
exactly
because it's
lose, but you
incredibly
know we
important.
kind of
I really
did.
appreciate the way you define this, because Sagar and I are both really frustrated about broader implications folks who don't have the deep military experience that you have are taking from this conflict. And because what I'm kind of getting at is, what does
We need
the
that
loss
military
in
experience of
Afghanistan
killing people to know it's
say
right.
about our broader armed forces? So to give an example of what I'm talking about, you will see folks saying things like, the U.S. has lost in Afghanistan, the U.S. couldn't hold on to Iraq, the U.S. is now permanently in decline. There's a big broader contention one could make. But I think, and this is very important,
The broader contention that we could make is that even strategically, if you want me to be like, think militaristically for a moment, when everywhere we pulled out of, we lost almost immediately. Probably, I think, like within a month, and all of the territory that we gained was lost over a period of 6-7 months. There's no way you can even consider that winning by any stretch. That's like, and I'm not saying it's bad. We shouldn't have fucking been there. For Jesus, Christian, but Jesus, the weaselly way that people try to like make it okay to kill people. Like there's always a way that you can reduce them to the other, and it's always, and like it gets so irritating, especially on like the big, like, you know, like geopolitical sphere. Like people are like, oh well, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know all the relations between X country and Y country and stuff. And it's like, all right, okay, I probably don't, and I'm sure that I'd be glad to learn, and I hope to learn all of the different intricacies of conflicts and why they happen, so that I could maybe help somehow, some way. I feel like if more people know about it, more people can help. And if more people were just aware of all sides of every situation, we would all sympathize and empathize more with each other, and we would stop thinking that it's worthy to kill each other for some shit. I'm a very anti-war type person myself. I understand countries try to defend themselves, but after what people like Assange and Chelsea Manning exposed, exactly. Okay, so you know exactly where I'm going with this stuff. It's like we're already trying we were trying to police the world already. Now we're just trying to police ourselves, because people realize how much we were policing the world and how much we were pissing around and fucking off with the money that, you know, is taxpayer money, and we're just pissing it away in third world countries, not supplying them with anything realistic to like build a relationship, like helping them build infrastructure or helping them build markets. If you're going to go capitalistic, you know, because I'm trying to be capitalistic minded with this stuff, like this is what you would want to do to build a relationship with these people. Yet we go there and try to insert ourselves into a conflict that already exists, that has nothing to do with us, and say we are the noble leaders of the world, so we can decide who is right and wrong in this place, and then start a war for X amount of years, fund both sides, make money off of it from both sides, because both of them are still buying your firearms and whatnot. Like, then you got people over here in America that are completely unaware of what's happening, but both political ends will argue that this side is someone we need to support and help them out over there, and then this side will say, no, we don't need to support them, they're the enemy, blah blah blah. Like, it just goes back and forth, and then it just justifies us even being out and fucking around in other countries like this. Like, I reiterate this all the time. U.S. military bases around the world. Like, oh, whoops. I know it's Jacobin, but they have a good layout for it. But it's accurate from what I know, at least with big bases. These small ones, you have to be questionable. These white tiny ones, these are all supposed to be like temporary base settlements, whatever the hell, I don't know. But the starred ones are ones that are actually officially known and talked about. So this is we're all over the place. We are all over the place. And if you notice, the only places we really aren't are China and Russia, at least in the European stage, I guess, Euro-Asian stage. And this doesn't seem right with the lacking. I feel like we have a lot more bases in Africa, but maybe I'm a baboon. But this doesn't seem quite right, but whatever.
Important if you read your book. You start off the book by talking about then Captain H.R. McMaster, leading one of the most successful tank engagements in world history during Desert Storm. So this is a general who, in one context, a regular war, as you're describing, tank against tank.
Okay, now you need to like. I try to compartmentalize stuff like that, like this, because I am fascinated with with how wars are fought in military arms and all of this, but I also am very against them being fought in the first place. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe the sub-Saharan Africa countries are a little short on oil reserves. I mean, it's not always just oil. That's not always the only reason we go places. You got to think. I'm thinking more along the rare earth minerals side of things, kind of now. Like thinking about it's like solid state battery technology, where that's going to head, and what kind of material you need for that, and already the kind of material you need for like computer chips and stuff. Like that's a lot of those resources are found in Africa and in like Central America, from what I understand. Which I mean, hold on, didn't we Venezuela, right? Isn't it Venezuela? Venezuela. Rare earth minerals. Yeah. So this was in 2012. And now, guess where the U.S. invaded recently? U.S. invades Venezuela. U.S. invasion of Venezuela. Got him. Anyways.
Mano a mano, last man standing wins. Utterly eviscerates the Iraqis. It's just complete and total victory.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
You then take that same general,
sure,
those same troops, age them up 20, 30 years, to put them in this Afghan context, and they can't win a war. So what I want to know from you is,
they can't win a war, he says. They don't want to win the war.
Of our militaries to win wars in this context, because there is just this rhetoric around we can't win wars since World War II.
They were never on our side. I don't understand how like Westerners don't understand that.
Terrible at irregular warfare. The British were terrible at irregular warfare in the American context.
It's right? We were never going to train them up to be like Westerners.
The empire doesn't peak for another 120 years. So I would just love for you to respond to how we should think about the differences between these two styles of war and how that affects our own politics.
Especially if you go in there and destroy their homes and then make them learn to be like you. That's not how you do it. I don't know about you, but I've had interactions where things of mine have been ripped away from me for but a bad reason, but a good reason. And it did not usually make me happy, you know? Like afterwards, I can see back now and be like, oh, maybe this, but no, you just destroyed something of mine or stole something of mine. How is that going to help me whatsoever? Like, you're not going to give me some good fucking moral lesson or some shit.
Yeah, I think
by bombing my house in this
one of the greatest
context.
Thinkers in history, Adam Smith, you know, the guy who defined capitalism. You know, his comment in 1778 is the American war is going badly for the British, where he says there's a great deal of ruin in a nation. And what did he mean by that? He's talking about his own country, Great Britain. But what it means is, if you're truly a great power, you can afford to stumble in an inconsequential event. World War I or World War II, we could not have afforded to lose those wars. If we lost those wars, all three of us may not be here, or we'd be living very different lives if we were under Nazi control.
Yeah, but that's not what happened.
Quite different.
Okay.
Sadly, some
so
of
we
these
don't
other
need
interventions are the type that they're not essential to our life. Now, the scary part here is
what he's not recognizing is the fact that we did win those wars, set up all of this infrastructure that he is saying that we would not have right now. We would have something, it would be a different system. I'm not saying it'd be better or worse. Don't quote me on that. I'm just saying he is neglecting to think that if we would have lost those wars, that the world would have ended. And I mean, World War II is kind of a debatable one. Don't get me twisted on that, but you still get what I'm saying. Is like the world keeps going. The world keeps going, man. The world does not revolve around us and our Western mind.
Yes, they're not essential to the American life. In other words, our failure in Vietnam, we surmounted that because it was turned out to be a strategically peripheral area. We kept our eye on the ball, deterring the Soviet Union. You know, the Soviets were never emboldened to try a nuclear strike or invasion of Europe. You know, I think today people are saying, oh, with this, the Chinese will be attacking Taiwan. I doubt it. All right.
They don't need to attack Taiwan. Money, 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 money. That's all they need to get to Taiwan. And they got all the money they need because they have their own socialized workforce. Should Army's still there? Not wiped out. Exactly. And if you want me to be even, I don't think that's even like I don't think that's even like bad to say. Like it's almost good that they got smacked down a couple pegs. Like so, and now like their you know, their economy, their like the technologies they develop, their economy, the actual like politicking that at least that I see from I very rarely see anything, but the Merkel lady seems kind of at least somewhat down to earth, and their like subcultures and stuff seem to, besides the neo-Nazi ones. I mean, obviously you need to count that out, but I'm like talking about like VW car stuff and like German tech stuff. Like it's just very well fabricated usually, or CNC pretty much at this point. But yeah, they realize that they aren't the only ones in the world, and they're not always going to be number one. So they do need to try to outdo themselves. Like that's the thing that's what I feel like is lost on Americans, is this American exceptionalism that like we're inherently going to do better than someone else because we're American and we're taught well and blah 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 blah. We are just better than everybody. I don't know. It's like I get that kind of vibe from a lot of people that I live around. Like if I go out to a bar and converse with some people about like world politics, like they think that, you know, across not everybody, obviously this is definitely a vague generalization, but you know, you would be really surprised that people still don't realize that we probably couldn't make a computer like the types of computers that we have nowadays without a lot of engineering from overseas, like and very smart people overseas. Like the chip shortage and like the smartest people in our economy had no fucking idea that there might just be like it's only like these couple people over here that make all the chips that we really use, you know. I don't know, guys, maybe we should learn how to do that too, because it's in all of our fucking shit. I don't understand. Like at least that's one thing you could take from like the Marx, like Karl Marx and shit, is like you were to be your own like labor force. You have your own labor force that you're producing your goods for. So like, i.e., you're still producing your goods, like the country itself. You know, you can produce all the things that you need for whatever society you want to exist in, whatever you're trying to exist in. And I don't know, I kind of lean on I'd rather be able to produce that and not have to rely on another country that I don't know their politics. I don't know what they do internationally. I don't know what their geopolitical motivations are. Yeah, well, that's the thing is like what a lot of what he said was I don't know, at least my opinion of it. So take it with a grain of salt. There's a lot of what he was saying was just a theory. He was trying to come up with an alternative to the way things were going. And it it wasn't meant to be, I don't think it was meant to be perfect at all. I think it was meant to be his shot at utopia, like him taking a shotgun and like, boom, that's where I think utopia would be, and then wrote about it. Like, that's pretty much what I think of it as. A utopia nowadays can't exist like that because the modes of production aren't regulated by, you know, muscle tolerances anymore. Like, modes of production are done through computer strength usually, at least, you know, in the tech world. You know, I'm not going to say that like muscle isn't the thing anymore, because obviously you still need to have somebody out there. You know, if you're trying to build a huge data center, you need someone to put up the fucking building so that you could put all your shitty fucking computer shit in it. Like, there's still the need for all the old ways, not all of them, but a lot of the old systems. But what was kind of like lacking with is that we're not understanding the terrible, oh fuck, I kind of lost where I was going with that shit. Oh yeah, the means of, like, the production is actually like not done by a person usually, like at least the most money maker things, like we were talking about earlier in the stream with like quant traders on the stock market, or even NFTs and stuff, like how they're reaching insane numbers, like prices in crypto and whatnot. Like, those numbers are exponentially more than what you could make. Like, they're like yearly salaries that you could make off of selling one thing. You know what I mean? For like an average person in America, which is still already somebody that's doing very well off worldwide. Like, it's hard to imagine that all of that wealth is getting super concentrated like it is. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's like I said, it's hard to imagine it, and it's very difficult to visualize it. So
They might do it for their own reasons, but
I don't know. People just decide to like do what, just fight each other for money instead.
Aspects of victory. And I
'Cause
told
it's
you, you get
simpler.
a split decision, people can argue either way.
And for those resources, so that you can make the money that way.
Xi Jinping and their people are doing today.
What's up, Kitty?
But looking at their history,
Did you hear me
knowing a little
mouthing
about
off
both guys
forever?
and knowing how their countries work, what they see is they see an American military that's very capable of killing people and blowing things up. We're real good at that. But that's irrelevant. I mean, it's like
No,
like
it's
being at a
not
football game
irrelevant.
and winning the yardage, but you don't win the.
Excuse me? Oh man, this is hard. This is really hard to listen to, man. I mean,
Or you don't ever put it in the end zone. You go up and down between the 20s. So what? That's what we've done. Our problem in America is more strategy.
that's what we've done. We've never scored on them. We never really
H.R.
fucking.
McMaster, Dan Bolger, any of these people you pick, we're good at the hooking and jabbing stuff. We're not good at the strategy level. And some of the challenge, going back to old Adam Smith and dealing with the British, when you get to the policy level, it's not, nor should it be, strictly people in uniform. You bring in political people, you bring in diplomats, you bring in intelligence folks, you bring in thinkers.
So this is the exact thing that I kind of want to I want to focus on here for a moment. What he's saying is, you need to tie in policy members with military action as well. And what he's kind of, he does kind of remind me of Dick Cheney too. That's good call. He has very similar thoughts to what he would say, and justifications at least. But what was I saying? Politics. Okay, so they're tying in with politics and war. What is so almost devious is politics is war, but it's done through, cyber war. Almost think of it like that. Think of politics like cyber warfare. Like, it's still warfare. You're still doing damage, but you're not like outright inflicting physical damage on somebody. And in politics has been utilized to make it seem okay to go for the physical violence by saying, well, this is my fundamental right as an X because I believe X or Y, and Z says that this person needs to die. Like, substitute any sort of thing in there that you want, but those are all pretty much the line of the trail of it, like the line of thought that goes down, where it's like that they argue that justifies this types of, you know, these types of violence. And like the people that are in the military, I get it. That's what they've done their whole life, and that's what they've born and raised into. So like, it's going to be extremely hard for them to admit that warfare is not very productive for like a global society, which is what we're kind of fostering. And if we don't want to have a global society where everybody is represented, we need to keep fighting everybody. We need to keep killing everybody, because then we won't be able to come together and make you know, mutual decisions that benefit everybody as a whole, as a species. We won't be able to do things like that if we keep killing each other and stuff. That's the greatest downfall of my interest in politics and warfare, is that those are the two things that are leading our way to pissing away the beautiful thing that is the human race.
Folks like, you know, Sog, you and Marshall get, you know, I mean, it might not happen to you yet, but it will. You'll get asked to join an administration and do some work, and maybe you're already doing some consulting for them. So they bring all you in too. I mean, nobody I worked with in the U.S. government came to work in the morning and said, how can I screw this war up? All right. They were all
no, they said, how can
right.
I make some money?
But the problem is, some things are just not
really.
solvable
That was rude.
by an external force. You know, to give you an example, it is solvable to eventually track down Osama bin Laden and kill him. It may take 10 years like it did, but you can do that.
That's a task.
Right? It's not solvable to, quote, change the environment of South Asia so that you'd never again have a bin Laden who could live.
No, it's not an environment that's changed the psychology. They were trying to change the psychology. You're not going to change an environment. An environment almost induces some sort of psychology, or vice versa. They can do both. Like they're, you know, you can't have one without the other. And I don't know, maybe he's just tying in. Yeah, I guess he is probably just tying it in, but like, he's neglecting the humanity of it. He's focusing on the environment, like that. And when I think environment, I think physical stuff, like rocks and trees and bushes and stuff. Like, he's removing the humanity of it.
It can't be done. We mentioned the British a couple times. I mean, greatest empire the world's ever seen. Even they realized.
Which he's a military person, so of course he would.
They could not change the cultures of the countries they went into, including ours. And we in the United States probably, because of our immigration patterns, had more in common with England than most others.
Right.
You know, when the British went into South Asia, yeah, great. They taught folks English. They did all that. But the fundamental civilization there was much more powerful than a few tens of thousands of guys in red coats.
God damn it, Kitty. Why do you have to take up so much space? Man, I have so many goddamn tabs open right now. Holy shit. Oh, wait, what? Oh, what? When did this come out? Let me listen.
There's been more news that's come out regarding our favorite company.
Oh boy, guys. I don't know if you guys
The
care about
honorable,
Blizzard.
Respectable.
But I used to.
And morally correct company, Blizzard Entertainment. There's been some things
Yeah,
that happened
there was so much
recently,
wrong about that
and
guy.
I think they
Holy
do
shit.
deserve to have a
He was just like dancing around the thing like, oh, we fucked up. We killed a lot of people, but we didn't do anything for them. Oh, it's so morbidly funny how fucking much of an asshole he is.
a little bit of light shed upon them. HR destroyed the documents related to the lawsuit, which means that doing so was less than the penalty for what it was. Shame on HR. Time to unionize. I will be screaming this from the hilltops now. Working feels so fucking gross working here right now.
That's...
So this is what a lot of companies do. is that, and this is the same with like, this is not
Alright,
just like
we'll pull
Blizzard
up the real
Entertainment.
article.
There are many companies like this. They will
Come on, Asman.
willingly and intentionally break the law.
Don't just
and,
bite into
basically
the
ignore different
drama without
regulations
finding it.
Because the punishment for ignoring the regulation
Is it there?
is less than the
Let me
amount of
close some of
money
this
that
stuff
they're
out.
able to make by ignoring it. So that's what happens. And this is what Blizzard is doing too. It's basically like you're comparing, would you want to pay $10 million to make $100 million? Yeah, of course you do. So that's what they do. So they have amended the complaint section. So they've effectively issued a new patch. It's just like Blizzard, right? This is great. The state of California released an incomplete lawsuit, and now they're adding in, this is patch 9.1 for the lawsuit. And what's happening here is they're expanding
okay,
the
never
scope
mind.
of
He
their
actually is pulling it up.
investigation into widespread harassment and discrimination. The complaint now covers temporary contract workers as well as full-time employees. Thank God for that. That's what I was talking about yesterday.
Right.
Very important that happens. And then also, let's look at this here. Has also leveled charges of obstruction, alleging that Activision Blizzard Human Resources Department shredded documents related to the investigation. The suit claims that Activision has a legal obligation to retain these documents, and further alleges that the gaming company has been withholding information relevant to the investigation using non-disclosure agreements to require employees to speak with the company before contacting DFEH. And this is exactly what it is. Now, the reason why, and you could tell that this was happening, and the reason why you could tell this was happening is
this is related to the lawsuit that California
internal network and their own internal basically
filed
like
against
affairs
them.
group that they're able to deal with the harassment.
So it looks like this is an injunction again, or maybe California probably filed like an injunction because there was missing evidence. Or maybe I'm not using that correctly. Not an injunction. File an injunction. I think it's like search for more information or something. You file a petition and other required documents. What? Yeah, of course. No, so it's not an injunction. No, I'm not using that correctly. I forgot what it is, but it's looking for where you're looking for more disclosure, maybe. Or discovery.
Like
Discovery.
Well, the reason why they wanted to have an internal management team and an internal group of people is so they could filter the content and they could filter the complaints through
went
that,
really far with
and
that.
then try to pressure those people who are going
Sorry.
to speak to the public or speak to the press, try to pressure them into NDAs or to basically shoehorn NDAs into other things that they ask them to sign. So that's why they were trying to create a designated point of contact, is so they could take that point of contact and use it to like basically get people to sign NDAs. You see what I'm saying? It's dirty as fuck. Yeah, but you could see that happening. And I said that then.
Wait.
Them into NDAs, have an internal management team and an internal group of people, is so they could filter the content and they could filter the complaints through that, and then try to pressure those people who are going to speak to the public or speak to the press, try to pressure them into NDAs or to basically shoehorn NDAs into other things
That's some
that they
really
asked them
bad
to
practice.
sign. So that's why they were
Like,
trying
that's
to
some-
create a
some
designated
sketch
point of
business
contact,
practice.
is so they could take that point of contact and use it to like basically get people to sign NDAs. You see what I'm saying? It's dirty as fuck. Yeah,
Divert
but you can
them
see that
from,
happening, and I said that then, and it
filing
looks like
police
it's
reports.
happening now. So anyway, they made people sign NDAs and directly interfering with the state's ability to investigate, prosecute, and remedy workplace discrimination violations. So let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and just look through all of this. Defendants have therefore not maintained or persevered records available as required under relevant authorities. So they basically destroyed evidence. This is what the what it ultimately comes down to, is that HR and Blizzard has destroyed evidence. And it's not a surprise. HR works for the owner's best interest. There are a lot of people out there,
Sadly.
then they get
Sadly.
upset about HR
They think-
because HR told them to stop coming to work without wearing underwear, right? Or something like that, something that's crazy.
Whoa.
Or stop, I don't know, like shitting on the floor in the bathroom. This is not really what HR is for. HR, the reason why they ask
those are
people
pretty
to
good-
do these things
good things
is
to-
because they know these
to
different
not do.
lawsuits can happen, and they're trying to prevent employees from doing something that could make the company liable in the future. So that's why they have HR. They don't have HR to protect the sensitive little feelings of, Sally and Emily and Billy, who are being made fun of in the office. They only give a shit about that if they know they can get sued for it.
Yes.
If they can't get sued for it, it
They don't
doesn't
give a
fucking
shit.
matter to them. It might as well not even exist. So this is an important thing to keep in mind when we talk about HR. People sometimes believe that HR is on their side, and I think that oftentimes
They say human
individual
resources,
employees
it's
that
more
work for
human
HR
management.
are on their side, but the people
Internal
that run
human
it, the
management.
people that make the decisions, the people that shred the fucking evidence, those guys are not. So you've got to keep that in mind. These updates follow a report made last month depicted Human Resources Department set up to fail employees from the start. Allegations that employees were discouraged from making complaints and that little no action was ever taken. Yeah, and that's why they direct people to HR. That's why they directed people to these pre-created resources, is so those resources are programmed to force them into signing NDAs, to suppress what they're going to say, to discourage them from talking from the press, and to try to threaten implicitly or explicitly retaliation. That's the way these things work.
Yeah.
That's what it fucking is. And dozens of accusations were found to be long forgotten, mishandled, or
It's
flat
so
out
funny
ignored,
that
by their
Wowhead
Human
is the
Resources
one that's
Department.
doing this
This
article
is all too common
too.
story that's been repeated at Riot Games, Square Enix, and Electronic Arts. Yeah, this has happened to basically with
remember, like,
every
going to
company.
Wowhead for,
And
like,
this is
shit
something that I think
in
a
the
lot
game.
of people. This is what I've
Oh
said
my God, like,
before
looking
about
up
not
items.
idolizing people and not idolizing companies and things like this.
Yeah, right.
Because whenever you do this, you
just
basically
allows
set
for the
yourself up to
biggest
get
downfall.
disappointed.
Yeah.
Because no person
Exactly.
can almost ever live up to the expectations that you put up there for them to meet.
Mm-hmm.
They can't do it. Nobody can fucking do that. During the most recent quarterly investor earnings call, CEO Bobby Kotick made a strongly worded speech stating that any management or leader found to have impeded the integrity of processes for evaluating claims would be terminated. In the same week, both Blizzard President Jay Allen Brack and Studios head of Global Resources left the company. Through only one of the demands made by the employee walkout of late July has been met so far, Francis Townsend stepping down as executive sponsor. So yeah, so this is the lady here, right? She's like the blonde lady that used to work in like Bush's administration. People are like really mad about that, etc. Well, she still works there. She's just not in charge of the women's group anymore. That's it. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, this crazy woman.
People, and also I've been contacted by
She was hired to do like PR, basically.
and it turns out that these people are legitimate. This does represent Blizzard. So if you care about this this whole saga and everything, this is a very good resource that you can use to keep up with the different information that you want to find out about. Okay, problem solved, right? Yes, exactly. They're going to do everything. It's like the meme, right? Of the floor is fixing the problem, and the floor is, solving actually, like bad workplace treatment, and Blizzard's on the wall, right? That's what they're doing. They're on the wall, they're crawling around, and there's no way they're gonna touch the fucking floor. I do want to say the Activision Blizzard. Oh right.
Sounds
Let
like
me go
me
ahead and
not
read
finishing
the
my college.
response, the response that Blizzard made. Activision Blizzard responds to allegations. Following reports that California Department of Employment and Housing included allegations of shredding human resources, Activision Blizzard released a statement to Engadget, stating that the claims were untrue and outlining the steps they've taken to implement workplace reform so far. Throughout our engagement with the DFEH, we have complied with every proper request in support of its review, even as we had been implementing reforms to ensure our workplaces are as welcoming and safe for every employee. These changes continue today and include several high-level personnel changes, revamped hiring and recruiting processes requiring diverse interview panels, greater transparency on pay equity, expanded and improved training and investigative capabilities for human resource and compliance staff, created investigation teams outside of business units to support greater independence. I don't know what that means. Restructured divisions to support.
Created investigation teams outside of business units to gather greater independence. Oh. That's weird. So what this means is the people that were investigating, we're being paid, we're under the same payroll as the people being investigated. That's what that's getting at.
Support greater accountability. I think that's good. That.
I think
this
so.
one right here is probably the only one that like really means anything specific.
What would you say? Yeah, like, I mean, if you want me to be quite honest, like, I've been, like, I've fallen away from the Blizzard fandom for the past, like, 2 years, maybe 3 years. Like, I was very into it. I got a bunch of Overwatch shirts over there, and I used to have a bunch of, like, World of Warcraft clothes and stuff when I was younger. But, yeah, I mean, I was kind of a nerd, kind of like this nerd, but, bigger. And I just stopped caring about the games because they stopped being fun. It seemed like because there used to be a good back and forth, like on the forums and stuff, with the community and the actual employees and like the devs and stuff. There was like good constructive feedback given and taken, like both ways. Oh, well, we'll get better, we can change. It's just yeah, I mean, it is like, that's kind of, it's what I'm trying to get at is I feel like the company's already been dead for years now, and this is why it was dead, which is, I feel like I've heard him have this opinion too, but like it took him a lot longer to come to the opinion than it did for me, I think, without trying to like ego stroke or whatever. But like he was also hyper invested in this series, in WoW.
I think that like to some degree, like, yeah, where they're not
Yeah,
like hiring women.
I just
like,
don't think
weird
it's
like,
hard
women
for it to
there.
get better.
Yeah, sure, that's definitely a problem, but it's not
They need
the
like
only problem.
new
I think that
entire
realistically,
new
that's probably one of
teams
the
and
easier
entire new
problems to
systems.
solve.
They almost need to like
It's basically like the one problem
move
that I
on
think Blizzard will
because
probably
it's been
not
so
solve
corrupted.
is not paying their employees a living wage.
Yeah.
And also forcing them into deadlines and work conditions
that are just
inhumane
for the amount of money that they make.
Those are the things that I'm worried
That's
about.
what-
It's almost
that's
like it's
what
made
he's
on
leaving
purpose.
out.
Yes, of course. Enhance review processes to include evaluation of managers by employees. Clear boundaries on workplace behavior with a zero-tolerance approach to harassment and other actions that diminish or marginalize. With regards to the claims that we have destroyed information by shredding documents, those claims are not true.
If you want me to be quite honest, I'm like 90% sure that Blizzard itself as a company, and Activision, I don't really know so much about Activision, but Blizzard, I feel like when they merged and merged together and was public stock, they started focusing more on the stock price than on the games. Like, that was a big thing, and I feel like they might have started just using Activision Blizzard as a stock ticket rather than a company, like an actual running company that you need to create a product for. It's now just the company's the product that they sell.
Appropriate steps to preserve information relevant to the DFVH. So shredding documents is obviously, this is a physical document. I think that they're telling the truth. They did not shred documents, they deleted them, which means that they're not technically saying the same thing. See, this is the kind of language that people use, that they attach themselves to a certain thing, and they're like, well,
Yeah,
we didn't
kinda,
do this.
yeah, I
We
do
didn't
kinda
shred
feel the
it,
same
we
thing with
deleted it
Valve.
because it was never physical, right? We don't even own shredders.
They still,
How could we shred anything?
although Valve, I will say, still does innovate, like with like the little gaming console thing now, and when they had the Valve Quest, or what was it called? I think it was the Quest or something, the VR headset that they came out with. I don't know, I feel like Valve still is like, they're still like, at a core, there's still people and engineers that give a shit, and like the company lets them give a shit about it. Like they're kind of hands off about it. They're like, hey, you guys know what you're doing. You guys are how we got here. No, not the. Was it the Oculus? Was that Valve? Yeah, you might be right. I think. Oh yeah, Oculus Quest. That's what I was thinking. Is the most recent one. You're right. They sold it long ago. That's right. But yeah, still, they at least had the first innovation. So yeah, you're right with the Rift, because that wasn't that like the first, or no, it was the Vive, HTC Vive, I think, was the first like mainstream one. I don't know. No, it was because they were doing dev kits with the Oculus. I think that's how most people got them. Whatever.
Knew that's not what they were
This is
talking
besides
about
the
to begin
point.
with.
I still
So this
think
is what
Valve.
people like
I
to
still
say.
like Valve. I don't know. I think they
Documents
still
more
do
else.
some
Shredding's
things.
not a
But I may be wrong. Maybe I'm still suffering, and maybe you're just waking me up to it.
By a state authority, deleting evidence. And
Yeah,
deleting
I think
different
I agree
types
with
of
what you say. Yes,
correspondence,
it
especially
did.
between workers and things like that. I have a good feeling that probably does fall under the illegal category. Now, I'm not sure about this. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but that's what I would fucking assume. We strive to be a company that recognizes and celebrates its diverse talents for
You might be
perspectives and
right.
lead our
How
creation
long
of great,
ago was
globally
that?
appealing entertainment. We provided the DFEH with clear evidence that we do not have gender pay or promotion disparities.
But I guess I
Our
didn't
senior
really.
leadership is increasingly diverse with a growing number of women in key leadership roles across the company. I think this is obviously nice, but I don't think that the amount of women that you have in positions of power is indicative to the quality of the company.
Valve
right?
still-
This is not,
okay, wait,
if you
no,
have
so
a
Valve
woman
has an
working there, it
index.
does not automatically make the company better. Now, obviously, you should have if like there's
I thought
no
that they had-
women at all.
they had
Yeah, maybe
something.
there might be something going on here, of course, but that doesn't necessarily mean that. I think that what Blizzard is setting themselves up to do is they're setting themselves up entirely to solve the problem
Developed
of
by Valve.
discrimination, pat themselves on the back for that, and then completely ignore the other workers' complaints that are
Yeah,
affecting everybody else.
I thought
This
that
is
they
what
had
I think
one,
is
but
going to happen.
I
They're just
didn't know.
redirecting the real issue. Yeah, this is why, because I think that they can
I
solve
thought it was
the,
something. I
the
thought it was the
discrimination problem.
Quest.
I think this is the discrimination
I thought
problem,
they were still made by the same people, but
comparatively is much easier and much cheaper to solve than the problem of, let's say, people that are not being paid enough money, or people that are being forced under deadlines, because that's what really hits their bottom line, and that's what they don't really give a shit about. That's what the problem is. Let's see here. The secretary dropped the evidence and stumbled over a masturbating
right.
employee.
Probably will. But
The
I don't know.
secretary
I'll pull them
carrying
up over
the
here.
evidence stumbled over a masturbating employee and accidentally dropped the evidence into the shredder. You know what? I find that to be relatively believable at Blizzard. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, that could have happened. No way. The truth is, allegation responses will almost certainly come up as a matter of the eventual lawsuit.
With the
Yeah, it's
Quest.
impossible really to say.
The
But,
Index
I
2
think
hasn't
that
been
really
released yet.
You should look and see what these different codes are in terms of like what their punishment is, to see really if this is a legitimate
Well,
thing. Because if the punishment for this
it's a
is like a
decent
fine
amount.
or some other
I don't know
bullshit, I bet they did it
compared
on
to
purpose.
what.
and
I
bet
have
they
the
didn't do it.
HTC.
But if the punishment is something really, really bad, then I bet it didn't happen. I think this is a tactical move either way. It's either a tactical move by California to pressure them and force them and basically to try to like scare them into giving them more information.
Wait, what
or
year is
it
this?
could be a tactical move by Blizzard
It's
to remove
2018.
information to avoid further suit. So it could be either way.
It's 2019.
It's certainly not a big surprise.
So that's
Let
a
me
good
make sure that I
amount.
can pull up the actual tweet itself. Growing up to realize all your heroes are corrupt is the most unfortunate part of being an adult.
much are
I think that I don't think it's an unfortunate thing in a lot of ways.
$1,000.
I think that it allows you to see the world for what it is, and I think that it can give you. I think it can be a good thing because it makes you feel less inadequate. It makes you feel like you're not this weird person who has all these
then
problems
again, how much
and
was
flaws.
I think I paid
And whenever you grow up
$7 for
and
the
you realize that
Vive.
everybody else is the same thing, everybody's trying to figure it out. Nobody has it all figured out. Everybody is flawed.
Just the
Everybody
headset is
fucks up.
$500.
Everybody is not perfect.
Yes, big
and
true.
if you see that, I think that
Big
makes
true,
it
Mr.
easier for many
Asmund.
people, including myself, right? Like, I remember for me, I used to have pretty low self-esteem in many cases. And then I went and I did computer maintenance repair in my high school. school, and I would have to fix computers for teachers that didn't
Yeah,
know
it
how to
just
plug
seems-
in their
it does seem
mouse.
expensive.
And after that, I realized this lady
I'd like
knows a whole lot
I'd
about
like
English,
to try it. I
but
think
she
one of my
doesn't know how to
friends
fucking plug in a
had
mouse.
that, maybe.
Keep that in mind.
I don't know.
You're concerned that Blizzard will find something to personally sue me
Possibly.
for? Oh god, that would be great content. Oh my god. Oh,
But I can't remember. I
I've
think it
been
was the
building that for
Quest.
so long. Holy fuck, that would be good. Yeah, that would be crazy. So let's see here. What the fuck? I'm sorry if anyone destroys evidence that should automatically make them guilty of said crime. Well, it does. However, what
Yeah,
about
but it's a
guilty of the
different
crimes
crime.
that haven't been said? Yeah. And that's what it is. That is 100% what it is. Keep that in mind. And yeah, you know what you don't know. But you don't
know what you don't know.
Yes, it is the unknown unknown.
That's
Okay, dude,
true.
stop. All right, I'm upsetting
The
people.
knowns.
There's too many unknowns, too many words, too many ways of thinking. Is that even legal? No, it's not legal,
obviously
Nelly.
not, dude. How
Nelly
are-
with an anime profile picture? Of fucking course it's not legal. But it doesn't matter if it's legal. The reality is that, like, you can't put a company in jail, and if you distribute and disperse the responsibility among
Disseminate.
enough people, then nobody is really explicitly guilty of the crime, and it makes it much harder to punish. You can't do anything about it because it's just so the waters are so muddied that you can't see a clear target of who to punish. So that's what happens, man. Either way, I'm very
No
very
accountability.
disappointed about this. As I've said before, I've covered pretty much all of the information about this ever since it's come out, and it's not gotten any better, really.
Nope.
It's just gotten more and more disappointing,
Yep.
more and more sad,
And
more and more
just
pathetic,
disheartening.
and it just sucks to see where we're at now,
Yeah.
man. It really fucking does. How do you prove it either way? How do you prove that evidence was destroyed? I mean, there's ways.
There's ways you can
get
prove that
some
files are
types of
deleted.
evidence back, right? Like,
Yeah,
you know,
I
with
don't
Blizzard,
think anyone
they
will get
probably
arrested
didn't
either.
delete it the right way. They
Yeah,
probably owned
knowing
hard
them, they
drives, and
probably
some
fucked
stuff
it
can
up
be
somehow.
recovered.
Yes.
And I think just evidence.
And even if they can't find, they might not be able to find, like, the files themselves, but they should be able to find the fact that files were deleted. That is probably marked.
Some stuff
I'm
being
not
able
quite
to
sure,
be
though.
recovered that's useful, even in like a tangential way, could be used as evidence. The other stuff was deleted that was important directly.
Exactly
On
what I'm
top
saying.
of that, you have, let's see, you can have like testimonials. You'll have people confess,
Yes.
etc. There
and,
are a
and
lot
if you
of
can
different
prove
ways.
that
An ID, yeah,
that-
you can always.
and if you can prove that someone was logged onto a system and they were the one that deleted that thing, then they can be responsible and culpable, I think, culpable, yeah, culpable.
Just find evidence. Yeah. Listen, the thing is, you've got to keep in mind, like, obviously, there are people at the government who are really, really stupid. But there are some
Big
people in
true.
the government that are really fucking smart.
Big true too.
And these guys will figure it out.
Yes.
And a lot of these investigation teams and things like this,
These are the things that those people usually don't fuck around with.
they have they have infinite resources. They are hiring some of the best people in the whole fucking country. They're going to be able to figure this out a whole lot more than Blizzard is going to be able to stop them.
Yes.
So keep that in mind.
They have a lot more resources
Now, smart
than
ones usually
Blizzard
the
for sure.
ex-felons that were hired, hey, it works.
Wow. Interesting. Oh boy.
We read a real fun article about Palm Beach. All roads lead to Mar-a-Lago. Inside the fury and fantasy of Donald Trump's Florida, you've got a fun crew down there. I mean, let's separate
boy.
this from
Oh, man, I'm right
ideology
in
for
front
a
of it.
minute. I know the audience is incapable of doing that. You know,
I am too.
I don't understand. It's probably because they have nothing going on in their lives that brings them any enjoyment. But separating ideology for a minute, it's just a fun crew. Roger Stone, Tucker, Sean Hannity, Ben Shapiro, Laura Ingraham, Ann Coulter, Brad Parscale, the Trump campaign manager, who's now advising Caitlyn Jenner. The epicenter of the American conservative movement has become Florida. It's become this swamp of
A cesspool.
goons and scoundrels.
It's
and
almost
grifters,
like
just
what he said he was going to
all-around
drain.
Fun people.
He drained it down to Florida.
Tabloid culture, the birthplace of the the National Enquirer, and Matt Drudge lives down there, the Drudge Report, which I love. And conservatism was kept out of these mainstream institutions for a long time, you know? A lot of the major papers in America and television networks were
very liberal,
cosmopolitan in the
yeah.
sense that they were never hard left.
But they were usually
They were liberal. They were decidedly liberal on a lot of the key values that
and most of the
conservatives
people
find
that were
themselves on the
working
other side
there
of.
were not
that's
getting
why
paid. And most of the people that were like actual writers and stuff were not getting paid like exuberant salaries and stuff like they are nowadays. That like you have to think like, what the hell's dude's name for The Intercept? He writes like 2 articles a year and gets paid like a salary of like $400,000 a year. Like, those are the types of people writing the articles now.
A lot of the conservative personalities in media are a bit flashier because they're rappers essentially. They talk shit.
Yeah.
They're not getting
True.
published in mainstream places, right? So they had to take over alternative media, talk radio, and the internet. And people like Rush Limbaugh and Matt Drudge and Ann Coulter, and they came from outside of this system where you played these respectability politics, and these guys
They're like the
Christopher Ruddy, who
counterculture,
started Newsmax,
but like
and they're all
they
down
were
in Palm
the
Beach,
normal
Florida.
culture
And it
that got
just
discarded.
seems like a lot of fun. It seems like a lot of fun. And if you read this Vanity Fair article, like the waiter who's serving Roger Stone and Laura Loomer food.
Oh, poor thing.
It goes like this. So they're seated in a private room. A heavy-set waiter comes in, an immigrant from Yugoslavia named Mario, who introduces himself as a diehard Republican. He's crestfallen. He sees Laura Loomer
Of course.
and Roger Stone sitting there. And he goes, unbelievable what they did to us. And Loomer goes, I know. And the waiter goes, bunch of criminals. And Oliver Stone goes, not over yet. And then Mario goes, that's right. I'm hoping. We're all hoping.
Oh, for
So they're keeping that hope alive
These
down there in
fuckers.
Florida. It's like, you know the song, the beginning of Portlandia, the dream of the 90s is alive in Portland. That's what's going on. And the dream of Q is alive in Palm Beach. You know?
Oh,
and it's just
shit.
these people just kind of dancing around, eating steaks and martinis at 3 p.m., thinking that Trump's going to be reinstalled as president somehow.
Reinstalled.
Mario, Waiter, Laura Loomer.
Oh,
Coulter, who then
that's
at
a
the end of
joke
the
in
article,
itself.
Ann Coulter and Matt Drudge go, we're leaving Florida, and we're not telling anybody where we're going. And I guess they're leaving
Texas.
because Drudge and I are both leaving Florida, and we're not telling anyone where we're going this time. I guess because Coulter, she's fallen out of the Trump camp. She's
Ooh.
unhappy with Trump. But it's fun. Florida's always kind of been a fun place. And,
Yeah,
and I remember when we snuck into the
dude.
Breakers buffet.
Well, that's the thing is there's a lot
And
of
there's something,
they
nice
put out
about
a
Florida.
lot
There's
of
something
information
distinctly
on it, and if you
American
don't know
about
how to
lying your
digest
way
that sort of
into an
information, then you're not
all-you-can-eat Mother's
you're not
Day
gonna be able to
buffet
like
without a
understand
mother.
it's some.
We had
some-
no mother. We honored no
There's
one.
just
It was just
there's just a whole leap of faith you need to take there, like. And the people that went about it were very tactical and smart. Like they made websites about the shit that like would reinforce the data that they were trying to say. Like that there were these cults and shit that are like already known about and it's already out there in the open web. Like they were frighteningly they did it frighteningly well. Frighteningly well. Excuse me. There's no debating. It was either which is smart from the people who created this mass conspiracy. Yeah,
just to sit there and feed ourselves
exactly.
on shellfish.
Like
and,
you can't argue about like baby rape, murder, and drink. Like how are you gonna debate someone like that? Like then you're on the other. You're now the other that's for the baby rape, murder, drinking.
it was great. And Segura was there, but we didn't even see him.
Didn't see him, yeah.
But that's
You still gotta
Florida for
talk
you. It's
to
a
people
fun
like that
article in
and-
Vanity Fair if you read
and
it.
try
the
to
thing is,
get them to
Ben
understand that
said, I'd love to go to one
they're
of these
making a
parties
leap of
earlier.
faith.
And
Just
you
like
would and you
you
wouldn't.
would in religion.
Because one thing I learned when I was debating people that were to become people like this, right?
Listen,
A
this is
lot
going to
of
be
the
perfect.
Kids
This
that I was
is going to be
debating when
perfect.
I was in college, and even though I was at a community college, many of these people were going on to 4-year schools, and they were going to, I think one of them worked for Mitt Romney for a while. The thing about people who live, sleep, eat, and breathe politics is that they're boring. The thing about politics is it obscures many of the truths of life, which are
War.
truly apolitical, right? The deep human truths of life, which is what art tries to get to, which is why art sucks now, because we're fitting those truths or showcasing them in a way that has to break down into this political binary. It's not natural.
Oh, this guy is
But-
great. He's gay.
And I'm not
he's,
saying artists
he's
are
a
fun to be around
big
either.
Gay,
Don't mistake me. But the thing about people whose
I don't know,
entire life,
conservative kind of.
their entire existence.
He used to be like a stock. I think he was a mortgage broker, was he? I believe, or like a stockbroker, and quit and became a comedian because it was. I don't know. He gets into the whole lot of it, but he couldn't continue down that path of life. It was too much.
The way they interface with the world is all politics.
But yeah, like I went to a 4-year school in Philly, which was pretty much more liberal than it seems where he went to college, because most of the people there were openly like Democratic or like left wing kind of. But I went to the business school, and go figure, most of the business kids were more conservative. They had more conservative values. More Republicans were there. So, you know, I got a dose of this stuff as well as a dose of the crazy left wing that existed, which was, you know, I was pretty involved. I was pretty much like a crazy left wing person too in college, but I've slowly like peeled my opinions back a little bit and gone against you know, the violent radicalism, and I prefer the passive radicalism. It just seems a little more easy to digest. So if you just like, you know, can convince people with your words instead of with a stick, you know, go with that route.
Is deeply unfulfilling. It's deeply unfulfilling. And many of them know that. Because there is a disconnect between what you're saying and what's happening.
Yeah.
And that's a chasm. Meaning you're not really in the fight to change things as much as you're in the fight to become famous or wealthy, and you're really trying to establish yourself. And then there's this movement of people that you can kind of grab onto for a minute, and you could guide them or push them in a certain way, but that's an unruly mob of human beings that's just going to go somewhere else, or you got to keep track of them, keep hold of them. It's not easy. And, you know, real change is very difficult, and it's not that glamorous. And the people that work to make real change, like real activists, lawyers and doctors and people that give up lucrative careers
Yeah, me
to then
neither.
go help people on the street and
I
actually
still like
help
guns, though.
people get elected
Fascinated
to
by
local
guns. I love the mechanics
government
of them.
and change laws that affect people's lives. That's very different than the pundit class who's swilling, you know, gin martinis at 3 a.m. at the Breakers in Palm Beach and talking about revolution and this is happening and this is happening. And none of it's really happening. That's the thing. I mean, it's not really happening. And the people that do this kind of know that, but they've given themselves over to it, and their entire life
they've
is
like given
politics.
their faith
There's
to it.
not much else there. And it's why I decided to get out. You know, I thought I wanted to be in that world, and I said, I don't want to be in that world. I don't want to have an idea or a thought and go, wait a minute. Is this something that my enemies would say? Or is this something my allies would say? And then what? I didn't want to have to put everything through that prism. But if I did, it does seem fun to do it in Palm Beach, Florida with these lunatics. They seem a lot more fun than the neoliberal Hampton set and the Brooklyn Socialist set. These people seem a lot more fun.
They do seem like they know how to party.
Fun.
Like I will say
If we're
that.
just going to go off fun, martinis with these lunatics, I mean, the true answer is none of the above. But if you had to,
segregate yourself.
it might be here.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny as fuck. Oh yeah, OnlyFans fucking backtracked already. This is already out of date. I don't know if there's probably an article about it. OnlyFans backtracks. What is this? Oh my god. More stuff. The subscription site said in a prepared statement Wednesday that the planned ban was no longer required due to banking partners. The backtrack. Yeah, we don't really need to read any more of it. It's all nonsense. Dubai is a joke? What? Oh my god, I'm almost at 5 hours, dude. This is going. I'm still early. I was supposed to play games. I used to. I think I'm still subscribed to him, but he's kind of gone a little too not so crazy for me to. I don't know. I haven't really watched any of his stuff in like a long while. I just remember him just getting in arguments with people. With like takes I didn't necessarily agree with. Because he's just all about like nihilism kind of. I don't think that's quite the way I would go about it. But I don't know. I could be pigeonholing him. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I remember him from a long time ago when I was like in, I don't know how, probably not in high school, maybe in college I watched some of his videos, but probably in high school. I just know he's been on here for a long ass time. There's not much shit. Yeah, see, like, I graduated in 2011, so I probably did. I was on 4chan at the time, so I probably had seen some of his stuff from there or something. Yes.
We've been driving now for 5 days
Physics girl.
across California talking to some of the lead researchers in renewables. So what do you think is the biggest challenge for moving towards a zero emissions or a renewable future?
Accessibility to an energy source.
As the energy comes from different places, yes, we're gonna have to adapt the grid. So those are good guesses. But I would argue that the biggest challenge is actually energy storage.
Yes.
We all kind of know the problem with solar and wind is that we still need electricity after the sun goes down. We still need electricity when it's not windy for 3 days in a row.
How we store energy
I'm trying to make a
when
little
renewable
Off-grid
sources are
cabin right now.
is the biggest
I'm almost
problem
done
we're gonna need to
furnishing it.
solve.
I'm gonna make a little YouTube series out of it.
Hey, I'm Diana, and you're watching Physics Girl. And if you've been following along with this series, we've been driving across California in a hydrogen-powered fuel cell electric car, learning all about renewable energy.
And after I get the goddamn
So thank you
fucking
to Toyota for
Tesla,
sponsoring this series.
Starlink,
We are moving toward a 100%
I'll be able to
renewable
have
future,
internet there
and there
and
are
I'll just
roadmaps
live
for
there
getting there
and
by
stream there.
2050. But the energy sector has a problem. When you plug in your TV, your dishwasher, your particle collider, the grid producing your electricity is most likely on demand.
Oh, people need more energy? Like turn another gas plant on. But if we're really going to move to a fully decarbonized future, we won't have those gas plants anymore.
We actually visited a solar power plant that has to slow down their plant sometimes because they're like, we'll be charged money if we provide too much electricity. The grid was not built to stockpile energy, so it doesn't. So the next step must be to add energy storage to the grid. When I think about energy storage, my
And
mind
they
immediately
just, right now we
goes
just
to
move
a warehouse
we
full
move
of lithium-ion batteries.
water up to the
Lithium-ion
top
can't
of
do everything. A
dams.
40-hour battery will cost about
'Cause it's a
10
lot
times
more
as much
efficient
as a
way of
4-hour battery.
There are
holding
other
this-
drawbacks
the-
to
this
lithium-ion as well. They
stuff,
catch fire, they lose
the
capacity
energy.
over time. The supply of lithium is estimated to run out by 2080, and experts say the cost won't come down fast enough to keep
Yeah, we
up
need
with our
solid-state
roadmaps.
batteries.
But there are some promising complete alternatives to lithium-ion and to even batteries altogether. I got to go behind the scenes, and I'm so excited to share with you what these other technologies look like, how some of them work today, and how others might work in the future. This reservoir here is separate from the other one that was on the other side of the Bergen
Yeah, so this
Highway.
is
Oh my
like
gosh,
the
that's right. Someone had set fire to the
dam
entrances to the
storage.
parks, and we almost didn't get in there that day. That was a weird day. So this one's actually 300 feet higher than the other one. They pump water from over there up to this one, and then they pump it back, and then they pump it up, and they pump it back. Why do you think they do that?
Gravity can fall and it can make power.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. There's one
And then they
technology
can
that comprises
use the
98%
energy
of installed energy storage in California.
that's
Pumped
off of
storage
the,
hydroelectric. We drove up
yeah,
into the
to
mountains of the
put
Sierra
it up
National
top.
Forest to visit the Big
Store
Creek
it.
Hydroelectric Project.
We are here at Powerhouse number 1, a low pressure pipeline. When it starts down this really steep hill, it drops about 2,000 feet in elevation.
The concept is simple. Energy in, just pump the water uphill, and then when there's demand, energy out, let the water fall and drive a turbine to create
Yeet.
electricity. And it's a twist on a technology
It's
that's
like
been
a battery.
around for over a century.
So when they fired up in 1913, I think we just had 3 units going in Powerhouse 1.
That's where people lived.
Over time, yeah, it has really evolved into supporting the grid and the use of renewables. Solar and wind coming online a lot of times during the day. I don't know if you've looked at or know about the duck curve.
Everyone we talked to mentioned the duck curve as illustrating the main point that we're talking about in this video. If you chart electricity demand during the day, it typically looks like this. More demand in the evening and it peaks at sunset. But as more solar energy is produced in the middle of the day and comes on the grid, that effectively looks to the grid managers like a drop in demand. And someone thought this looked like a duck. I'm not sure they've ever seen a duck.
Hydro can step in and compensate
It's pretty
for
close.
fluctuations on the grid.
Who makes that call? Does someone call you up and be like, there's a lot of sun?
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of market mechanisms in place. Say we're producing
usually
100
like
megawatts at this particular
software.
plant. They were forecasting it to be cloudy today, and they didn't think we were going to have a bunch of solar come
At least
online.
I'd think
Well,
they would
clouds
be.
go away, the sun starts shining, the solar fires up. Oh man, that must take energy that's coming to the grid from solar panels on your rooftop. They can't just turn that off and turn it away. That's got to come on the grid. Well, we can't put more megawatts on the grid than are being consumed. So, all right, turn your generators down.
But the coolest part was seeing the turbines in action. I cannot even describe it. They were like, oh yeah, we'll take you in there to the pump house where the water is reaching 900 PSI and spinning these turbines. And then they're like, it's gonna be a little loud. You might not be able to hear anything. So we put in our earplugs and see these turbines, and you couldn't even make something big enough for a movie set. They're just vibrating your chest cavity. I never thought I would go into an energy
Goddamn.
production facility and feel like this is so powerful in so many senses of the word.
Whether they knew it or not in 1910, what they designed is incredibly flexible and incredibly adaptable.
If you're comparing to gas plants, you've got the same benefit in that you can turn on the system really quickly. Plus, if you compare to batteries, the round trip efficiency is very high, over 80%. But it
Because our pumps are way more efficient than they used to be.
beats batteries in that you can store the energy indefinitely. You just keep pumping up and pumping back down.
I'm really excited about this industry. I think there's a ton of opportunity in hydro.
But there are some downfalls. Years of drought can actually affect the capacity. This tech wouldn't fit in the middle of New York City. So you need large swaths of land. It can potentially disrupt the environment. Plus, most people believe that this tech is pretty much built out as much as it's going to be. Other creative mechanical concepts have taken inspiration from pumped storage hydro, including using cranes to move around massive bricks or rocks up and down using, say, automated machine vision software. So energy in, raise the bricks up high, energy out, lower the bricks to convert your stored gravitational potential energy to electricity.
I've heard about
Sounded
these
to me
too.
like just really big Jenga, but some companies like Energy Vault and Gravitricity claim 80 to 90% efficiency and decades of lifetime. And if you're looking for indicators that this tech is going places, they've already built out testing sites and they've raised millions from venture capital and crowd investing sites. That's exciting. Another very promising mechanical-based tech is compressed air energy storage, where energy in, you compress air in giant containers, and then energy out, you release the pressure later to drive a generator. Also,
I haven't read
air
about
gets hot
that.
when
That
you
seems
compress
neat.
it.
That
So
would
if you
seem
can extract that heat as well,
like it would
you
work.
can produce electricity with it and increase the efficiency overall of this technology. The capacity of these facilities is staggering. There are some sites going in California soon, built by the company HydroStore, with a total capacity of 10 gigawatt hours. That's insane. Compare that to the capacity of this Victorian big battery, the proposed site in Australia using Tesla lithium-ion batteries, that has a 450 megawatt hour capacity, or about 22 times smaller than this. So for compressed air energy storage, the large-scale, very long
Back
duration
off,
energy
Elon.
storage looks promising. And then a slightly related technology, other companies are looking to cryo-cool air down to such low temperatures that it turns into a liquid. And then when it's heated back up, it increases in volume by 1,000 times and drives a turbine. Another related technology we learned a lot about driving around in the Mirai is hydrogen. But rather than the input of energy coming from compressing or cryo-cooling the hydrogen, it comes from just producing it.
The
Excuse
method
me.
is primarily used to
Who
produce
the fuck are you,
hydrogen
dude?
steam reformation, but the goal is to produce hydrogen by renewable methods.
One such method is electrolysis, or
Yeah,
splitting water
turn
into
it
hydrogen
up.
and oxygen using electricity. The hydrogen stores energy because when you combine it back together with oxygen through a
It's
fuel
also how
cell,
you
produce
like
electricity. So energy
fucking
in, separate hydrogen from oxygen
plate
or other
metals,
molecules.
bruh.
Energy out, allow the hydrogen to recombine with oxygen to produce electricity through a fuel cell. You know all about this if you saw the first video in the series about the tech powering the car we drove on the whole road trip, a hydrogen
I
fuel
didn't.
cell electric vehicle. So some benefits to hydrogen, as most people will point out, hydrogen is
good for
very
storage.
abundant. Just look at all those oceans. It's very scalable and modular.
It's not very efficient.
Can be a core component of
Sorry,
microgridding.
sir. It's
One
not,
of the
not as
biggest problems
efficient.
that they've had in some of the hurricane-related natural disasters is that people couldn't communicate. Phone towers have battery backup, which is good for maybe 8 hours. But if you have a fuel cell backup, produce hydrogen locally, you can be operable for a week or longer.
But though hydrogen is readily available, it's not readily available alone. It's usually connected to oxygen, and we have to put a lot of energy in
Yeet,
to
yeet.
liberate it. The round-trip efficiency is looking like 25 to 45%. One
Yeet,
question, though,
yeet.
is storage.
What I
Where
say,
do you
motherfucker.
Hydrogen fuel cells needs very, very high purity. So you need to find a storage medium that doesn't contaminate it.
I had no
I didn't know
idea,
that.
but we're already storing natural gas in large underground caverns, like empty salt mines.
The U.S. has been
The
storing
fuck?
natural gas mostly in all sorts of geologic formations, salt formations, depleted gas oil reservoirs.
And we're already looking at converting those, plus all of the rest of the natural gas
what the fuck?
infrastructure.
Are we just making bombs
Double
underneath
fuel,
of
which
America?
may end up being the more promising use for hydrogen.
What the hell?
We drove next up to Fremont, California, with a company called Antora, developing a tech
Sorry.
they're calling thermal batteries, where the energy is stored as heat.
We would take that excess electricity and directly resistively heat these super cheap blocks of carbon.
Very hot temperatures to the point where they are glowing and emitting light.
So energy in, heat up blocks of carbon, and then energy out is a little bit surprising. They've decided to use photovoltaics, the same technology that's in solar panels.
This is kind of the tricky part that has
cameras.
plagued thermal energy storage for a while.
The most common heat engine you'd use for something like this is a steam turbine. But they found that the efficiency of the steam turbines gets a lot worse when they get smaller.
So we use photovoltaics.
So energy out, use a photovoltaic material to turn the radiated light from the hot block into electricity. Cool. And they've decided to call this whole system a thermophotovoltaic system, or a TPV. The benefits are pretty easy to see.
We use carbon to store the heat. That's a very, very cheap
What's the
material, very
comment
abundant,
section
so
like?
it's a very easy thing to make a 40-hour, even 400-hour battery.
It's affordable, it has a small
That
footprint, so
probably about
high
sums it
efficiency,
up.
It's easily scalable, and it has a relatively high round-trip efficiency at an estimated 50%, due in part to the use.
Oh,
So any of the light that
goodness.
hits through the photovoltaic mosaics and doesn't get
Yeah,
absorbed,
Tom Scott. I
it's
watched Tom
reflected back
Scott
on the other
video on
side
this.
back to the block.
That's how I know any of this right now.
It's a very new
But I don't remember
technology,
this part.
and they're just
I
in
don't
the
think he
early
talked about
research
this.
phase. Although the exciting thing about companies like this is
Not
that
sure
the
they've ever
International
seen a
Energy
duck.
Agency forecasts that to meet
I
our
don't
zero emissions
remember
goals
this.
by 2050,
Maybe we haven't seen it
almost
yet.
half of our reductions are going to come from tech that's currently in the demonstration or prototype phase. So this research is critical. And it was really cool to see one of the technologies that might be one of our future solutions. One final technology that I learned about on our journey is a battery technology, but one that's further along. In March 2021, a Canadian company called VRB Energy announced an upcoming 500 megawatt hour battery storage facility going into
China's larger.
So it's similar to the Victorian big battery capacity, but it's not lithium ion batteries. The tech that they're using is called flow batteries. What are flow batteries? Well, it's kind of like batteries, but they take all of the elements of a battery and mix them up and then allow them to flow. So in a typical battery cell, you usually have two sides, the anode and cathode, the bread, if you will, and then the electrolyte filling. To make a bigger battery, then you have to add more of these cells, and that can get expensive. In a flow battery, you take the anode and cathode materials, dissolve them in electrolytes, and then store them in tanks. And then you allow those mixtures to flow near each other with a membrane separating them, and they do their chemical reaction thing and produce electricity. To scale this up, you just need to increase the size of the tanks. So it's more cheaply scalable than lithium ion.
But it's not portable.
It doesn't have the same fire risk, and it doesn't have nearly the capacity fade of lithium ion. One of the concerns with flow batteries, though, is that
Hubei province,
vanadium
that's
is one of the
where
most common
Wuhan is.
elements
Yeah,
used in
Wuhan,
flow
well,
batteries, and the
Hubei,
price is rising.
or
So
Hubei,
other
whatever it
companies
is
are
like
looking
their
at different
industrial
chemistries. For example, Primus Power
province.
is using zinc bromide, and they're a California-based company that's received $100 million in funding from the Department of Energy and the California Energy Commission.
think,
And there are
right?
other companies looking at
I don't know.
iron chromium chemistries. There are lots of companies with big investments and sites installed. Form Energy, Vision, Primus Power. Flow batteries look promising, but they're not looking at the days to weeks storage.
I know, that's not
where
how it's
some of
spelled.
these other technologies we talked about will come in, and that's a sentiment that we heard over and over.
No,
It's not that
no,
these
I'm
companies
wrong.
will necessarily compete,
I'm wrong.
but they're going to complement each other for different uses. For example, right now for personal storage, one of the only options is the Tesla Powerwall. But as time goes on, other technologies are going to look more enticing as they can last longer, capacity doesn't degrade, and they're cheaper. So at the beginning of this video, I came in hot saying that energy storage is the biggest issue that we need to solve. But I didn't even know that when we started this series. As soon as you start
Where is
talking to
Wuhan?
people in the industry though, and you see
On a
this
map.
research and development that's happening, you realize
On a
how
map.
important all of this
It's
is.
a map,
Plus, I came
it's a
across
map,
prediction
it's
of
a
the
map,
growth in the
it's a
energy storage
map,
industry
it's on
to
the map.
$574 billion
There it
by
is.
2027.
In the
up from
Hubei.
$60 billion in 2019. So this is where the need is and where the investments are going to be. In our previous video, I mentioned a portfolio
call.
approach as our best option.
I think all of China's is true.
And that was definitely
Yeah, I don't know.
as they say in the
Then you
energy
could say the
industry,
same like
many
to
juices
America.
for many uses. They don't say that, but they should. In the
That's what she
final
said
video
right
of
there.
this
There it
series,
is. She
we're gonna
finally
take a
said it.
look
Many
at a
juices for
solar
many uses. Ha ha
technology
ha ha ha
that
ha.
incorporates energy storage as one possibility for the future
God damn
of
it.
energy. Hit subscribe if you want to come back for that one.
That wasn't a good joke, you motherfucker. Oh. Oh man, I'm hungry. I think I'm gonna grab some food or something really quick and then come back. Yeah, I don't know. Let me find something. Da 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 da. What? No. Oh, this guy's fire. Let me find a good video by him. Not the 10-hour ones, bro. No, I'll watch that when I come back. Actually, I could start that now, because I'm not gonna be very long.
I'd like to start this video a little differently. Normally I would just make the video and assume this went without saying. Maybe I'd slip it in after 10 minutes as a quick disclaimer and then move on. But this seemed important enough that I thought I should say it from the start. If you're expecting this to be some epic atheist takedown of Christian beliefs, you're in the wrong place. I have no interest in tearing this book apart. If you believe in this book, that's fine. I don't want to take your faith or anything else from you. But if you think Moses threw down his staff and it turned into a snake, I do want to take that from you, because you're wrong. This video is brought to you by Skillshare. The Bible, and specifically the Old Testament, isn't a very good book narratively speaking. This happens, then this happens, then this happens, then there's a whole lot of knowing and begetting, then this happens. It's just kind of a list of events. There aren't a lot of rising actions or climaxes or even character development. And that's fine since that's not necessarily its purpose. But when you're trying to tell these stories to children, you kind of have to punch it up a bit. Otherwise, they're just not going to pay attention. That usually means adding on to the story or changing certain aspects. If I were to ask you who went to Pharaoh and said, "Let my people go," and threw down his staff, which then turned into a snake, most of you are going to say Moses. I knew some of you were going to get this wrong, but Jesus Christ. Moses either had a speech impediment or was incredibly shy. Interpretations vary, but the point is, he wasn't very good at public speaking. So his brother, Aaron, spoke for him.
Then the Lord said to Moses, "See, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. You are to say everything I command you, and your brother Aaron is to tell Pharaoh to let the Israelites go out of his country."
Whenever this story is told, Moses often becomes a composite character of both Moses and Aaron. I'm not sure why. I'm pretty sure kids can understand that there's two people, but fine. So in every movie made about the book of Exodus, Moses does all the talking while Aaron just stands off to the side. If he exists at all. He's completely written out of this scene in The Prince of Egypt, so it's Moses' staff that turns into a snake. But in the original source material, it isn't Moses' staff.
So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord commanded. Aaron threw his staff down in front of Pharaoh and his officials, and it became a snake. Pharaoh then summoned wise men and sorcerers, and the Egyptian magicians also did the same things by their secret arts. Each one threw down his staff and it became a snake, but Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs.
But that's the new international version. Maybe they changed it. Let's take a look at the official original King James version. "And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh, blah, 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 but Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods." No matter what version you look up, it's always been Aaron's rod. The thing is, when I asked that question, several of you specifically mentioned Charlton Heston, who played Moses in the Ten Commandments. Here's Charlton Heston, and here's not Charlton Heston. Even in this movie, it's Aaron. I don't know why any of you thought it was Moses. Maybe you came from the Berenstein universe. Another Bible story which has fallen victim to modern embellishment is Noah's Ark. In the source material, there really isn't much to go off of. The entire story from beginning to end, depending on your version, is just shy of 800 words. To put that into perspective, so far in this video, I've said 800 words. And a good chunk of that story is just IKEA-like instructions on how to build the Ark.
This is how you are to build it. The Ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof for it, leaving below the roof an opening 1 cubit high.
It goes on, but I think you get the point. For those of you who don't use cubits in your everyday life, it's 18 inches. So the Ark was 1.5 times the size of a football field and 4 stories high. Let me summarize the story of Noah's Ark for you. God tells Noah to build an ark to be filled with 2 of each animal to escape the flood, which will wipe out every living thing in the on Earth. That's it. That's the entire story. How do they take that and turn it into a 2-hour Russell Crowe movie? By adding on a whole bunch of extra stuff. The thing is, no matter what modern interpretation you sit down to watch, they all have the same story beats. Initially, his family doesn't believe that he spoke to God. There's some sort of confrontation with the local townsfolk, with or without fallen rock angels. Maybe Noah tries to save other people, but they also don't believe him. And afterwards, they send out birds to try and find dry land. None of that is in here. Confabulation is when someone has a false memory of an event or story, ranging from a slight alteration to a complete fabrication. When everyone has the same false memory, we call that the social contagion of memory conformity. But you probably know it by another name, the Mandela effect. You probably already know what I'm gonna say about this, don't you? And the thing is, we all know it's wrong. The fruit of the tree of knowledge is never named. People who actually study the Bible for a living think it might have been a fig, which grows in the Middle East, or maybe even a pomegranate.
Some scholars believe it wasn't an apple, but a ruby red, antioxidant-rich pomegranate.
Yeah, but because it's in a lot of
which
different
Eve
stories,
tempted Adam.
not
What
just
a weird way to market your product.
Bible.
Hey, remember that thing that doomed humanity for all eternity? Well, we put it in a bottle. Drink up. Saying it's an apple is incredibly Eurocentric. It's even stranger when you remember that up until 1893, apples tasted like dirt. More specifically, like a raw potato. The only things apples were good for were improving your land so that you met the legal requirements of the Homestead Act and turning it into apple cider. People didn't really drink plain water back then. Doing so ran the risk of you dying from diarrhea, so most people either drank coffee and tea, which you have to boil, or wine and cider, which you have to ferment. Would any of you really have been tempted by a raw potato? Assuming Adam and Eve weren't Irish, I doubt it. The idea of it being an apple came centuries later, along with many of the other things you remember about that story. Adam and Eve take up a single side of a single page of this book. It's about 1,000 words, so depending on how fast you read, you can blow through it in a minute. So why is it when we tell this story, we all have the same extra narrative flair? The answer is Paradise Lost by John Milton.
Kevin Lomax.
John Milton.
That movie actually borrows a lot of themes and lines from Paradise Lost.
Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven, is that it?
What Dante was to Italian literature, John Milton was to English. And wouldn't you know it, they both chose to write Christian fanfiction, and both used religion as a disguise for political commentary. Paradise Lost was written over 5 to 10 years and published in 1667, so the political and religious situation was completely different from Dante's time. The Protestant Reformation was in full swing, and the Pilgrims just landed in America. Keep that in mind as we discuss the plot, which, spoiler warning, but it is a 350-year-old poem that tells the story of Adam and Eve, but from Satan's perspective. You've probably heard all the spoilers already. The story is presented non-linearly, meaning we start in the middle and there are flashbacks. I'm not gonna do that here. So if you want the original experience, you're gonna have to read it yourself. I read and listened to a few different versions in preparation for this video, but I personally recommend the BBC radio dramatization where Satan is voiced by Ian McDermott, aka the Emperor.
Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven.
If that isn't perfect casting, I don't know what is. When you picture Lucifer in your mind, you either imagine him as someone who hit every branch of the ugly tree during his fall from heaven, or something like this. Dang, Lucifer, you looking like a snack. Dante's version of Lucifer made him a half-goat, three-faced, six-winged monstrosity. But when I gave that information to Poe the Wonder Cat to draw, this twink stud muffin is what I got, which is fine, he included everything I told him to.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
he's certainly
they
not
could
the first to
copyright
do
claim
that.
it.
Almost
That's a
every
song.
modern depiction of
I can't listen
Lucifer,
to the whole
whether
thing
he's a
on
man
stream.
or a woman, casts him as a perfect 10. This sexy and
We're
even
streaming on YouTube too,
sympathetic
not just
depiction of
on
Lucifer started with Milton's Paradise Lost. Satan is the protagonist of this story. We begin with Satan and his followers waking up in a lake of fire in hell, which they call Tartarus. I swear I've heard that name before. They had been banished as punishment for participating in the rebellion of angels against God. Why did they rebel? Well, that's an interesting story. In the beginning, it was just God and the angels living in the Empyrean, what we call heaven. Lucifer was one of those angels, and angels are apparently beautiful. There's some debate over what rank of angel Lucifer was. If you recall, in heaven,
I'm
God is
streaming on
surrounded
both
by
YouTube
9 ranks of
and
angels,
Twitch,
one for
so
each
I
rank.
can't
The
play
closer you are
music
to God,
unless it's
the higher
like
your rank, and the highest were
uncopyrighted,
the seraphim.
which is
You'd
and
think
that's
being the
copyright.
highest rank would be awesome, but a seraph's only job was to continuously shout praises at God. They're the ultimate yes men. They have 6 wings and they're engulfed in a perpetual fire. Seraph means burning one, so that's fitting. Since Dante's Lucifer had 6
I don't know.
wings,
It's
some think he might
weird.
have been a seraph. Though some biblical scholars, including St. Thomas Aquinas, believe Lucifer belonged to the second order of angels, the cherubim. No, cherubim were not naked babies like Cupid. Instead, they had 4 wings covered in eyeballs, 4 faces, and the body of a lion, decidedly less cute, which is fitting since they guard God's throne and the Garden of Eden. We'll get to why that is later. The next order are the thrones, which appear as wheels within wheels, again covered in eyeballs. They serve as symbols of God's power and authority, and that's it. they don't seem to do anything. The Dominions are next. They look like your typical angel, and their only job is to delegate work to the other angels, the middle management of the angelic hierarchy. The Virtues are in charge of controlling all the elements in the universe, and they're also responsible for all of the natural miracles in the world. They also don't have any physical form that we know of. The Powers make sure that all the laws of physics are maintained and supervise the movements of all of the spheres of heaven. Someone's got to make sure things keep ticking over, right? They're also the warrior angels who banish evil spirits to hell and served as the primary soldiers against Lucifer's army. The 7th order of angels are the principalities. These angels oversee countries, nations, and groups of people, much like how St. Patrick is the patron saint of Ireland. Ireland also has a principality angel. They're the ones that give their blessing whenever their specified group of people prays before going to war or playing football. I wonder if they have any control over the YouTube algorithm. Dearest Principality of Demonetization, please see fit to bestow your blessing upon me, so that I may make those dollar bills, y'all. Archangels are the first ones that directly interfere with human affairs and steer things in the direction of God's plan. There are only 7 halo archangels, and Lucifer was one of them. I don't know if that means there were 8 and now that Lucifer's gone there's only 7, or if Lucifer still counts and there's only actually 6. And it's unclear if you can be an archangel and something else, like a seraph. We only know 4 of the 7 names, which is why it's unclear if Lucifer still counts. Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel. That's true. The 9th order are the Malachim, just regular everyday angels that serve as messengers or personal guardians. They're pretty boring. Humans don't become angels. They're their own thing. You don't die and go to heaven and then perform some good deeds in order to earn your wings. You just need to drink a Red Bull for that. That's true. Lucifer was God's favorite angel. Or at least he was, right up until God created Jesus and declared him Lord of the Angels. Wait, I thought Jesus didn't come along until way later.
I've always existed.
What?
I've always been a part of God, and he's always been part of me.
What are you doing here, Jesus?
Well, you've been nagging me on Twitter for a while, and it was getting kind of pathetic, so...
Dude.
I mean, I'm here to answer your questions.
Can you explain the Trinity to me?
No one can explain the Trinity. If you ask a dozen Christians about the Trinity, you're gonna get a dozen different answers.
So, are you the Son of God, or are you God?
Yes.
What's the Holy Spirit?
I think that's enough questions for now.
Really?
Oh my God,
okay, can you just... Am I
Not
going
really
to hell for all the blasphemy stuff?
What, are you kidding? I do that all the time.
Ah, good. So Jesus exists now, both in the story and on YouTube. He's verified, so you know he's the real deal.
Nice.
Lucifer didn't want to bow down to this new creation, so he incited a rebellion. It turns out that 1/3 of all angels agreed with him and didn't want to bow down to God's new son, so they went to war. The only problem is that angels are immortal. They just kind of spent the whole day fighting and not really getting anywhere until they retreated and tried again the next day. Only this time with cannons.
Oh my god! My god, this battle is epic!
Again, this didn't really work because of the whole immortality thing, so they retreated. When they lined up for battle on the 3rd day, God decided enough was enough. He banished Lucifer and all of his followers from heaven, and they fell for 9 days. During those 9 days, he did the whole creation thing and made Adam and Eve. It's at this point that Lucifer ceased to be Lucifer and became Satan. Much like how Anakin Skywalker became Darth Vader by falling to the dark side, there was a name change involved. But Satan isn't his name, it's a title. Satan just means the adversary, and his first official appearance in the Bible is in the book of Job. While we're at it, Christ is also a title. So his name isn't Jesus Christ, it's Jesus of Nazareth, comma, the Christ. Nobody's gonna call him Lucifer, comma, the Satan though. It's usually one or the other. He's known by other names as well, but as we'll soon discover, those aren't always accurate.
I am the devil, Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, the Prince of Darkness. Well, the Princess of Darkness anyway.
While we're at it, Lucifer Morningstar is a comic book and TV show character. That's not his real last name. Biblical characters didn't really have last names. That's a relatively new thing. So Lucifer and all his friends are cast down to hell and become demons. There is no demonic hierarchy since they're just fallen angels. They do choose Lucifer as their leader though, which is also a new concept. Before Milton came along and changed the story, Lucifer was a prisoner in hell, not the ruler of it. In Dante's Inferno, he's being punished just like everyone else. Lucifer does have several lieutenants though, if that counts as a hierarchy, including several people you probably know, like Belial and Beelzebub. Beelzebub is a separate entity, not just another name for Satan. After they regroup, they build the city of Pandemonium and gather around to democratically debate what to do next. Imagine that. Hell is a democracy. You see, Milton lived during the time of Oliver Cromwell and was an avid supporter of his Commonwealth government. Lucifer's rebellion against the monarchy of God is written as a good thing. Some of the options put on the table include fighting again or building their own better heaven, but then someone mentions rumors of an entirely new creation they could corrupt. Perhaps they could enlist these new creatures in their fight against God. It's heavily implied that Lucifer is controlling the democratic debate by feeding lines to his lieutenants.
I am the Senate.
They all vote for the third option, to corrupt man, and then discuss who will do the actual corrupting. Lucifer heroically volunteers himself. He heads towards the gates of hell, which are guarded by his children, Sin and Death. Those aren't just their names, they are the actual embodiments of sin and death. They were born through a weird incest, and I'm sure there's a Rule 34 about it somewhere. When Sin and Death open the gates to let Lucifer out, they find that they can't close them again. This was the first time they'd ever been opened, and now they're stuck that way. Lucifer disguises himself as a cherub and asks the Archangel Uriel for directions to the new creation so he can see it for himself. The concept of lying hadn't been invented yet, so Uriel just tells him everything. Lucifer arrives in the garden and upon seeing how beautiful it is, starts to wonder if he can be redeemed and get back into God's good graces. But he has too much of the north in him now and he decides that he will not kneel. He stalks Adam and Eve for a while to figure out how these creatures work and how to corrupt them. He notices that the woman is smaller and weaker and she's probably his best bet. Then he hears them talking about their one and only rule: to not eat from the tree of knowledge. And there you go. Now he has his plan. He spends the night whispering into her ear, telling her how awesome it would be to eat from the tree and be among the angels. Eve wakes up and tells Adam about her crazy dream, about how an angel told her it would be okay to eat from the tree and it wouldn't result in death. Whatever that is. Remember, they don't know what anything is yet. We cut to God, who sees all of this happening and knows man will give in to temptation. And he just lets it happen, saying man is free to fall. Jesus asks if there's any way man can be redeemed, and God says yes, but someone will have to pay for it.
Who pays for it?
You don't know?
No, I haven't read this one.
Well, I don't want to spoil anything for you, Jesus, so I'm just gonna leave it there.
Sorry.
Suffice to say, someone heroically volunteers.
Ooh, that sounds exciting.
Yeah. So God sends the Archangel Raphael to warn Adam about Satan and remind him of his free will. Specifically so Adam can't plead ignorance. Every scene of Adam and Eve just has them talking about how awesome God is, how much they love each other, and how they're not supposed to eat from the tree of knowledge. Which makes sense, right? What else are they going to talk about?
I don't know anything else.
Saw a deer do a thing today. And I think I might have discovered a new color. It's not like they can gossip or have any common interests. Nothing exists yet. When Raphael comes down to warn Adam, he recounts the entire story of the rebellion and creation in much more detail than the book of Genesis. Then he just starts answering Adam's random questions. Adam says that according to his observations of the stars, it looks like the Earth goes around the sun. Raphael says it only looks that way because the Earth is spinning. Galileo was only 20 or 30 years before this. Having Raphael say, I don't know about that whole heliocentrism thing, is Milton's way of voicing his own doubts about the, at the time, current scientific debate. Milton throws a lot of his other views into this conversation as well. Adam asks if there's life on other planets, to which Raphael says, let God worry about that.
Worry about yourself. Worry about yourself.
Can't you just be happy with the one paradise? Raphael also talks about how Eve is pretty and nice to look at, but is less intelligent, less pure, and has an inferior spirituality. There's that 17th century misogyny for you. The next day, Adam and Eve have a ton of work to do in the garden. I'm not entirely sure what work they have to do, but Eve suggests that they'd get it done faster if they work separately. They were just warned that Satan is coming, but Eve thinks she can handle it and looks forward to proving her faith. So against his better judgment, Adam lets the woman go off to work
always the
independently.
woman's fault.
Gee, I wonder
Says
what
the
message
guy
Milton was
writer.
sending with that. Lucifer sees this as his opportunity and physically climbs into a snake's mouth to possess it. They know he's coming now, so he needed a disguise. In Genesis, the serpent is just a serpent, just like any other animal God created.
Now, the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord had made.
The idea that the serpent is Satan didn't come along until centuries later. Milton didn't come up with the idea, but he certainly helped solidify it. Anyway, he goes over to Eve and starts flattering her with how beautiful she is, saying she belongs among the angels in the clouds, not here on Earth. Satan is a smooth operator. Eve is shocked that there's a talking snake telling her how beautiful she is, and asks how he came to talk. Where did he learn this power?
Not from a Jedi.
How would she know that snakes didn't know how to talk if she didn't know anything?
By eating
Blew
from the
your
tree
mind.
of knowledge, of course. If that fruit can raise a beast to the level of man, imagine what it could do for you. You would be of God. But they were told if they ate from the tree, they'd die. Obviously that's not true because the snake is alive. She never actually sees him eat it, but she takes his word for it. Besides, God wants you to do it. He wants you to show your independence. Why would he create the tree if he didn't want you to partake? This
What are you
is
doing,
a
Kitty?
test. If it grants knowledge of good and evil, imagine how much easier it would be to shun evil if you
Huh.
actually know what it is. This starts making a disturbing amount of sense to Eve, and it's awfully reminiscent of your typical adolescent peer pressure. Your parents were lying to you. It's not dangerous. It'll expand your mind. Eve gives in, and her first thought is maybe she shouldn't tell Adam so she can remain intellectually
at me, dude.
superior.
I didn't
But
say
then
anything.
she realizes she can be replaced. And according to some,
He did it.
she's already a replacement. In Genesis chapter 1, he
It's his
creates
fault.
man and woman at the same time.
So, God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them.
But then in chapter 2, it's just Adam alone,
Ultra redundant.
and then God creates Eve.
The Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. But for Adam no suitable helper was found. So the Lord God caused man to fall into a deep sleep, and while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs.
Yep.
Then the Lord
The old
God made
story.
a woman
Yep,
from
yep.
the rib he had taken out of the man.
Am I missing a chapter? Why did he have to create a second one if he already created both of them? According to some, the first woman was actually named Lilith, and since she was created equal to man, she wasn't obedient enough and she was banished. So Eve was created from Adam in order to be subservient. Eve knows she could just as easily be replaced, so decides that Adam will eat too so they share the same fate, whether that be in bliss or woe. She goes to Adam, says she ate and didn't die. God lied to them and now her eyes are open. Eat up, so he does. Then they look at each other with lust and have the most epic naughty time that has ever happened. Sounds like that apple was laced with something if you ask me. They wake up the next morning with a colossal hangover and immediately start arguing with each other over who's at fault for their current misery. Adam blames Eve, of course, but then Eve reminds him that she came from him. She is his to command, and he let her go off to work alone. He should have known this was going to happen. Satan, confident in his success, returns to hell to find that sin and death have created a bridge between hell and earth while he was away. So sin and death are now free to wreak havoc in the world. God senses that man has fallen, and he tells the angels that it's not their fault. They couldn't have prevented this. He gave humanity free will and individual choice. And now they must take personal responsibility for their actions. If those buzzwords sound familiar, remember that this is the 1600s. Capitalism and free markets were a fairly new idea, and it would seem Milton was somewhat of a fan. God, through Jesus, finds Adam and Eve in the garden and asks them why they disobeyed his one and only rule. Adam immediately throws Eve under the bus, which makes God furious. He created women to be subservient to men. Why on earth would you listen to a woman? Eve then blames the serpent. God doesn't even question why a woman would listen to a serpent. He just punishes the serpent.
So the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this,
Yep.
cursed are you above
Why?
all livestock and all wild
Why?
animals. You will
But
crawl on your
why?
belly and you will eat dust all the
Because
days of your life."
Religion.
So that's why snakes don't have legs. He also mentions that Adam and Eve's children will crush the head of the serpent, a prophecy later known as the Protevangelium, that Jesus will eventually defeat Satan. Then God punishes Eve by cursing her to have painful childbirth and to always submit to male dominance. That part's in here, pretty much word for word. God then sows discord between man and beast. man will have to hunt and till the soil for food, which is also cursed to grow thorns and thistles. Adam got off light, if you ask me. And now that sin and death are in the world, they will grow old and die, and be tempted to stray from God's divine grace the entire time. And lastly, God tilts the earth on its axis, creating seasons to make life just that much more difficult. Adam and Eve discuss what to do about this eternal punishment, since it sure sounds awful. They briefly...
Everybody left. Yeah. I should have known better to put on something learning about the Bible. Womp womp. Ooh.
Alright guys, so you've seen this poster that both Jackson and I are signing all of them for you guys on the website. We recently added the Leroy and the Elko posters, sold a ton of those. Those are all signed by me. No extra charge, but then...
Yeah, brother, you're on the Please Me Prawn YouTube channel.
Guys, here's the deal. We got the boat challenge. It's starting up. So I wanted to make it even so that we all have cars that can be part of the car challenge. So we got 3 Crown Vics with 3 hitches on them. Because, you know, some of these challenges, it's already running, George. What are you doing?
Well, maybe this one's not good anymore. Starter's just spinning away.
Isn't it running? It's running, dude.
Oh, dang.
My
What
God.
the hell are you doing, freezer burn?
The
This
fuck?
one don't got the exhaust cut. We got the...
Oh my God, what an idiot, dude. Some of these challenges, dude, stop.
Oh my
Some
God.
of these challenges, I have a
Fuck.
feeling that the trailers are going to be coming in contact with the cars, so I didn't want to be using our trucks. So we got 3 Crown Vics that have been used in the Freedom 500s and Les Mullets that we had sitting over there waiting for a project like this. Threw the hitches on them. Now everyone's got an even playing field when it comes down to the on-road racing, backup challenges, things like that.
All right, early in the morning out here at the Freedom Factory, what I'm doing today, I'm picking out our Crown Vics for the boat race. Now, by this time, y'all know that we are pulling them with Crown Victorias. I know, not really made for towing. Probably if you ask Cleater, he'll give you a different answer, but I am getting us 3 perfectly equal Crown Victorias. I'm going from the end of the road to this second trash can right here, and I got 3 that are at 50 mile an hour. One of them's at 52, so she's running too good. She's going to the side. So I was gonna try to show you how I'm speed testing them, but it's a little complicated to look at the trash can, look at 50. I don't want you guys to be like, oh, he let out earlier, you let out later, this, that, and the other. So just gonna have to take my word for it. There's the bolt-on hitch. All we had to do, drill 2 holes in the frame rail over here, 2 over there, run this little fish wire through. It kind of threads onto the bolt and plate like that, and then pull it through to the hole. I'll slap it up there and show you what it looks like. There we go. 4 bolts, 2 over here, 2 over there. We got us a Crown Vic with a good old heavy-duty trailer hitch. So,
Wicked.
we ready to pull some boats. Here, James, solve this puzzle.
Tire chocks with a rope on them, not your deal.
Let's see, the rope was twisted on that one set. Had me confused.
I'm surprised you haven't cut the rope on them.
Not a big helicopter airplane guy, you know?
Oh, yeah,
That's
no.
what those are for,
Not a wheel chop
aeroplanes.
guy.
Yeah. More of a live life dangerous. You know?
Hey, Georgie, I saw you guys brought the Nightmare in. Sheesh. Buddy. Yeah, I heard y'all got $20 left in the bucket.
$20 left, dude.
Oh my gosh. I still got $0 left in my budget, so you're doing pretty good. Guys, we got people coming out to do quotes for our road. We got like 3 quotes.
Oh, hot
coming
dog.
in hot on the asphalt for the road.
It's gonna be nice.
Window work? You won't do a burnout, dude. We got
cold AC, dude.
You won't do Alright, that's actually a pretty good ripper right there.
All 3 dead even.
Really? Alright, I'll take him to the shop. Oh my god.
It's not gonna be that fair because that one doesn't have a driver's side mirror, so.
Oh! Unreal! Now we know.
What a dick.
Anyone got a 3-sided coin? Hey, Jackson, come here. We gotta decide who's winning these cars.
I'll think
Freezer burn? Come on now. Guys, George's new street name is Freezer Burn. You catch him out racing.
Oh, there it is. Dang it.
It's on video now.
It's official.
I'll flip it.
Tails.
You calling it?
Yeah. All right.
Call it in the air.
You gotta call it in the air. You can't call it on my
All
finger.
right, do it, baby. Do it, baby. Tails.
It's Tails. Which
Good
car
call.
are you taking? Wait, how does it work? I thought if he's first.
No, now you two got to flip.
Oh.
No, now
He's
you two
winning.
flip.
He's winning. Now you two got to flip. If he beats you, he gets first pick.
Oh, okay.
All right. Tails.
Tails it is.
Oh my God.
You got first pick.
All right,
Now
George, you got first
we
pick.
flip.
Let's
Because
see
the
who's second and
losers,
third.
you know,
Yeah. All right.
Whoever wins this gets second. Get a loser.
All right, you call it in the air.
Heads.
Tails again. All right. I'm second.
Triple tails.
Okay. Which car are you picking, Georgie?
Dang, I should have paid closer attention. We'll take the one with no cage.
That's the one. The one that you just kicked the mirror off of?
Yeah, black mirror's coming off too.
Yeah, you idiot.
Oh, it's
Stick
already
the mirror
off.
off.
What a dummy.
Let me take a gander in here. Oof. This is a little rough. I don't think this car's as wrecked as Wilkie's, though. Oof. Actually,
Pretty
it is kind
rough.
of wrecked up.
It's pretty rough.
Tires?
Run the same time on the homemade tractor.
And the AC works in this one, Jackson? Ice cold? Let me take a look at this one real quick.
I'd probably go with that one.
Oh, AC blows cold in this dog, too. I don't know what to do. I'm really...
The pink stripe would go good with the flamingo.
That's true. Okay. I'm going with the Wilkie Mobile. So, James,
Yep.
that's your unit. George, why'd you have to kick our mirrors off, dude?
Gotta be fair, man. They all gotta be equal.
Gotta be
Hey,
fair.
listen, if you guys have any other ideas for the boat challenge, now is your time to say them because it's going down. We got our cars. We have 3 equal cars. And, speak now or forever hold your peace. See if I can push George's off into the bushes since he backed into mine. Dude, the roll bar is so annoying.
It's a weird place to park.
I know. I don't know why George would park all the way out there. I started getting stuck. Tell you what, though, these Nittos, dude, they'll get you out of any situation.
71,000 miles on this butte.
I know. You actually have a pretty good one. George's seems the most problematic, and it's stock.
I mean, they didn't want to start over there.
His hasn't even been in the race. Oh, yeah. His wouldn't even start. All right, so the Flamingo's ready. The Nightmare's here. How's your jet boat? Is it good?
It will be. I haven't had time to mess on it because every time I go home, it's raining.
Yeah, it's that afternoon rain. All right. Well, guys, got to make sure the old mud truck's going to be good to go for its new owner. Golly, she's a Spicer still. Take her out in the front lot. I want to open it up, make sure it's 100%. Need some brakes, that's for sure. Need some brake pads, you know. Yeah. Still gets down, baby. Oh, frick. Gonna miss her, that's for sure. Gonna miss them big old tires. I usually ride this on like 2 or 3. This is it on 5, just so you can see that it does work and rip. So, I don't know, it's just, if you have it on like 2 or 3, you can just hold her wide open all the time. On 5, I get a little worried about her, but let me bog it for you one time. Man, get down, baby. Take the booger. Fire me up. You're gonna love this thing, dude. All right, listen, brother, I'm gonna be honest. There's some mud in here that I left. It's from Florida. It's Florida mud, so you enjoy that, but I know you're worried about the steering, so just give you an example. I mean, I'm just idling. Now we're full lock right. The steer's pretty good. Oh, I also just got this freaking carbon hood scoop, or hood exit. Little piss. I didn't even get a boggle with that, so you enjoy it. Really gotta use it.
That is pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Well, guys, sold the mud truck. It's been a good little unit, but it sits around a lot. So
I would like to have one of
Get
those.
rid of it, man. It's just one of those things.
They're probably
that sits
expensive.
and is rotting, and can go to someone who will use it.
I think he said he sold it for 20
The
grand.
new owner, you know, sounds like he's definitely going to be rowdy with it. I don't want to give you guys too many details yet, but tough to be in good hands. That's all I can say. What do you think about the mud truck leaving, dude? Tough break?
I mean, you bought it. We ran over a shed. You went mudding like twice. Paid it.
3 times.
Paid its rent.
I guess, yeah.
Time to go.
Drift nights, you know, I did pretty good at the drift nights, but that's it. Oh, you know what? The new owner wanted me to do something.
Oh.
The new owner asked me to do something for him.
Oh, I bet it's Whistling Diesel that bought it. I guarantee it.
By his
Should we swap it with white trashes real quick? Give him an already beat up one?
I don't know if I can do it. It's gonna take everything in me to just destroy a nice piece of.
That is a nice tailgate.
I guarantee he sold it to Whistling Diesel.
Should I do it?
You gotta.
I mean, he did ask me to do it.
I mean, you either gotta do it or you gotta keep the truck. One or the
Yeah,
other.
watch him back out on the deal after this, dude. I'm gonna be pissed.
Ooh.
That's all I can handle, dude. That's a good. Ooh.
Oh.
All right, guys. We'll be seeing this thing later. It was a great truck, you know. Got it for a good deal, sold it for a good deal, and I think the new owner's gonna have a lot of fun with it. Never once gave me an issue, so there she is, loaded up, on the way to the new owner.
I have a
See it,
feeling.
I think we'll see it on YouTube once or twice.
Yep.
Just like that.
He's
And
definitely
just a quick update on these two
definitely
guys.
suggesting
We got
it.
engines coming back for them, all right? Texas Speed has Ruby and Leroy's engines, but they're coming back. I'm really, really hoping to have at least Leroy's engine back in him before we go to LS Fest, but we will see. Waiting on parts, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty beat. I think I scared everyone out of here with the religion one. Yeah, I'm gonna go and lay down. I'm pretty tired. Fuck, man. Let me fucking
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. You're a stupid cunt. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. Stop being a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. Nobody even wants you here. Yeah. I just wanna let you know you're a stupid fucking cunt. Go ahead and run your mouth, pussy, I don't give a fuck. You're a stupid piece of shit, you're a stupid fucking bitch. Get the fuck up off my dick, get the fuck up off my dick. Like, please end your fucking life, please end your fucking life. I really gotta emphasize, no one cares if you're alive. You're a fucking penis hole, grab a dick and eat it whole. I need to know if you were dropped when you were just a fetus though. You're so fucking ugly and your face is fucking foul. Jeez, you're so fucking loud, can you shut your fucking mouth? Can you shut the fuck up? You're a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. You're a stupid cunt. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. Stop being a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. Nobody even wants you here. Yeah. Close your fucking mouth, you're just really fucking dense. If you hate me while you talking, you don't make no fucking sense. Got a sad life, go to fucking hell. Are you stupid or disabled, man? I can't fucking tell. Man, you're a fucking dumb shit, you don't even run shit. Get the fuck up out my face and go to hell and eat a dick. Come and catch these hands, boy, come and match these bands, boy. I'm not crazy, I just do it all because I can, boy. I hope you fucking die in a high-speed car crash. I hope you fucking fall head first and get your neck cracked. I hope you have some beautiful children that die from cancer. I hope you catch Zika when your wife gets pregnant. I hope you win the lottery and die the next day, and your daughter has to see you getting lowered in your grave. Like, that was a little dark. I'm sorry. That was a little dark. Very poor taste. Shut the fuck up. I shouldn't have said that. You're a fucking cunt. Actually, no, I should have. Shut the fuck up. I didn't say enough. You're a stupid cunt. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. Stop being a fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. Nobody